Right.
Shalom.
Shalom, shalom. Yes, back out there another Saturday in this year of all the hopeful of the prophecies. This year of the hopeful prophecies coming to pass. So we're going to give all praises to Yahweh,
Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushai, Ba'ashem, Rukapadash.
giving double honors to all the elders and the apostles of Great Millstone. And yeah, man. So we're here for these people, the tribe, the 12 tribes, doing our best to, well, we're gonna give a, let's start with a precept.
That's what Isaiah 13.
Yeah, Isaiah 13.
From verse 1, yeah?
Yeah, start from verse 1.
Come. Isaiah chapter 13, starting at verse 1. The burden of Babylon, which Isaiah, the son of Amos, did see.
Right. Yeah.
Lift ye up a banner.
Right, so stop there, man. That's what we're out here to do right now. Lift up this banner. This is the banner. Yeah? 12 tribes. Starting from Judah, Benjamin, Levi, Simeon, Zebulun, Ephraim, Manasseh, Gad, Reuben, Naphtali, Asher, Issachar. These are the 12 tribes, otherwise known as the so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans in this time. And we're here to lift up this banner. Carry on.
Yep. Isaiah 13, 1 again. Lift the burden of Babylon, which Isaiah, the son of Amos, did see. Lift ye up a banner upon the high mountain, exhort the voice unto them, shake the hand that they may go into the gates of the nobles.
Yeah, but stop there, yeah, because we're lifting up the banner now. Because when ancient days, Bible days, Israel went to war to all the other nations, they had a banner, right? And I looked into it just a little bit. And the banner would be, you might say on it, Nation of Israel, blah, 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 blah. We're coming now, this is what's going to happen, you know. And people knew that who we were. And they knew to fear, especially because we had a lot of, what we call it, we had a lot of medals. You know, you got these ancient, or you got these cool war generals, and they have a lot of medals on them saying, they've done this, there was in that war, there was in Vietnam, there was in the China thing, what they call it, Hiroshima. They lived through that, they've saved people, and they've got a reputation. We had a banner too. So that's what we're doing now, and the elite, they recognize this, right? They're back here in their reincarnation, right? And they recognize it. Most I made sure they would have recognized this, right? And this, when we came walking past, something in our subconscious, we might have said, oh, there's something familiar about that.
Resonated with my spirit.
Yeah, so it resonated with our spirit. And even the so-called Rastas, what's the period today, they look at this and they deal with the Zodiac. They're trying to the Zodiac. There is a left-hand side to everything, a right-hand side and a left-hand side to everything. And they put some of these things in the song, there's certain songs talking about Babylon and the 12 tribes of Israel, Judah, and etc., etc. So this is what a lot of people are. A lot of people resonate with it directly or indirectly, one way or another. Whether you're for this truth or against it.
Shall we read on?
Yeah, read on.
Verse 3, I have commanded my sanctified ones, I have also called my mighty ones for my anger, even them that rejoice in my highness.
Yeah, man. So he has called his sanctified ones. Again, that's these people. Yeah? Ultimately, the elect. Abaratazar, that's us. Sanctified, cleansed by this word. You know, cleansed by this word, man. Put off the old man, or continuing to put off the old man, and putting on that new man. Read that one again.
Yep.
I'm going too fast to remind you sometimes.
No, that's fine. Isaiah 13 and 1 again. The burden of Babylon, which Isaiah the son of Amos did see, lift ye up a banner upon the high mountain. Exhort the voice unto them, shake the hand, that they may go into the gates of the nobles.
Yeah. 3.
I have commanded my sanctified ones, I have also called my mighty ones for my anger, even them that rejoice in my highness.
Yeah. So people are gonna resonate with this, and we're at that time now where we're seeing the full, man. You know, the prophecies when the elder comes, and you know, through the spirit, we're probably gonna get to some of the prophecies that are being unfolding right now as we speak. Yes. So we leave that there. We may go back to that.
Yep.
Let's go to Sirach. 36. So, go to the top.
Right, Surah 36 from verse 1.
Yeah.
Have mercy upon us, O Lord God, all, and behold us. Let me read that again. Have mercy upon us, O Lord God of all, and behold us, and send thy fear upon all the nations that seek not after thee.
Yeah, man. So we're asking for mercy now. We're seeking mercy now. Because this time when we was talking a little bit, just a little bit, but talking a little bit, it is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God. So do we understand? Do we get the sense of the terror of the Lord? That's that precept. The terror of the Lord. So you may go to that. But let me just, if we jump down to 11 of the same chapters.
This is Surah 36 verse 11. Gather all the tribes of Jacob together, and inherit thou them from the beginning.
Yeah, that's what we're doing, attempting to do, which the Spirit's going to do it. We're just the vessels, gathering the 12 tribes together. Again, this is the banner. So, who resonates with this truth? They're going to, there's a couple of interested ones now that come up, and this work is doing what it's supposed to be doing. Because the word doesn't go out void.
No, it doesn't.
So, whether you got prophets back in the day, Jeremiah, Isaiah, what's the other one? Joel, all the prophets put the word out, and that's all they was doing, putting out the word, echoing Yahuwah Shai's message out there, and people woke up and resonated with it. For those who weren't supposed to resonate with it, they got the message. So the prophets are back here today, man.
There's nothing new under the sun.
So there's nothing new under the sun. So that's why, read that again, 11 and then read 12.
Right, so back in Surah 36:11 again. Gather all the tribes of Jacob together, and inherit thou them as from the beginning.
Right, from the beginning. Inherit them thou again from the beginning. Yeah?
O Lord, have mercy upon the people that is called by thy name.
Yeah, and his name is Yahuwah Shai, which means he saves, he delivers. Yahuwah Shai in the Christian church. In the Christian church they teach that his name is Jesus. Right? And that's what a lot of us, we believe his name was in the Christian church. Right? So read that again.
O Lord, have mercy upon the people that is called by thy name,
Yahuwah Shai, yeah?
and upon Israel, whom thou hast named thy firstborn.
Yeah, man. We were not those popular people. Even now, it says, gather ourselves together, or people not desire. That's in Zephaniah 3 or 2.
So like there's a precept that says that the Most High has surnamed me. I have surnamed me.
Right.
So the Most High put his name upon us. It's like I was talking about. The Most High put his name upon us. That's why when we act bad, and we do bad, like following after the gods of the other nation, we're bringing shame upon the name of the Most High. You know what I'm saying? So that's why it's kind of like it's considered as like a woman, because a woman takes on the name of her husband, and if she goes up there and plays the harlot, makes the husband look bad. We've played the harlot against the Most High, so we're making the Most High's name look bad. It's a surname, it's just to add to what you're saying.
I think I'm going to give a title to this. I find when I have a title to work around, some brothers do it. I kind of have like a goal,
Something to focus on.
something to focus on, and then scriptures might come around, So right now I'm going to title this "Exalting Yahuwah Shai's name."
Yeah.
So touch a little bit on
Do you want me to read on? Verse 12?
where was
Verse 12. Surah 36:12.
all right. Tell you what. Jump to, and we can come back and read the whole of that.
Right.
Yeah. But if we go to 2 Corinthians 5 and 11. Go back to the script.
2 Corinthians 5, yeah?
Yeah, 2 Corinthians chapter 5 and verse
2 Corinthians. Right, 2 Corinthians 5, starting at verse 11. Knowing therefore the terror of the Lord, we persuade men, but we are made manifest unto God. I trust also are made manifest in your consciences.
Yeah, man. So I want to focus on that word, terror of the Lord, because anytime you turn on the news, especially now, even more so,
With that earthquake, innit?
you got the earthquakes. If you're a little bit squeamish, boy, brother, one of the elders, brother Kazak, was talking to one of the apostles, and they said, he asked the apostle, I remember this, he said, he asked the apostle, I think he was a bit newer. Are we going to know when we're in Jacob's trouble? He said.
Okay.
I remember.
We're going to need to ask him.
Right, and
We're not going to need to ask who's going to
have
know.
you seen it?
Now, I've heard Apostle Tar say that before.
So, you know, and that was the answer. And he said, oh boy, he said, I resonated with that in the spirit. He said he was speaking in the spirit. So when I look at, they're talking about the terror of the Lord, and you know, you got this truth, man. This truth ain't no joke. Brothers always, elders always say that. Do we know what we're getting ourselves into? Now, when I watch the news and I see babies getting dragged out just about, from under the rubble, and there's a lot that, what is it, 20,000 now overseas, right? I think the latest I heard was
I was just checking it before we started. I'll show you this on the phone. Last I heard it was 25,000.
all right, so it's gone up. Every time I hear it, it's gone up from 1,000 to 3,000. I've done a video on it to 11 to 7 now, then 11 now, 20,000 and counting, 25,000 and counting. Right, just roughly throwing that number out there, because probably when you go back, it might have gone up since then. So this is the terror of the Lord, man.
Yeah.
See, so does it hit us? Like when I watch things, like I kind of get involved, and I kind of like, fuck, no, Mosai, hold on a minute, yeah, that's slavery. Right, finish reading that, and then I've got another piece of this company. Read that again.
2 Corinthians 5 and 11 again. Knowing therefore the terror of the Lord, we persuade men, but we are made manifest unto God. I trust also are made manifest in your consciences.
Yeah, man. It's a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God. Fearful thing. And if you go, again, if you've ever been in the hospital or you've been in any near-death situations where you felt as though, boy, man, I could have been took out any time. Back in the day when I was into my skateboarding and stuff, we don't get into too much detail, but the skateboarding days and the Daredevil days and the BMX days, the 70s and all that, where you just scraping life like with the skin, getting away from life with the skin of your teeth, missing trains getting down, and there's people I could mention that got run over by trains, and my brother saw, and we used to know, we knew this guy, the next, he was like, you say, I know that guy, he's like my next door neighbor. This guy got turned to mincemeat, man. This is how we were ruthless and reckless and stupid, when you're young. A lot of young people are. And this guy was turned into mincemeat, he was on the news and everything.
Have you ever seen the film The Warriors?
Yeah.
What you're describing sounds like that movie, because it's the guy that's thrown on the train track, and the Warriors are rough dudes. But anyway,
Warriors come out to
yeah.
Warriors!
Yeah.
I'm wishing I grew up on all that kind of madness.
Yeah.
Yeah, the gangs when they had to
From one place to another,
and without getting picked, and it was getting picked up one by one. So that was an intriguing which is it's similar to how you relate this truth a little bit, because we got a goal to get to the kingdom, and the whole way I was shy, Jason and the Argonauts, what's the other one? A lot of these movies have like Jason the Argonauts, they had to get to a goal, get to the Shifa,
Yeah.
And there's another one, what's the Clash of the Titans? It's all, and the gods were playing games of chess.
Yes, with the people, yeah.
So it's very, you could kind of get an idea, and he had to get from one place to another and survive and get the victory, get Medusa, slay Medusa.
Yeah.
And after
Get the head, yeah.
Yeah, once he got Medusa, he's able to use the eyes
Against the Kraken,
against the Kraken. But after, so he got to the goal. But there was obstacles you had to get through, and certain people don't get there, don't make it. If you're not of the elect in this truth, relating to that movie, the movie business, if you're not of the elect, you're going to fall by the wayside. Other rappers are, we are those guys. We're going to succeed and finish and get over all the obstacles and the stumbling blocks.
Yeah.
So people are falling by the wayside. The 2/3 are going to fall by the wayside. Let's read this, man.
precept for you when you're ready.
Now bring it out, man. Bring it out.
Because you were saying,
Anytime you got a precept, bring it out if you want.
right, because we were saying, knowing the terror, therefore the terror of the Lord will persuade men. This is Proverbs 1 and verse 7. The fear of Yahweh is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction.
Yeah. Fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, man. You know, I pray our upper rushes are that fear, because you can start with the fear in you, you know.
Yeah, and you can get too familiar.
Just like in anything else, right? I like to use my analogies of boxing. You got the man. A lot of the good boxers sometimes they get, what's the word? Sometimes you have to eat a little bit of humble pie, which you do. You have to eat humble pie anyway in this kingdom anyway. Lennox Lewis, man, he was fighting Nassim Ruckman, and what happened, right? He became very popular, and he had a lot of movie. He had a movie going on, playing a particular part. Lennox Lewis, yeah. This is in the 90s. It's still up there on YouTube. And so the people who even were saying that he was going into this fight, not really taking it, you know, he wasn't 100% focused like usual.
Yeah.
So when he entered into the ring, he was kind of like, he was say 70% in there and other things in his mind. You've got to be 100%.
Yeah.
So anyway, when about 5 or 6 rounds, he's boxing and he believes he's above, the guy's not in his on his level, Nassim Ruckman. He believes he's not really in my level. I'm going to make him, I'm boxing for 12 guys, beating boxing him. But Nassim Ruckman, and he was watching him and he was laughing just before the actual punch. If you see the fight on YouTube, just before the punch, Lennox Lewis was going like toying with him.
Yeah.
And smiling and all that. And Nassim came with some, because he was a strong guy, you know, Nassim, but he didn't look that. He came with some overhand right and just floored Lennox Lewis.
Smile on his face.
He put a smile on his face. Lennox Lewis like,
What's going on?
he
Yeah.
bent up. And when he got up, and he was saying, yeah, similar to the Chris Eubank thing. Oh, it's all right, I'm all right. Referee said, nah, because in his mind he's thinking, that didn't happen.
Yeah.
I can carry on. The man wasn't in his right, he wasn't on his feet. His feet wasn't underneath him when he got up. And when they stopped it, he said, you can see he was mad with himself more than anything. He was mad with himself because he said, when they reflected, he said, what's going on? Even all his training, he said, what's going on? See, oh, you see, he had other things going on. He was doing this part, the acting part, this part, and he wasn't 100% focused. Nassim Ruckman said he was going to do it.
Yeah.
And no one believed him.
He had that focus on it.
He was more focused. He had the hunger on it. So complacency. So you can start off with the terror of the Lord. Now I'm trying to make the point of the terror of the Lord. That is the beginning of wisdom. Now if you start off like how you started off, sometimes you can start off right. But do you keep that fear? Certain people that we know.
Yes.
Yeah? Don't really want to mention about.
Yeah, I know.
He was like pointing his finger at certain brothers, saying, you're not as zealous as me, you're lukewarm. You know, people may know who we're talking about. Basically, belittling people, but you don't know who's who. You see, and now what's happened with you now? Are you lukewarm now? I mean, it's a question.
Yeah.
Are you lukewarm? Maybe if you're watching this, maybe it might, what I'm saying to you, the person that you're pointing at, he's saying this to you, maybe you need me to point my finger at you now.
Yeah.
You understand? But it's the terror of the Lord. Do we keep that from the beginning? When I first started, I wasn't like, video. What's doing videos? Is it really important? I didn't see the importance of it. That wasn't my spirit until it was drilled in me. You understand? Because I wasn't never a techie person. You got a reason?
Yeah, when you're ready.
Man, I know I might start. Yeah, bring it out.
Because you were talking about Lennox Lewis getting KO'd because he was double-minded. This is 2 Timothy 2 and verse 4. No man that warreth entangleth himself with the affairs of this life, that he may please him who hath chosen him to be a soldier.
Yeah, entangled with himself with the affairs of this life. I like to say I'm still focused. I like to say that I've got, you know what, one thing I realised, don't underestimate no one. Back to the analogy.
Yeah.
Right? Because I learned, I watch boxing, it's only, I don't watch it so much as I used to, but there's certain things I get, certain principles I get, because we're in a fight today.
That's right, it's
Possible spoke about. Although I punch and I'm not beating my hands in the air, you know, works to that effect. So we're in a war, so don't look down on people, never underestimate people. The same people you're looking down at and underestimating, the same people can come up, man. can be what's that movie called Trading Places, man?
Yeah.
You got something you want to say? Go
No, I was just gonna say it reminds me of Mike Tyson versus James Buster Douglas.
Yeah.
Similar thing. Nobody thought Buster would stand a chance, but Mike Tyson didn't take that fight seriously. He ended up losing the fight.
Yeah.
So you've always look, man. What you're saying is really good, and I agree with it. Don't ever underestimate anybody, because the Most High can use the most insignificant guy to bring you down.
Yep.
Because he's done it all throughout the scriptures. I mean, look at David and Goliath.
Right.
David was considered an insignificant guy. He wasn't even a soldier at the time. He was just a keeper of the sheep. But he took out the most mighty man of the Philistines. And there's many other examples where the Most High has taken one guy.
Moses going against Pharaoh.
Exactly. Moses against Pharaoh.
Foolish. What was he with the meat? Yeah, go on.
You got Samson versus 1,000 men.
Yeah.
Would he slayed 1,000 men with the jawbone of an ass? Not even with a proper sword or nothing, you know, with the jawbone of an ass. You know, many examples. You know, you've got Gideon and the 300. The Most High will take the little guy, and if you get too proud, he will bring you down. So that's why it says, pride goes before a fall.
So I was giving you respect. You know, but it wasn't you two. But you know what? As you said, this is not our movie. This is the Most High movie. You know. So the terror of the Lord, through the terror of the Lord, we persuade men. Keep the terror in you. You can see the terror anyway.
Yeah.
Because if you step out of line and you start laughing and pointing your finger at people, oh, Lennox Lewis, he lost twice to underdogs. One of them, another name was Oliver McCall. This guy was a very
I remember
erratic
that
guy.
guy, yeah, he used to cry a lot.
He had mental problems. He literally had mental problems. But when he was on fire, it was on fire. When he was focused on fire, when he lost to Lennox Lewis, he started crying because he can sense, you know, it's all a lot of it psychological. He can sense Lennox Lewis, the first time he knocked out Lennox Lewis, but the second time he can sense that I'm fighting a focused Lennox Lewis. And he just broke out crying and he wanted to get out of the ring. See, because people can see chinks in the armor sometimes.
Yeah.
The first time he saw the chink in the armor, it was all hyped up. He knocked out Lennox Lewis. The second time when he saw Lennox Lewis was really the 100%, he said, fuck. He must have felt the punches, felt the energy. He said, I can't beat him. Fuck it. He flipped. A lot of it's mental. So you don't underestimate this. You overestimate yourself first and foremost. And man, you think, oh, I was doing my little workout the other day. Let me say this, right? And I was moving around. I saw some guy. Cause one thing about me, I ain't just gonna embrace somebody if I don't know them. I don't know who he is. But you know what he said? It was a man from a distance. You know when we used to go to the woods, that part of the woods.
Oh, yeah.
Walk over that kind of lake part.
I know.
Remember?
Yeah.
That kind of lake part. He was standing there, and I was moving, and I saw him out in the distance, and it's dark, kind of darkish. And I saw this guy, and I said, what's this guy? What's he got in his hand? That's the first thing I thinking. I saw a wooden thing, or it looked like it could have been anything. What's he got in his hand? And he said to me, "You're all right, my man. You're all right, pal." And I said, "Oh, yeah, you're all right." I nodded to him, but I was still a little bit cautious. But when I got back, when I passed him, I looked at it. It wasn't nothing. It was just a rod. You know them farmers' rods?
Yeah.
Staff, them farmers' staff.
Yeah, some people think it's cool to walk around with that.
Yeah, and he looked like he was about late 40s. But you know what? When I thought back about it, he wasn't a threat. He wasn't a threat. Because he said, "You're right, kind of, you know, the brother talk about Irish people in church." But at the end of the day, if I don't know you, I ain't gonna let my guard down. But when I got home and I thought about it, I'm thinking it could have been an angel. You know? I mean, you did say an angel could shapeshift, didn't it? I mean,
they can,
I
yeah.
said it as well.
They
Angels can shapeshift, didn't it?
Yeah. There's in the book of Tobit, I said this before, Raphael was walking with Tobit and he had no idea until he revealed to him, yeah, I've been walking with you all this time and I'm the angel Raphael. And the scriptures say, let me get it rather than I can paraphrase it. Right, Hebrews 3 and verse 2. Be not forgetful to entertain strangers, for thereby some have entertained angels unawares.
Yeah, because the man looked, what's the word, man? Angels can shapeshift. The man kind of looked a little bit, could have been anybody, but he had a staff, right? You know, on the shepherds, they had shepherd that staff, they had a shepherd staff. He stood there, he was looking, give me eye contact, you know. And I was a little bit standoffish. I just carried on and I went past him. But when I got back, what did he say hello to me for? Like, you're right, pal. Like, really like acknowledging me, and it's dark. You know, when I got home, I think to myself, what if that was an angel trying to cheer me on, like encourage me, like don't be intimidated. You understand? Don't be worried about if you're out there in the dark. Somebody, people, you know, I sent somebody. Yeah, I sent somebody. You're all right. And I said to myself, all right, because if I started doing it and I was getting all kind of feedback, negative feedback, dogs kept jumping and, you know, I probably quit. Because the message, the script, I was saying to me, nah, it's a good way of doing it. But I was encouraged, so it could have been an angel, man.
Possible, yeah.
So yeah, we was in Baruch. Yeah, so that's true. Hebrews chapters 13 and 2. You just read that.
Let's read it again.
Yeah, read it again.
Fine. Hebrews 13 again. Verse 2. Be not forgetful to entertain strangers, for thereby some have entertained angels unawares.
Last year, this year, next month we got what's up, yeah?
Yeah, next month.
February, around the 5th. What's up? Last year, coming home from what's up, I remember I gave that testimony, which again, it looked like an Edomite. And I'll say it again. The man, because I think after certain hours, your cards run out, innit? The card run out for the next day, so none of them worked. The man literally nudged me out the way, and when he nudged me, it's like I went to nudge him back, you know, right? But then he paid, and then he jumped off, and when he jumped off me, so he was kind of, I was drinking a little bit, you know, something.
Yeah.
I wanted to like, it's like I was just like, well, my presence wasn't 100%. It's like I looked at him like it was an act of aggression. I thought to myself, he dissed me, like. But then the guy said, he stopped me. The bus driver said, he just paid for you. I said, what? He just paid for me. So I looked at the guy again. The bus was pulling up, I'm looking at him like, what the fuck? He just paid for me. Ain't nothing straight either, man.
Yeah.
Paying for me. And I'm thinking, but then that scripture again, man, that's what comes to mind.
You had to sit down and meditate.
Was it an angel? Maybe it wasn't an angel, or even last night, maybe it wasn't. Maybe just a courteous man, just courteous, being nice. But the possibility is still there, always still there.
You have to keep that in the back of your mind.
That's it. That's because that's what he says. Be careful, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Some are entertaining angels unawares. And if they can shape shift looking like Edomites too, that's another thing that you can add on to it.
Yeah.
Israelites, Scotch people, which one the hell would benefit for that? Scottish and the Irish, which go back to Jacob, the seed of Jacob, potentially Benjamin. Yeah, because on my mother's side, when I went to visit Jamaica, there's Chinatown. And some people say the Chinese, but some of the Chinese, they are from the seed of Jacob, the seed of Benjamin as well. Going back to the seed of Jacob, but there's some of them are Benjamins, because you've got people that will actually go back to Benjamin, just like the Scottish and the Irish. So there's a lot of things that happen that actually they're under the same person as us. So Baruch, I wanted to read this one. Knowing the terror of the Lord, man.
Baruch, which number?
Baruch, chapter 4 and 28, to back up the terror of the Lord.
Baruch 4 and 28.
Yeah.
Luke chapter 4 verse 28 says, for as it was your mind to go astray from God, so being returned, seek him 10 times more.
Yeah, what did you just read?
Luke 4 and 28.
Yeah. That's right. Carry on, yeah, that's right.
Well, I'll read it again. For as it was your mind to go astray from God, so being returned, seek him 10 times more.
Yeah, because we went astray, didn't we? As a collective, as a people, we went astray. So Yahweh said, all right, you want to do your own thing? He said he's going to hide his face from us. We went astray, thinking that we're going to worship other gods. And that's why you got the 2/3 today. they're lost and they haven't come back because that's ultimately that could be their lot anyway. But the elect, what we're doing now, read 29.
Yeah, 29 says,
No. For God being returned, seek him 10 times more. So the elect are seeking him now, to the best of our ability. Seeking our way out shine 10 times more. That's the encouragement to do. For those out there, if you heard this word right now, it's everywhere. The word is not going out void. And you've got a lot of people, even some people, so-called celebrities, that are calling themselves Israelites, Kendrick Lamar, which they're not seeking him 10 times more. They're just using it as some kind of, like springboard or success for clout seeking. And the other one, Kodak Black, But the elect are going to get the message. And we just had that Siaga with Ye and Kyrie. Yeah, they're not seeking him 10 times more. But the Most High is playing the game. It's all about the Most High anyway. Yeah. He can use anybody he wants as pawns to blow and explode out this truth, because now you've got the social media age.
Yeah.
Now,
if I may say, even bug outs.
Yeah.
What does the scripture say? The scripture says you can do nothing against the truth, but for the truth. So even if you've got these bug outs coming out and coming against the doctrine and teaching falsely, ultimately, in a weird way, they're still bringing attention to this truth. And obviously, the Most High is going to bring the elect out, and they're not going to be deceived by the bug outs. But it's like, as the scripture says, you can do nothing against the truth or for the truth. So this truth keeps getting magnified, even through, as we say, idiots like Kanye West or like Kyrie Irving, these bug outs in the world. They're still, publishing this truth in an indirect way. So now most Jake who might not even come across GMS or Israelites who teach the same thing that we believe, now they're hearing about this word.
Yeah.
And by them hearing about it, they're either sealed for death or they're going to come into this thing.
Wow.
So
Yeah.
it works out either way.
Yeah, because he's using that platform. This is a stage.
The whole world is a stage.
And the actors were the pawns, didn't we?
Yeah.
On the stage. And now you've got the social media age now. And he's using the celebrity attraction. Most High is using the celebrity attraction to just blow it up and put it out there a little bit more. He doesn't need to do that.
Yeah.
The scripture says that he can make the stones cry.
Yeah.
But he can do that because you know what? It's a slap into the face of the elite knew already, but those common everyday people, your next door neighbour, it's still a slap in the face to them.
Can't, that's right.
Because the Most High, these guys they're looked up to. We don't look up to them. We don't need them.
Yeah.
But they're looked up to it by the world standards.
The scriptures talk about how the poor man's wisdom is despised, but the rich man's words are heard, even in quiet, roughly paraphrasing. So these celebrities, they're considered by the world to be rich people, and by by the process of elimination of the thinking of the average person, if someone is successful, i.e. they've got a lot of money, that's what a person in the world, they attribute money or wealth with success. Really, those celebrities, they're unsuccessful, man, because they failed the test. They weren't able to get down with this truth because they weren't chosen. We're really the successful ones, Lord willing, we endure to the end, because our hope is in a great salvation and a glorious crown from the hand of our King Yahushua, our Savior. So really, although we might look like, bums, poor, down and out, we're actually more successful than these celebrities.
Yeah. Brothers have been saying about that. Now we're starting to be looked upon at, even though we don't give a fuck about that shit, right? But the Most I did say in Zephaniah, we shall give them praise and fame.
Yeah, that's true.
So now even now over there, more so over there, where that popularity, that massive place over there called the Americas, the bitters. They're looking at the people on the roadside now with the robes on, the so-called robes, which are garments, as celebrities, people, everyday people. And they're looking, and more the celebrities are being exposed for who they really are, with the drinking of the blood and all the sacrifices that we do.
Yeah, funny enough, so lucky not to change topic, but I was researching yesterday what you said about Madonna and the child trafficking thing.
Yeah.
And it's true. She's it's coming out now.
Yeah.
It's starting to come out now.
Yeah, and now they're putting themselves out there. Now, people, I don't know if you saw the Grammy thing.
No, I didn't see that. What's that?
Some Grammy thing where this guy called James something. But they're literally showing you, they're hiding it in plain sight. We see it, right? They're doing sacrifices, what they call it, ceremonial rituals
In the States,
on
yeah.
the Grammys.
Yeah.
On the Grammys where people can see, and they're saying, even everyday people that really just look at it and say, no, they don't even give a shit. They don't give a shit anymore. So Madonna, some of the, so not much sites covering what she's done, doing.
Yeah.
She was on it. Now she's up for charges, you know.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was reading.
But she was actually doing her show on the Grammys, and she's talking about why people. She's not talking. No one's talking about it, but she's doing a show on the Grammys, and everybody's commenting about how she looks. She's putting herself out there, but she's fucking old and she's decrepit.
Yeah, she's mashed up.
Commenting about her looks, but really, there's much more serious things going on than her social media status and her looks and all that shit.
Lady Gaga was another one who done a ritual on the stage like that in plain sight. People were like, even the common person was like, this is just weird.
It was like basically they done fire, they done all red, they done like this guy named, I forgot his name, something, like as if he was in hell. And if you can understand
The
symbolisms, he was basically in hell doing some murder, some all kind of shit, man. Madness, man.
Just bring this one out quickly because you just quoted it, but I can listen to it out. Zephaniah 3 verse 18 and 19. I will gather them that are sorrowful for the solemn assembly, who are of thee, to whom the reproach of it was a burden. Behold, at that time I will undo all that afflict thee, and I will save her that halteth, and gather her that was driven out, and I will get them praise and fame in every land where they have been put to shame.
Yeah, people are entreating brothers, certain brothers over there in the States, and that's going to become more and more commonplace because they see the celebrities are just
They're falling.
pure wickedness. Now the social media is exposing them more and more. And you know what, as well, what I see, this social media thing, most are going to use that, which he's already used to put a lot of people to death anyway. Because you got people that, what's this guy, man, Tahaka Bay, right? All he does is like cling on to people and cloud seek. One, if you heard of him, he used to be
Who is this guy?
the Sarnetta people. He knows all about debating and cloud seeking.
Right,
So what he did, cut a long story short, what he did, he's just going mad on Tariq Nasheed, right? And they got this beef going on, which Tahaka Bay is not the same way. And he went up to the museum, the National Museum over there in LA, and he's saying he wanted to do a blog, but he's saying he's being accused of being a paedophile. Right? Tariq Nasheed said, yeah, he's been doing it. He's getting on me, but he's got his own skeleton. He said, this is what he is. He's a paedophile, here's the receipts. So Tahaka Bay said he's going to take him to court and charge him for some slander. So he went to the museum. Tariq Nasheed is a big 6'4", 5" guy. Tahaka Bay is about 5 something, 5'11", 5'10", or whatever. And he showed it, they showed it on the CCTV. Tariq Nasheed went up to him and slapped him on the face. Now, he's saying, I'm going to use this now. He got slapped in the face because of social media. All he does is go up to people and clown them.
Yeah.
And people are saying, it's all big talk now, right? Because I've tried to keep my eye on certain things, but 2/3 of it. So, you might hear, don't be surprised if you hear about, people know about this James Prince thing that's building up at the moment with Takeoff and Offset. James Prince is an OG. This is all talk what's going on, and I tried to stay away from certain things, but I wanted to, if I start watching something, I wanted to hear the ending. So now you might hear James Prince, the OG, being shot, right? He's a boxing promoter.
Okay.
And maybe past he was into the music promoting. But you might hear him get shot. Tahaka Bay might get shot. You understand what I'm saying? This is the Most High's movie.
Right.
He's the one that's steering this shit up via left-hand side, via the demons that are in the earth. We know about what's going on with Ukraine and Russia and US. But you've got a lot of shit going on with the folly that's going in Israel too.
Oh,
And the 2/3 are going to get picked off too.
Yeah.
Picked off because they don't understand the seriousness of the time we're living in.
that's a good point.
See,
Because
social media's doing that.
the Most High is controlling all the elements. Like it's like perfect. How do you say the perfect balance? Like how what's going on between, say, for example, the earthquake in Turkey, or other things such as the war in Ukraine and Russia, how it affects even little things in everybody's everyday life. But the thing is, most people don't connect the dots. See, most people in this society, they think, oh well, I turn on the news, oh that's just in Ukraine. I turn off the news and I'm back to living my little life here in London, where that's like miles away. But guess what? It's going to get to the point where the shit that you're seeing on TV is going to be happening right outside your front door. And that's when shit's going to get real. That's when you're going to realize, oh shit, this is the terror of the Lord. That's when they're going to realize it. But you know what? The scriptures say, the wise man looketh well to his going, but the simple passeth one unpunished. So we're being wise. We're looking at full time. Hey, you know what, man? We can see. We're standing on our watch, and we can see the danger afar off. So we're like, you know what? That shit's coming down the pipe. We need to get ourselves ready. How do we get ourselves ready? By immersing ourselves in this word, coming back into the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of our power, which is Yahweh and our Savior, Yahweh Shai, in the hopes that we might see salvation from the coming perils.
Yeah. Because one of the latest things I found out about Russia, the US attacked one of the pipelines of the Russian people. They blew up
Nord Stream.
Yeah, they blew up the pipeline with the Russians, and now they're taking that as an act of aggression, which came out. The whistleblower brought it out.
It was America that did it.
Yeah, America did it.
Yeah.
So this is all part of the this could be the year of the build up, you know.
If I may say as well briefly, when I was out on, I think it was Thursday, I didn't actually pick the paper up, but I saw on the front cover they had the president of Ukraine, Zelensky or whatever, and he was there with Rishi Sunak, and they were talking about, the headline was like, give Ukraine wings to fly. So basically they're saying the UK might arm Ukraine with some fighter planes, but if they do that, then that means that we're going to be opposing the Russians. So I'm saying we're going to be seen in coalition with the Ukraine if we arm them against the Russians. So it's all building up, man. And I'm like, let it happen. But the average person, they're so stupid to not even realize, hang on a minute, we could be going up against Russia by aligning ourselves with these people. And it's funny because, I'll get back to you in a second. It's funny because ever since this war in the Ukraine started, the media has always been painting the Ukrainians, oh, they're the victims, they need our help, they need our support, all this bullshit. And the common average person, not even smart enough to hang on a minute, we're being manipulated into this thing to have a certain opinion on these matters without fully examining the case. So my point is that when this shit gets real and war starts to come to these so-called first world countries which haven't really been touched by war too much. I mean, UK, yeah, did get hit by war in World War II, but for a long time it hasn't really seen bloodshed on the streets or in wartime conditions. Even when that shit that went down in Iraq, it never really came over here. But the times are coming, pertaining to what is the 2nd Ezra 15, where it's going to get real out here, man. And I can't wait for that time to come, because that's when shit's going to be like, you're going to see who's really who, man. All these men that like walk around and act like they're tough and mighty men, they're going to be like having their hands on their loins like a woman in travail, man. It's going to be showing them that day who's real, man. Back to you.
Yeah, so that's the chess, the game of chess that's taking place. Yeah, the whole wide Russia is playing chess with you. They think it's them. They actually, what did Putin say? I don't want to hurt you, but it only takes for me to fire off one of these missiles. It won't take long to get there.
Yeah.
Something words to that effect. So they don't really want to, but it's the Most High stirring up the Medes, man.
Yes.
The Russians. So yeah, we said we're going to carry on with the dog actually. So right, 36 carry on. We read 2 already. We read. Let's start from 2.
Right,
no, start from the top. Read again.
Alright, come. Sirach 36 verse 2 again. And send fear upon all nations that seek not after thee. Lift up thy head against the strange nations, and let them see thy power.
Yeah, send fear, man. Right? The tornadoes, the hurricanes, the war. That is now war, not just talk.
Yeah.
People are getting blown to smithereens. People in their yard combing the cat. It's funny. That one just stayed with me. Next thing you know, they're out on the street, man.
Yeah.
Wake up in hospital with bandages up and shit, man. You know, that ain't no fun. You know what I'm saying? Send thy fear upon all the nations that seek not after thee, calling upon their, Allah, which Allah just means powers. You know, the Muslims, that's the name of their God. It's just sun worship. They worship the sun.
The moon.
To the moon.
Yeah, the moon.
Yeah.
So they got the crescent moon and the star.
So, they worship the powers, which is not the power. Yahweh wa Yahushua. So that's why this is what it is, man. Send thy fear upon all nations that seek not after thee. Yeah?
Yeah, lift up thy hand against the strange nations and let them see thy power.
Yeah. Lifting up his hand now before your very eyes, man. This movie is getting more dramatic.
It is. Each passing day, yeah.
I know a lot of people like drama. Some people like, horror movies and romance and comedy. I know I like my drama, I like when you start getting a bit more action when it starts to build up. Some movies are slow burners, This is a slow burner.
Yeah. Shall we done?
Yeah.
Lift up thy hand against the strange nations and let them see thy power. As thou wast sanctified in us before them, so be thou magnified among them.
So the fool has said in his heart, there is no God. Yeah, that's Psalms 14. Psalm 14. The fool has said in his heart, there is no God. All these other nations that worship Allah, Shifa, Ushni, whatever they call it, Buddha, right? They don't believe that in Yahweh, they're fools.
They are.
Oh, why are you calling them other nations fools? Because that's what the scripture says. That's what it says. That you don't believe in God and you're not fools. This is what we're reading now. Yeah. So there is no God, but I'll read free again. Lift up thy hand against the strange nation and let them see thy power. The movie's getting more dramatic. You're starting to see the power. When the hope, when he started to change, or when the movie, when he got involved with that chemical reaction,
the
gamma ray, and then he started to change. He started to act all kind of strange, and people was wondering when he's going to change, and he's going to start getting justice and start Hulk smash.
Don't make me angry.
Beating up all them fucking people that was fucking with him. People
You were like me when I'm
we was
angry.
waiting for all that. When is it going to change? See? Yeah.
Lift up
Let
thy
them
hand.
see thy power. He's always been there. Scripture, Elder Dawada you was talking about this. He hid it himself.
Yeah. No signs of power to hide it from himself.
Yeah, he hid himself. What can he do? There is no God. Yeah?
Now just add to that as well, because he says, verse 3, lift up thy hand against the strange nations and let them see thy power. Well, who is the right hand of the Most High? Yahweh Shai. So eventually Yahweh Shai is going to come back in great power and great glory, and that's when he's going to lay the smackdown on these heathens, man.
Yeah, and that's the right hand. That's Yahweh Shai, the right hand, the power, the club. It's Isaiah 47. So when he comes, when he returns, he shall not meet him as a man.
Yeah.
That's an extraterrestrial being. And they say a couple of months ago I done a video that they say they shot down one of the potentially they say they shot down a chariot.
No, didn't happen.
All that was even if a smoke screen or the most I throw it into a delusional state. Maybe you need to lie to yourself that you was able to do that. You understand?
Yeah.
Russians. Maybe you need to convince yourself, when the chariot came, we actually shot it down. So
Yeah.
if any more come, we got this under wraps.
Yeah.
And anybody want to take that and believe that and run with it, sorry for you, man.
No, say something on that.
Yeah.
Never forget that Esau is a liar and the father of it. So he will lie, And he might say that to gas people up, like, yeah, we've got alien technology, and yeah, we're on the level of, you know, the most. Like, no, man, we ain't shooting down no chariots. And even if you did shoot down a chariot, you ain't shooting down an angel. So what, you know, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
And if I may, just briefly, I was going to say something on this point, but precept. No, but it's jumped out my head. Keep talking.
Yeah. So they want to be.
So like it did come back, because we're talking about the movie getting more dramatic, right? Well, usually before there's a conflict, there's a lot of talking in the film first. Like, you know, the characters, they'll be talking, and it's usually at the end that it starts to erupt into some kind of physical confrontation, where there's a shootout, or there's a fight, or, you know, there's an explosion or something. This is no different, because us being the prophets of the hopeful elect, we're speaking right now. We're saying, look, you know what? To our people, repent, come back to the knowledge, wisdom, understanding of the Most High. To the other nations, you're going to get destroyed and go into slavery. We're just talking. But eventually the talking is going to stop and the fists are going to start flying. And that's when the Yahushua is going to come back. Like, there's not going to be no more talking then. We're not going to be on the street saying, look, yeah, Yahushua is coming, get right. No, that time will be over. So I'm saying the talking phase is coming to an end. Soon it's going to be the time of action. And we're seeing the time of action come into pass in the prophecies we're seeing to come to pass. For example, I'll get back to in a second. Matthew 24 talks about there being earthquakes in diverse places. What did we just see? What happened in Turkey? Was that not
7.8?
Exactly. And look at how many people died. Was that not a prophetic sign? See, to us we can see it, but to the people of the world who don't know how to nurture the time, or are ignorant to prophecies, they don't know what's going on. They don't know the arse from the elbow, man. They're just believing in what, we read in Sun newspaper, it says, oh yeah, these people died, whatever. They're not seeing, hang on a minute, this is the Most High moving. You know, that's it.
Yeah, because they say this hasn't happened, anything like this hasn't happened in decades.
Yeah.
They refer to one, but this was still, they're still finding bodies, so this is most likely the worst. More than likely, most likely the worst. So it is. You can't say, well, all these things have been happening when you can see that there's an increase, and now you've got social media, so everybody can see.
Yeah, it's not hidden.
Matthew 24, you mentioned Luke 21. As a matter of fact, let me get that down here. Yeah, Luke 21. Yeah, you can't.
Luke chapter 21 from the top.
No, don't. Go to around about Luke chapter 21 from around about 25.
Right, Fuada. Luke 21 starting at verse 25 says, and there shall be signs in the sun and in the moon and in the, you've seen that, blood moons, all kinds of super moons have been seen. So it says, and there shall be signs in the sun and in the moon and in the stars, and upon the earth distress of nations.
Yeah, so distress of nations, man. Moon and the stars, and on the earth distress of nations. It's undeniable now with the chariots, but they're just trying to control the narrative. Every time, which I don't really watch telly. If I'm going to watch anything on the telly, I'm probably watching a documentary and them talking about chariots, classified, disclassified. UFO hunters. There's loads of there's whole heap of this is right in front of your face now. Oh, I got abducted. What's that guy's name? Travis something. He was abducted in the 70s, man. I remember how old I was in the 70s. Things have always been happening, you know. But because of social media now, you understand? And now we're more our third eye is open. Yeah. See, Travis Walters, that's his name. Around 1975, he was abducted, he went up there, and there's two other people, there's a lot of them, man. He went up there and they said they was prodding him and all kinds of shit. And if there is any Jason, there was another guy that I forgot his name, but he looked like a Jake, but he couldn't even be a T. But they abducted him and his wife too. They had them. They've done a movie. But he what they call experimenting on, but I think they don't really experiment on Jake's like. You understand? So where he was relating his story, I believe he might have been a tig.
Okay,
and
yeah,
people
yeah.
that say that who look like Jake and say that they've been abducted,
It might be tears.
when I watch them and hear them speaking, they just sound like straight Edomites. It could be tears. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
that's
he's about his people, even though even the 2/3 don't get fucking, not yet anyway, ain't getting that kind of treatment, man. But yeah, that time potentially gonna come. But where was we in 25? And then we're gonna carry on. Yeah,
Yeah. Right, so it says,
complexity. Yeah.
and with perplexity, let me read that again. Let's start from 25 again. And there shall be signs in the sun and the moon and in the stars and upon the earth distress of nations with perplexity, the sea and the waves roaring.
Yeah, because you've got the literal things, the tsunamis, but then you've got the people too.
Yeah.
The people are described as water or waves,
Yes, that's true.
unsteady. There is no peace to the wicked. That's why there's always drama, things are being stirred up now. You know, the rivers are being stirred up. It's not steady, it's not peaceful.
Unstable waters, yeah.
Last night before I went to sleep, I heard people banging. It was alright, people banging up music, right? Like a party down the road. And I remember back in the day, party days are over, bloody hell. people still doing house parties, raving and all that shit. Anyway, people, whatever. And then, so I fell asleep in it anyway. I slept alright last night. And then I woke up, I heard people saying, get in the car. It's like, is it fucking hell? And I looked at, I woke up, right? And I looked at, I said, what the fuck is this, man? I see like cars getting driven. It's like it's going to be a shooting or something.
Oh,
It's
so
like people can't even have a party nowadays. And, but that's talking about people and the waves and the water. You can't go anywhere and something's going to happen now.
Yeah.
And anywhere you go, them days for me is over anyway, raving and brothers do what they have to do. Brothers do that. We're going to the wine bar thing, and doing their thing, what they have to do. But most places potentially now, pubs and all that, it's not a relaxed environment. I couldn't go to the places I used to go years ago
Because you got niggas in the mist.
niggas in the mix. Gun probably gonna come. People can get shot. People can get stabbed.
Yeah.
And even if it went totally all right, my mind, I wouldn't feel easy now. Now I know what time it is. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't feel comfortable, man.
If I may add to that
Yeah.
just briefly, that's usually the case with niggas, man. When there's a nigga get together, yeah, it's all singing and dancing at the beginning, but at the end, usually there's fists flying and knives being pulled out and all kind of madness. So like as the brother said, you can't have fun. You can't really go somewhere and just relax and chill unless you're amongst brothers, man.
That's right.
Anyway, back to you.
So that's where it was. The sea and the waves roaring. 26.
Yeah, Luke 21:26. Men's hearts failing them for fear and for looking after those things which are coming on the earth, for the powers of heaven shall be shaken.
Yeah, stop there, man. Because the terror of the Lord again. I'm gonna harking on that, man. We're talking about exalting the name of Yahushua. Give him the respect that he is due, because he deserves it. When he was on the earth, what he did. But now we're able to get we're able to do what we're doing now.
Yeah.
Because of him.
For us to receive the Holy Spirit.
Through his stripes, we are now healed, man. So he deserves to be extolled and exalted, and all this me. The Spirit came to me, the Spirit of the me, I, social media, it's all directing everything direct back to yourself.
Oh yeah,
Social media, iPhone, selfie.
Yeah.
Back in you. Come with me. Selfie. Take a selfie.
Yeah.
On my iPhone.
Yes, I own this.
On the social media.
Yeah.
Everything comes back to you. Like
The worship of oneself.
the spirit of this world now. You see what I'm saying?
Oh.
Everybody's,
And so like
Yeah.
if you've got a Facebook or if you've got a Twitter or an Instagram, what do they say? Oh, I've got 1,000 followers. Like, so you're basically wanting people to follow you.
yeah.
It's all vanity, man.
Just by the click of the thumb or whatever.
Yeah.
click of the finger. So we got followers. Yahushua right, so we're extolling the name of Yahweh Yahushua above all other names. Yeah, that's what we're doing right now. Yeah, because we're looking forward to the time when we get out of this bitch.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Shall I read on 27?
27.
And then they shall see the Son of Man coming in a cloud.
Ooh. See, we're going to see the Son of Man coming in. That's the name, man. That's Yahushua. That's us. That's our fix.
Yeah.
People need their fix. Go to the club and get drunk. Yeah. People do kind of fentanyl and shit.
A lot of people are dying because of that. Yeah.
Right, get falling over, having an overdose, and they want to go out. If you want to go out with a bang, then you can go out with a bang. More room on the church.
Yeah.
Robbie used to say, more room on the church. Right.
Yeah.
Because they want to go out with a bang on a high. Yeah. But this is the fix that we want. We want this fix. We're waiting patiently for it.
Can't.
Yeah. Is that
read on?
Yeah, read it. Read on.
And then they shall see the Son of Man coming in a cloud with power and great glory. And when these things begin to come to pass, then look up and lift up your heads, for your redemption draweth nigh.
Yeah, man. People, what are people looking forward to now? We just had fucking
Oh, is it the NFL Super Bowl they're looking forward to?
Yeah.
I think that's tomorrow.
All right.
Apparently Rihanna's going to be performing or some shit like that. I saw it in the news.
So more sacrifices, more rituals,
Yeah.
more fucking spirits out, demons, stirring up the demons for their own death anyway.
Yeah.
Fool. It's pure foolishness, man. Pure folly. Sacrificing and rituals and people blood, people killing their own family. That James Prince thing earlier on, I mentioned that. Right? You're gonna hear about somebody got the Takeo, the Quaco, the takeoff, and what's his name? Quaco, Quaco, I'm getting mixed up. Takeoff was just taken off, yeah? He was just
He was killed.
right?
Yeah.
So you got his brother, because they was all family. You got Outfit, I don't know his names, yeah. Outtake, right?
He's going to
Now him and James Prince, the OG, are going back and forward because they're saying James Prince called him a snake because they're saying that he was a part of getting someone sacrificed.
Okay.
And there's another one, Quavo. So
Okay.
there's four of them all together. The three of them, family, and then you got James Prince. And these things are coming out. So you're going to hear maybe someone else is going to get taken off.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's nothing to look forward to with these people. What is it, Super Bowl tomorrow?
Super Bowl, yeah.
So that's more demons, more sacrificing, more fucking symbolisms going on, right? That's what they got to look forward to. And more Amalek fucking going like that and laughing at you niggas saying,
Yeah.
you got a spell.
Yeah? That's exactly it.
Yeah, man. 28.
Yeah, gotcha. 28 says, and when these things begin to come to pass, then look up and lift up your heads, for your redemption draweth nigh.
Yeah.
Camel.
Break it down.
Yeah, so we're seeing these things begin to come to pass, and now we're constantly lifting up our heads, man. Like, for example, every time I come out my house now, and I've been doing this for years, ever since I've been in the truth, but it's like, the first thing I do is I come out my house, always looking up, man, to see if there's any chariots around, and it's becoming more and more commonplace to see them. You know, once upon a time, you might see a chariot, you know, once or twice. But we're seeing them more and more now because we're drawing closer to the times when the Most High is gradually beginning to reveal himself. You see, first is revealing himself by raising up his prophets, which is us. In the last days, we're coming out and prophesying his word, which in itself is a miracle because we didn't go to no theology seminaries or, you know, Bible schools being able to break down this word. It's just the Holy Spirit came upon us and we removed with fear, as the brother said, fear of the Lord beginning in wisdom. And we come out here and we're professing our faith by proclaiming this word. And not only us, see, for example, if it was just us two brothers, we could be like, oh, well, you know, this is cool, you know, just doing our thing. But this is happening all around the world, man. We've got brothers in every part of the world, so all the nations where Israel has been scattered, rising up and prophesying. Now, this is what's putting great fear in the elites that see us. That's why they have to censor our videos, fuck with our streams, you know, hide the amount of views you're getting and shit like that, because they know this word's got power, man.
Yeah. So if we're nobodies, right, as you said, if we're nobodies, then two people, right, you know,
Just two niggas in garments.
rumbling on and, you know, don't really know shit. Why the fuck our
lives.
views. Our lives, our views. If I get a couple of views, they're still not happy. It's like too many. You know what I'm saying? And I see brothers over in America. I think they're kind of used to brothers having 1,000 views. Isn't it? Yeah. What happens to you? It happens to you too. They take off your views.
Well, it's weird because I've only just started going live recently, but there's been times where it says 0, like 0 people watching.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden someone's commenting. So it's like they're not showing who's watching and who's not. But another thing I'll mention, I'm getting strikes on videos that I've done in 2020. Claiming medical misinformation and shit. And I'm like, well,
why are you so scared of him? That's the
Exactly.
point. That's the point. Why? If he ain't nobody, right, and me, both of us, we're just people just spitting off the top of our head. Why are you so intimidated by the information we're giving out?
exactly.
Why are you so worried? Remember that vision I had when I was looking at my window and I saw the elite standing there, just looking. Right?
Oh, I remember, yeah.
Just standing there looking, right? Like these are elite, you know, looking at my window. So I opened the window, right, and he went to grab me, and I shut the window on his hand, his hand dropped off. That made me realise these high, supposed to be people that are supposed to have control in the world are paying attention to the little people, so-called people that don't know shit. Why are you so intimidated about the information? Maybe there's some truth in it, eh?
Exactly.
Maybe there's some truth in it. Because you've got people out there doing this, shutting up, people doing views, comedy, what they call them, clips, emojis, doing videos, just sitting there eating, scoffing their faces.
Oh, yeah.
And they're getting thousands of views.
Exactly, yeah.
What the fuck? And we do a video talking about, let me give you an example, talking about the missiles that are going to hit, right? Or just talking about, or it might be just talking about bringing out Matthew 24, what we just read.
Yeah.
Or Luke 21. We might be just going to break it that down.
Or Revelation 13:16, they've got a big problem with that.
They don't even want you to get no views on that.
Yeah.
If you get a thumbs up, 2 thumbs up, they take one of the...
Yeah.
It's fucking laughable.
It is laughable.
You're making us feel more powerful. I mean, you're making us feel like maybe maybe we're onto something. Maybe we're onto something.
Exactly. That's the only logical conclusion someone could come to when looking at the evidence.
When people look at if they come on my channel and they see, oh look, 10 views, look there, right? They go away and they come back. What? Who's putting that? Put something to 5 views off of his channel?
Yeah.
What is he saying? Why they have to do that to the guy?
Yeah.
You understand? If you thought like me, a little bit curious, and ask questions, use common sense, ask fucking questions.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a letter for you. We want to back to you had a letter. The time was the dragon juice, right?
Yeah. Your appointments been made.
Yeah. Made appointments for me, right? To give us this dragon juice, right? So you. Oh, by the way, now they've got this artificial intelligence, right? Where you could be treated like artificial intelligence.
Right. So rather than seeing a GP, they're referring to you to some program to diagnose your condition.
Yeah.
Fucking bullshit.
I find it. Well, I might find it. Yeah, but basically now you can be diagnosed by artificial. Listen, man, I might speak to somebody, please.
Exactly.
Anyway, now it's moved on past that. But anybody with common sense knows that I ain't having no fucking computer diagnosing mine. I got a liver problem. The computer diagnosed me. I got stones in my liver.
Yeah.
What the fuck does it know? Does it look? What the fuck does it do? Fuck off, man. That's madness. It's artificial intelligence.
It's like it, but to make the point, Esau doesn't want people to be healed, man. That's why it's making it so hard for people to get GP appointments now. Like when I was trying to get an appointment at my surgery recently, I'm walking in there, talking to the receptionist saying, look, can I make an appointment? And they're telling me, oh, you've got to go away and you've got to try and book it online and shit. So I had to go away and try and do it online. They were asking like nearly 100 questions just for me to get an appointment. And it was saying like, are you having any pains in your chest? Do you think you're suffering from a stroke? I'm thinking to myself, look man, if I'm suffering from a heart attack or a stroke, I'm not going to be able to sit here on this app answering these questions because I'm going to be dying. And there's elderly people who aren't like from our generation who've been able to embrace technology. They don't know how to use online apps and smartphones and computers, man. So what's happening to all them people, man? They're being cut out of the system, and that's why what the scriptures say.
They're fucking dying at home.
Exactly, they're dying at home, alone, in the cold, because of this cost of living thing.
Yeah.
It's like, what did the scripture say?
Yeah, yeah.
He will not show favor to the old, nor show favor to the young. That's Esau, man. He doesn't give a fuck about old people or young people. He's got these children in these schools trying to fucking brainwash them to think that, hey, you know what, man? I don't know what gender I am, and it's okay for this teacher to come in a class who's really a man, but he's dressed as a woman, but he identifies as a woman. So he's, look, they're bugging the children up, man. So fuck this guy, fuck this place. This place is to go, man.
Yeah. We're looking forward to, you know, the solution is coming from the whole mind, so it's going to come back even with these wins. Our brothers are, me and this guy, those men, where we're going to help after Yahushua gets off, we're going to also get off too.
And take great pleasure in
Talking about Isaiah 33:18, meditating that terror, man. Because that's the real therapy.
Yeah.
To anything. Now we're picking up, gathering the information. Me, sometimes I have to keep my information intake to a certain level. That's me. I'm just talking for me. My information on things that happen. You understand? Because otherwise, I'll get
too overcharged with anger. Yeah.
So, you got the precept, yeah?
Yeah. Do you want to pick it up?
Yeah. This hospital is using artificial intelligence to treat patients. Are you having a laugh then?
Actually, that's funny as well, because if you remember, when the clot shot was being pushed, a lot of people left the NHS. So for them to now be saying, yeah, we're going to use AI, that's probably them trying to compensate for the fact that a lot of people have left that industry.
So when they misdiagnosed the guy, oh, I'm sorry, the computer what they call it, a glitch. It's fucking, these devils are dangerous. These devils are fucking slick. They think they're slick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want me to read Isaiah?
Yeah.
Well, Isaiah 33 verse 18 says, thine heart shall meditate terror. Where is the scribe? Where is the receiver? Where is he that counted the towers?
So the solution right now, brothers have got their whatever they've got, they're struggling with. Some of it might be psychological. For what I found very helpful, one of the apostles said this: when we start to get our rocks off, yeah, for you know the words I can't really say into detail. When we start to get off, that's the therapy.
Yeah.
That's the therapy to all these things that we're seeing. Certain things that we saw when we were growing up, helpless to put an end to it. We saw it, innit?
Yeah.
With our eyes. That's why people suffer from trauma.
That's right.
They know that. You understand what I'm saying? So when they see the little fucking eating my baby fucking barley and shit. Oh, stop the fucking world!
Yeah.
Stop the fucking. When it was alligator bait to us.
Oh,
Remember that shit?
do you remember Madeleine McCann when she went missing? That little
Yeah,
girl, that
yeah,
Edomite.
yeah.
And the whole world stops
Was it
like
Portugal?
yeah,
Somewhere.
Yeah. But she was basically sacrificed anyway. She was a sacrifice, but they kept blowing it up on the media and kept showing the same picture of that same little girl's head, and everybody's supposed to feel sorry for her and the fucking parents and their family. But when our children, as you said, were being fed to alligators, Esau didn't give a shit. They made mockery of that, man.
Yeah. I'm arguing about it. Babylon looking motherfuckers get fed to alligators. I'm saying? So it's alright because we're gonna, they're getting, when we serve our dishes, we're gonna serve it out cold.
Yeah.
Talk about being, it's cold. We're more creative than you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what was the last one?
I just read Isaiah. Before that,
Alright, let's finish up. Basically finish off this and then hand it.
I can't. So where do you want me to go from there?
Sirach 36 and 6 now, verses 6. We're going to finish.
Okay. So what, 36 and 6. Sirach 36 starting at verse 6. It says, show new signs and make other strange wonders. Glorify thy hand and thy right arm, that they may set forth thy wondrous works.
Yahushua, going to glorify Yahushua, the right hand man, the right hand man. Psalms 110, right now, the right hand of Yahweh, waiting for his enemy to be placed at his footstool. He's gonna get his
Make
rocks
thine
off.
enemies thy footstool.
Yeah, his glory, and when he gets his glory, you know, he doesn't forget, and he hasn't never forgot us. He elected from the beginning of time, from creation. Yeah. So thy hand and right arm that they may set forth thy wondrous works. Yeah. That's the elect. So I've been visualizing how I'm doing it, setting things right. When I see like when you measure up things to how things are supposed to be, that's when Ecclesiastes 7 and 7. Mere pressure make a wise man get crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when we also balance that out, when we think about we're gonna be setting things right, we're gonna be when Superman got his power, when one of the old Superman, one of Superman 2, when he was going around, he was grabbing people out of waterfalls. He was saving the train from being falling down because he fixed the railway. With Superman, you know, he's some bullshit, but just use him as an example. He protected the train he fixed the railway line. Then he went over to the Leaning Tower of Therese.
Yeah, he fixed it. Yeah, he pushed it straight.
It's kind of mockery, but you know what I'm saying. That's what we're gonna be doing that.
Yeah,
going around fixing shit, putting fucking people in their right. If they don't get right, we're gonna put them to death. And if we look into their hearts, right, we might see that auragram. What do they call that thing? The aura. Yeah, the aura. We look at the aura and they're not right. We just fucking get rid of them. Keep moving, keep them to death, man. And if they've got any kind of anything in there that they're illegal, right? Whether they be Irish, Scottish, or another, like foreigner. You understand? We might just preserve their lives, isn't it? You know what I'm saying? I'm just talking in the spirit, but we're going to be setting things right. You know, visualizing, bringing that balance, fixing everything. Right now, we see everything's upside down. Isaiah 16:29, everything's upside down, and we got to suck it all up. We're sucking it up. Yeah. We ain't getting no respect. You spoke about a couple of weeks ago. Our women don't respect us. You know, I don't like to give time to them, energy to things that they're going to be fixed, man. Yeah, you know, they need to be fixed. They need to be fixed.
And that's what's going to bring up a sense of, sorry to let me talk over you, but that will give us a sense of peace because it's like a maths equation that's unbalanced. Like 2 + 2 = 5. In your head, you're thinking, no, that ain't right. That don't add up. You need to get it to add to 4 for the size to be balanced for you to feel some kind of peace. Likewise, there's a term, there's a word called catharsis. I think that's the word catharsis, which means achieving closure or some type of spiritual resolution from an event. So, for example, like a lot of the traumas that we've suffered in this life, we haven't got closure for them. And to think about it, it goes back even to past lifetimes. You know, there's shit that we experienced in past lives that have been blots from our memory, but eventually we're going to remember everything. And all those situations are going to need to be corrected. And Lord willing, we be those men, we'll get the power to be able to put those things right.
That's why when you walk down the road, you see people, a lot of Jake, so-called black, some of them are singing to themselves, some of them are fooling all over the place. They're bugged out because of it's a term that is well understood, post-traumatic slave syndrome. What they call it, the army call it post-traumatic syndrome. Yeah, sometimes we talk about this. Post-traumatic stress syndrome. When people came out of Vietnam, a lot of them was hearing.
Yeah.
When I spoke to a guy when I was on that Jehovah's Witness team on the ministry. I used to speak to a former army man, Second World War, and he used to say to me, sometimes he's lying down in his bed downstairs and he's hearing bombs going off. Yeah. Or if he hears children, it's like he's thinking any minute now the children are going to, a bomb's going to come and hit the children. You know, in his mind he's still having nightmares coming back at him. Post-traumatic stress syndrome. So why are you so surprised when you see Jake all bugged out and exactly. Down acting a fool? Yeah. I don't really give them too much of my energy. They're going to be fixed. They need to be fixed. They're going to be fixed. 2/3 shall be cut off. Yeah, and die. You know,
no, well, it's still on your point. I don't want to distract you. I want you to finish your point. But PTSD is kind of like for example, let's say you was in war in 1972, but you're living now in 2023. See, physically, physically, you're in 2023, but your mind is still in your mind is still in 1972 when you was in that war. So even though you're physically, by the space of time, far removed from it, your mind psychologically hasn't left those traumatic events. And that can happen in anything, not just in Shalom. That doesn't just happen in war, it can happen in any situation. For example, you might get mistreated in your job, you might have been abused by your parents or another sibling. That's another thing, like, you know, children who were abused when they were young, they might be in their 40s, 50s, and they still have flashbacks of like, oh shit, that person abused me. It's very hard to deal with those kind of traumatic events. That's why there's laws in the Bible to deal with certain elements. For example, let's use the example.
If a woman in the law, maybe you might find it, but it might kindle your memory a bit.
Yeah.
In the law, if a woman punches a man in his nuts or kicks a man in his nuts, that hand should be cut off. Should be cut off by law.
Exactly. That's a good point. Because if that law was like, we're not saying we're going to do it right now.
Yeah.
Can't do it now. But if that law was instituted, women would think once, twice, and then thrice about even putting their hand to another man and his private parts. So I'm saying it seems like a little thing, but it adds to a lot, because by that law not being instituted, what do you have now? Women who are shameless and they don't even think twice about committing adultery. They've got no fear. And when, you know what I mean, as you go back to the fear of the Lord, therefore knowing the terror of the Lord, you persuade men. Once the fear of the Lord is on this earth, people are going to forget about all this folly they're doing quick time, man, because we're going to make sure they do. It's not going to be a case where, oh, let's just give him a pass because he's a nice guy. No, man, we're going to judge you according to the law. Anyway, go on.
And you need to understand that. That's why they were talking about the World Trade Center, and we got to get Saddam Hussein, and they went and they got him. Remember?
Yeah.
And they said we got him, and they had a celebration of it. They understand now justice and eye for an eye, and balance, and how therapy, how justice is a healer. They understand it very well, the psychology side of it. So do we now. So when, as you say, we saw things we was helpless to. That's culture.
Yeah.
That's psychology. When they throw things in front of you,
You can't do anything about it.
and do it in front of your face. Like even some of these rituals, you got to be careful as well. But there is no enchantment against Jacob. But you see what I'm saying? It's like psychological trauma hiding in plain sight. You can't do nothing about it. You got to know your limits. I know my limit. That's why I got my way of dealing with it. That's what I'm saying.
I hear that.
So that you know how to deal with it. But the solution is when the Most High, that's why I even said this to the Spirit the other day. Spiritual power is therapy. It's justice for man like us to get spiritual power. It's justice. When he come back with healing in his wings, Micah chapter 4, he's going to heal us by giving us spiritual power. Then he's going to say, don't do what you want. He's not going to, you understand? I'm just giving you through the Spirit. Sort yourself out and do what you need to do.
That's a good point, because see, Esau can't bring about that healing because he's not a just man. Like, we can't go to Esau and say, like, yeah, we want justice for what you did to us. He's never going to give us justice, man. He's the wicked. So therefore, we're living in a state where, as the scriptures say, surely oppression maketh a wise man mad. So there's a lot of people out there that are very, very angry. They've got no outlet for the anger. See, our outlet for the anger is this truth. We come out here and we prophesy passionately because we're angry about the condition that we're in and the oppression that we're receiving from the hand of our enemies, which is these other nations that hate us. So this is our outlet, right? But your average Joe in the world, he doesn't have an outlet. So what does Esau do? He provides them with bread and circuses, just like in the ancient Roman Empire.
Alcohol. Yeah.
There you go. Give them give them drugs, give them folly, give them the World Cup, give them the Super Bowl, give them all these distractions. So it's like tomorrow, as we said, I think it's tomorrow, the American Super Bowl's going to happen. That's just another ritual to keep people asleep for just a little bit longer, while Esau keeps making his preparations to either put you in slavery under the mark or to kill your ass. So he only gives people just like these little crumbs just to keep them pacified enough to the fact where they're not uprising, they're not tearing shit down, but they're somewhat pacified. But that's just not going to work for much longer, because we're coming to the times where society is going to completely collapse. And once that collapse happens, as it says in 2 Esdras 15, they're going to be as madmen sparing none. No, that's Revelation 12 and 12. But that's going to happen too. But my point is that your average everyday Joe, all this fucking pent up frustration and anger that he's got. But the thing is, what you got to remember is they don't even know why they're angry because they don't understand the truth. Like they just know that, hey, you know, something's not right with the world. I don't know what it is. There's something not right. So when society collapses now, they're not going to have any integrity in them, any sort of code of conduct like we've got. Like, oh, the law says you shouldn't do that, so they're not going to do that. No, they're just going to be wild and out there, just acting like animals, man.
Tell you what, right, where are we now? 7. I'm gonna read down and then I'm gonna hand it over to you. Yeah.
Whenever you're ready,
Right. I'm just gonna read down and just read down.
do you want me to read it or you got it?
7. Read from 7 and then
Surah
carry on
36
from
and
there.
7, yeah?
Yeah.
Surah, ready?
Yeah. Go on.
Surah 36 and verse 7, raise up indignation and pour out wrath, take away thy adversary and destroy the enemy.
See, that's basically what we're talking about. And it's happening now as we speak. If you're in tune with it, you understand what I'm saying? The Most High is feeding you, right? It says the Most High is he avengeth, he is angry with the wicked every day. We're getting fed. If that's what you want to be fed with, you can find that. You can satisfy that appetite.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to be able to get hands on anyway yourself too. That we have to wait upon the Most High till he rideth to the prey.
But that's one of the things we look forward to.
He ain't forgot us. Now carry on.
Make the time short, remember the covenant, and let them declare thy wonderful works.
Yeah, that was 8. Now 9.
Let him that escapeth be consumed by the rage of the fire, and let them perish that oppress the people.
Right. And you said about sacred time. The time is short. So the days are short, man.
They are.
You know, you go home, you need to be prepare yourself for next week camp and shit, and you're back out here cursing that. The Most High is making the time get short. We're gonna be in our time of doing this shit because it's speeding up the time for their fucking shit, which is why it's blessed for their kingdom to get out of the way, moving their kingdom out of the way,
Yeah.
and setting up the red carpet. You know, just using.
Yeah.
You know, basically getting ready. Get ready, man. Are you really ready to rule? That's all. So the time is running short. Read down again.
Let him that escapeth be consumed by the rage of the fire.
Yep.
Let them perish that oppress the people.
Yeah. And, you know, I'm into that shit, man. Let them perish that oppress the people. I can think back and I'm pretty sure the Most High is going to open up the third eye a bit more than what it is now. All those people, the black book, you know, you can have a black book if you want a black book. I'm talking about the mental black book in your mind.
Yeah. Oh, the flight recorder.
You know, the
The black box.
him, that person, you go to him after doing that. Remember Superman, he's going around
Fixing everything, yeah.
then after, and that's, you're getting healed.
Yeah.
It's not even an overstatement either.
Yeah.
You're going to go around and fix shit. Fix people.
Yeah.
Heal them if you want, you know, your family, whoever, heal them in the mind, touch them, sit down. I remember, let me say this and I'm going to pass it
Go
over
ahead,
to
go
you.
ahead.
You know, I want you to say, I want you to come in as well. I had a vision, right, on the spiritual body, and now this was like a couple of weeks ago, of being in the spiritual body. Most I let me try on it, and the title of it was a glimpse of spiritual power, spiritual body, something to that effect. But I was in, it was me, and I was on top of a roof, like a high roof skyscraper place, and the most I made, and there was a big, massive mirror, it's like you know, some of these skyscrapers,
Yeah, like
I was on the top of
yeah.
it, and I'm looking at myself with in the spiritual body, like tall guy, and I know it's me, and I'm just like, look at this. That's you.
Cut everywhere,
Right?
yeah.
And it's like, I'm cut and shit, and let me see how it's gonna do when I go over there. And I was like, it's like you're floating. It's like, you ever seen some of them space movies where a man's floating and going into space and doing that?
Yeah.
I was doing that in slow motion. I said, if I do that, I can do that. If I wanted to speed up, speed up. When I want to do that, I'm thinking, no, all the people I'm gonna get now. But I wasn't in no hurry to do nothing to nobody. I was just looking and admiring. I was saying, nah, it started. It this is it. And I was, and I titled it. I looked in the word. I looked up the word. Euphoria.
Yeah, that's a good
People when people want to take drugs, they want to get in a euphoric state.
Yeah.
It was like in the new bodies, and even on this side, when this kingdom ain't in the new kingdom, if you get a new body in this side, you won't be in a state of euphoria. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The kingdom, that's when it starts. You're
Yeah.
in your kingdom now, in the body, and then that's when you fix everything that needs to be fixed. So Abba Ratazar, I'll pass it on to you now. Abba Ratazar, all of us get that.
Lord willing.
You know? All
That's,
of us.
that's a blessing that the Most High even gave you a glimpse as to what that might be like. Because all we know in these bodies is death and sickness and pain. Man. When you get Revelation 22 in there. No, Revelation 21 actually. Revelation 21 and 1. And I saw, I'll read this and then any other pieces I'll put in for you, yeah? And I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth were passed away, and there was no more sea. When I, John, saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down from the Most High God out of heaven, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. So let me break this down first. So because a lot of Christians would imagine that new city as literally a city floating in oh nice 444, yeah, nice. A lot of Christians would imagine New Jerusalem being a literal physical city that's floating in the sky, and you can see that in certain animes. There's a particular anime that I used to watch when I was very young. It's called Lapis, a Castle in the Sky, which is about a floating city. Really cool anime, but you know, again, it's from a broken or misguided understanding of what the scripture's actually describing. Another one is a favourite of mine. I like to read Alita Battle Angel, where it talks about Zolom, city in the sky, where all the people of Iron City are trying to reach up to it. And that's basically taken from the scriptures because
This read Revelation 21.
I mean Revelation 21, yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Right. That's basically taken from the scriptures because in that anime, this floating city is called Zolom, which is really a take or a translation of Jerusalem. And in that particular anime, maybe I'll do a breakdown on it. You've got the earth here, then you've got the floating city, which is called Zolom, and above that, another floating city, which is called Jeru. So when you add Jeru and Zolom together, what do you get? New Jerusalem being a city in the sky, where all the people that are in hell, which is Iron City, which is on the earth, they're trying to escape and get to New Jerusalem. But anyway, the point of that breakdown is that the New Jerusalem that John saw coming down from heaven is talking about the elect when we come down from the chariots. Because what's going to happen pertaining to what this brother has been describing is when it all goes down, when the nukes start flying, and when Yahushua cracks the clouds of heaven, basically this earth is going to be getting destroyed. And it says that the elect are going to be taken through the fire. You know, we're going to go up into those chariots. Let me read this, Revelation 14. Yeah, Revelation 14 from verse 1. Actually, do you want to read that for me? That's
Yeah,
okay.
all right.
What, read from 1.
41, yeah.
Can't, 1.
It says, and look, and lo, a lamb stood on the Mount Zion, and with him 144,000, having his father's name written in their foreheads.
Yeah, so the 144,000, you can get the breakdown of that from Revelation, the 7th chapter, I believe, which talks about there being 12,000 men from each of the tribes of Israel, to the 12 tribes. Now, if you add 12,000 times 12, you get 144. So the 144,000 men, now I'm going to make that point, 144,000 men, right, are going to be gathered on Mount Zion, which is Zion meaning monument, Zion means monument. We're going to be gathered together along with the 1/3, which will include women and little children and stuff. But mainly the Most High is dealing with the men at the moment, right? Carry on. Or have you got something?
No.
Carry on.
And I heard a voice from heaven as the voice of many waters and as the voice of the great thunder. And I heard a voice of harpers harping with their harps.
Keep going.
And they sung, as it were, a new song before the throne and before the 4 beasts. And the elders, and no man could learn that song but the 144,000 which are redeemed from the earth.
Right, so let's break this down. So what is that new song? That new song we're singing is these words of these scriptures, these prophecies and these breakdowns. And it says that no man can learn this song save the 144,000 that were redeemed from the earth. That's why you can't marvel sometimes, even though we can break it down as simply and as most, we can break this truth down to its smallest components, but yet people still can't get it. We shouldn't marvel at that, because at the end of the day, the scriptures told us what the deal is. Only the elect are going to be able to perceive and understand this truth and receive it, because that's the way it's set up in the spirit to be. This isn't like, again, this shows where the Christians are going off and believing this whole universal thing that, oh, well, if you just accept Jesus in your heart, you can be saved. No, man, that's not what the scriptures say. That's not how the Most High is dealing. The Most High is only dealing with his elect right now at this point in time. If you could, Baba Kashar, just jump to Deuteronomy 28 verse 68 for a moment, please. And then we're going to come back to Revelation 14 again.
Yeah?
Okay,
And if thou wilt not observe to do all the words of this law,
28:68.
Deuteronomy chapter 28,
68, yeah, last verse.
and the Lord shall bring thee unto Egypt again with ships by the way thereof I spoke unto thee. Thou shalt see it no more again, and there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you.
Right, so that's basically one of the curses, one of the major curses that will befall the nation of Israel in the last times. So we would be taken into Egypt again by the way of ships. Now, I've said this before, I'll say it again, so it's got to be brought out. If you look at the geographical position of Israel to Egypt, you don't need a ship to travel into Egypt from Israel, which is why during the time of Herod, when Herod put out the hit on Yahushai's life, where did Joseph take his family to? They fled into the interiors of Egypt, and they went there on foot, I imagine. You know, so the Egypt that's being spoken of in Deuteronomy 28 is not talking about the physical Egypt according to geography. It's talking about spiritual Egypt, which is back to Revelation 11. That's talking about the Americas, because as we brought it out briefly before, but the word America goes back to Amerigo Vespucci, and that name Amerigo means bitter, right? So that's a place of bitter bondage. Egypt means house of bondage. So if you put the word Egypt and America together, you get bitter bondage, which is why in the Passover, what are we commanded to eat? We're commanded to eat the sacrificial lamb, but also the bitter herbs. Yep. So what's the significance of those bitter herbs in the Passover? Is to represent the bitterness of the bondage, the bitterness of captivity that we suffered. So it's only fitting, really, when you look at it spiritually, that America actually means bitter. Because what did you have? During all the other kingdoms, you had different captivities that we were under. When the kingdom was separated, and you had the northern and the southern kingdom, in the time of the Babylonians, the southern kingdom, if I'm not mistaken, was carried away into Babylon, but it was in the time of the Medo-Persians that the northern kingdom was carried into captivity, if I'm not mistaken. And then after that captivity, they left to the Americas, right? So the northern kingdom was already in the Americas at the time of Yahushai's 2,000 years ago. Yahushai was dealing with Judah, Benjamin, and Levi at the time, because those were the tribes that were left in the land of Israel. But later on, it came to pass. Or was it in 1492? Was it when Columbus went to the Americas, and then the transatlantic slave trade started? That Jake from the southern kingdom, Judah, Benjamin, Levi, they were carried into the Americas, and it's in the Americas that Judah and Ephraim were pressed together. So all the tribes were pressed together in that landmass. That's why there's going to be such a great judgment upon America, because that land is defiled, man. It's defiled with the blood of the saints, and its iniquity has been allowed to mount up over time. Now it's reached unto the heavens, and the Most High is going to bring a great judgment against America. That's what's spoken of in like Revelation 17, Revelation 18. But going back to the point of Deuteronomy 28, at the end of that verse it says, "They shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen." Now you can look at verifiable history that actually happened to us, and it says, "No man shall buy you." Now the point of that is that no man shall buy you. So it's not like when it says buy, it means to redeem us. No man's going to be able to redeem us from our captivity. Now you've had many so-called black leaders who have come up over the years saying, yeah, we need to do this and we need to do that, and you know, our people need this and that. But you know what? They've all been full of shit, right? Because they ain't set up to deliver us. The only one who's set up to deliver us from that captivity is Yahweh Shai. Now, when he came 2,000 years ago, he walked the earth as a man. Yeah? So he felt the things that we feel, he suffered the things that we feel in the flesh. And he was put to death in the flesh. But guess what? Now he's been put to death. Now he's ascended unto the heavens, and he's at the right hand of the Heavenly Father. Now he's the second most powerful entity in all the universe. So when he comes back now, his name is He Saves or He Delivers. He is coming back to fulfill his nomen omen. He's going to deliver the elect to the nation of Israel. He's going to redeem us. And he's not going to be coming as a man. So that fulfills Deuteronomy 28. No man shall buy you. Yahweh Shai is, look, I will take vengeance and I will not meet thee as a man. So it's true, no man will buy us. Yahweh Shai is not a man anymore. He's second most powerful being in the universe. And he will redeem us. Bring it up. Sure.
This one backs up, you quoted it, but I'm going to read it. Backs up Revelation 14. This is Revelation 7 and 5. Now, I saw before, and I heard a number of them which were sealed, and there were sealed 144,000 of all the tribe of the children of Israel.
That's right.
People say there's no such thing as that. And I can't read. Of the tribe of Judah sealed, were sealed 12,000 of the tribe of Reuben.
Yeah.
Right?
This is good. So like this, because I actually wanted to get into this. So it's the spirit will bring it out. Right. Keep going.
Yeah. That's so Reuben's there. Right?
Yeah. Which is
Seminole Indian.
Seminole Indians.
But Reuben is the Bible name. Reuben were sealed 12,000 of the tribe of Gad. Right? People, everybody, most people know, but you know, it's going to be
North American Indians.
North American, that's the name that they're commonly known as.
Yeah, you read
right?
I'll call them out, yeah?
All right. The tribe of Gad were still 12,000. And of the tribe of Asher,
which is Colombians to Uruguayans.
yeah, were still 12,000 of the tribe of Nephilim.
Yeah, which is Argentinians to the Chileans.
Were still 12,000 of the tribe of Manasseh. Were still 12,000.
Which is the Cubans.
Right, Manasseh, yeah. Of the tribe of Simeon were sealed. And you know what? As simple as it is, Simeon and Levi, which my old man, I think, I mean, we're not going to speculate too much, but I think Levi is the Haitians.
Yeah.
Sometimes get them, I don't know why.
Yeah.
And Simeon is the so-called Dominican, yeah?
Yeah.
Now, I'm either one of the, my old man, I should say, I may well be of that tribe.
Okay.
But people associate me with Benjamin because on my mother's side, Jamaica.
Yeah.
Which my old man, my dad, right, speaking in, my dad speaks broken French.
Okay.
So he doesn't speak Jamaican.
Yeah.
Or, you know, so-called patois, broken English. He speaks broken French.
Okay,
So that would make me not a Jamaican.
Yeah.
But people associate me with being a Benjamin, which I may be still, but I may not be a Benjamin.
Oh.
Some brothers have gone into a little bit of their, you know, it's not like with, you know, some brothers, you can go into a little bit of what you may be. You understand? Without going into too much detail. But at the end of the day, we're just happy that
That
we're
you are an Israelite.
from the tribes, from one of the tribes. Yeah, but if we went in a bit too, if we went in very, very deep, you might be very surprised. I just say that. Yeah?
It's a good point. If I may just add to this is something that I learned recently as well, just to add to that very point you made. You could be of a particular tribe, but you associate, or you might be dwelling amongst another tribe, even though you might be from another tribe. Case in point, Jeremiah 1, the words of Jeremiah the son of Hilkiah, of the priests that were in Anathoth in the land of Benjamin. See, when I first read that, I got it wrong.
Yeah.
I thought that because Jeremiah was in the land of Benjamin, that he would naturally be a Benjamite. If you read that scripture carefully, it says that he was the son of one of the priests. So that means he had to have been a Levite, because the Levites back at that time were the ones who officiated the priesthood. Now, the point being is that you might very well, I'm not going to speculate too much, but just hypothetically, it could be Levi, because Levi was amongst all the tribes. So you could have Levi dwelling amongst Gad, Levi dwelling amongst Ephraim, Levi dwelling amongst Judah, because you needed the Levites to do the priesthood. So even though you might be of that line, you might just be associated with another people, even though you're still of one of the other tribes. But either way, that doesn't...
Some brothers, like, the brother, he said he associates with Reuben, and he may be a Reubenite, but he's been brought up around Judah. Exactly. No, but as you say, back to you, go on.
The point is that it doesn't really matter what tribe you're from. All that matters is that you're an Israelite and you can receive this word. See, to be an Israelite isn't enough. You have to be of the hopeful elect, you see? So that's all that really matters, because sometimes brothers can get too into that, and, you know, they can start trying to...
Someone we know.
Exactly. They can start trying to kind of force it, like, you know, doing certain things that don't really fit, but they're trying to force it. So that's enough said about that. Let's get back to this.
Yeah, so we got to Simeon, tribe of Simeon, Revelation 7 and 7. The tribe of Simeon sealed 12,000 of the tribe of Levi were sealed 12,000 of the
Haitians.
Yep. Yeah, you said that, yeah?
Yep.
Levi. The tribe of Issachar were sealed 12,000.
Which is the Mexicans.
Of the tribe of Zebulun were sealed 12,000.
Which is Guatemalans to Panamanians.
Of the tribe of Joseph were sealed 12,000.
Which is the tribe of Ephraim, which represents the Puerto Ricans.
Manasseh and Ephraim, Manasseh. They were the sons of Joseph. Manasseh and Ephraim, they were the sons.
Yeah.
He was their father. So you don't see Joseph from the sign. That's they represent Joseph.
That's right, well said.
Right. Were sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Benjamin were sealed 12,000.
Which is the West Indians.
So yeah,
Judah is the Negroes.
we went through them, put the point, just to give you the visual as well, you know.
See, and that's another scripture that the Christians can't deal with. Because it clearly talks about 12,000 from each tribe. Now, a lot of times Christians will say like, oh, could you show me in the scriptures where it says that the Most High is only dealing with the Israelites and nobody else? Oftentimes we can go into Old Testament scriptures and they'll be like, oh, but that's the Old Testament, that's done away with. Could you show me the New Testament? Well, there is the New Testament there for you right in front of your face. We've just read a Revelation, the 7th chapter, which goes into 12,000 from each of the 12 tribes of Israel. Where does it talk about the tribes of Edom? Where does it talk about the tribes of Moab or the tribes of Ammon? They're not mentioned, man. See, the Most High is very specific, man. And the scriptures clearly say that all things be done decently and in order. We're coming in the order of what the word says. Anything outside of that is confusion. And the Most High is not the author of confusion. You got something or?
No, carry on.
Right, so going back to Revelation 14, Baba Kishar.
Revelation chapter 14.
We were talking about that news. You went down to the part of the song, and then like to 144,000.
Yeah.
Which were redeemed from the earth. That's the point I want to get into.
So where was we again?
Verse
14 and song, and that's
Yeah, new song.
3, yeah? And they sung as it were a new song before the throne and before the 4 beasts and the elders, and no man could learn that song but the 144,000 which were redeemed from the earth.
Right, so it says the 144,000 which were redeemed from the earth. How are they redeemed? They were redeemed by the sacrifice of the blood of Yahushua. See, everything comes with Christ. When you read the scriptures, it talks in the law, it talks about if you do certain sins, see, in the law it talks about if certain sins were committed, certain sacrifices had to be made to make an atonement for certain sins. So everything carries a price. That price is in the blood, right? So Edomites don't really understand blood. Even though they love to shed it, you know, they don't really understand the real spiritual significance of it. Maybe some of the elites do because they're into those blood rituals, those blood sacrifices. But your average everyday Edomite, they don't know what the fuck's going on. All they know is that if I've got an opportunity to shed blood, yeah, I'm going to do it. That's Esau's spirit. But the point of the matter is that when Yahushua's blood was shed, it was shed for the elect of the nation of Israel to redeem them back, because we were under those curses, as we've read in Deuteronomy 28. We was under those curses and we couldn't come out of them, because in our estate it was impossible for us to be able to rise above our condition. So for example, let's say the law is here and we're here, we can never meet the perfection of keeping the law. However, in Yahushua's life, he met that perfection. He lived a life without sin as a lamb that was unspotted and without blemish. And it's a spiritual dimension in this, because this ties back to the Passover lamb. So Yahushua was that lamb. Let's go into it, right? So on the Passover, you're commanded to keep the lamb, a male of the first year without blemish. You keep that lamb, and on the night of the Passover, it's sacrificed, shed its blood, and you put the blood upon the side posts of the door and on the top, and you stay in your house for that night of the Passover. You eat the lamb and the bits of herbs and so forth. That's the Passover ceremony. We're coming into a second Passover time. Now, instead of us having to shed a blood of a lamb, the ultimate lamb was slain. The ultimate lamb being Yahushua. Let's get Revelation. Is it 5? Let me just see. No, let's get. Before we go there, give me a second. 2 precepts that are back up my point. Bear me a second while I find this one. Right, yeah, could you get me John chapter 1 verse 29, Brother Bishop?
Chapter 1 and 29.
Yep.
Says, and the text of John see Yahushua coming unto him, and saith, Behold the Lamb of God, which taketh away the sin of the world.
Read that again, Brother Bishop.
John chapters 1 and 29. The next day of John, the next day of John, seeth Yahushua coming unto him, and saith, Behold the Lamb of God, which taketh away the sin of the world.
Right, so John the Baptist saw Yahushua coming, and he said, Behold the Lamb of God. See, Yahushua represented that sacrificial lamb. How do you further make that point? Or edify on that point? So you go Revelation 5, starting from verse 1, Brother Krishan.
Revelation 5:1 says, And I saw in the right hand of him that sat on the throne a book written within, and on the backside sealed with 7 seals.
So what book was that was sealed? This Bible. These scriptures, the understanding, the knowledge, wisdom, and the breakdowns of the Bible was sealed. Carry on.
And I saw a strong angel proclaiming with a loud voice, "Who is worthy to open the book and to loose the seals thereof?" And no man in heaven nor in earth, neither under the earth, was able to open the book, neither to look thereon.
Keep going.
And I wept much, because no man was found worthy to open, to read the book, neither to look therein. And the elder said unto me, "Weep not, behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, of Judah, the root of David, hath prevailed to open the book, to loose the 7 seals thereof."
Right, pause there, Baba Kishar. So who is that Lion of the tribe of Judah? Yahushua.
Yeah,
How do we know
David,
that?
yeah.
And the root of David. So Yahushua was conceived from the seed of David, and he was that conquering lion of the tribe of Judah. However, when he came on the earth 2,000 years ago, he didn't come as a conquering lion. He came in the form of a lamb, meaning that he was meek, and that wasn't his time to rise up and throw down the Roman Empire at that time. He came first as the lamb, peaceably. But when he comes the second time, he's coming as a lion to devour the prey. But read the next verse, Baba Kishar.
And of one of the elders saith unto me, "Weep not, behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, hath prevailed to open the book and to loose the 7 seals thereof." And 6. And behold, and lo, in the midst of the throne and of the 4 beasts, and in the midst of the elders stood a lamb,
Yep.
as it had been slain, having 7 horns and 7 eyes, which are the 7 spirits of God sent forth unto all the children.
Yep, so that lamb that stood as it being slain was Yahushua. I'll read the next part. And he came and took the book out of the right hand of him that sat upon the throne. And when he had taken the book, the 4 beasts and the 24 elders fell down before the Lamb, having every one of them harps and golden vials full of odors, which are the prayers of the saints. And they sung a new song, saying, "Thou art worthy to take the book and to open the seals thereof, for thou wast slain and hast redeemed us to the Most High God," meaning bought back. How did he buy us back? Through his precious blood that was shed. And has redeemed us to God by thy blood out of every kindred and tongue and people and nation. Yeah, because our people are scattered all throughout the earth, man. You've got Israelites who look like the other nations, but their seed line by their forefathers all goes back to the man called Jacob. So this isn't a case of, oh, he looks like a Moabite, so he must be a Moabite. No, you've got to try the spirit by the spirit. Now that's something that most people in the world aren't accustomed to doing, because this world teaches people to be carnal. And if you're always thinking on carnality, what does it say? The carnal mind is enmity with the Most High. So we're spiritual men, and we've learned over time, like you gave your testimony when you was on the bus and the guy nudged you out the way. You don't know who that guy was. So on a carnal, you might have thought, what's this either might push you for, but you never know who that guy was. You know, maybe he entertained an angel unawares. Maybe it was another Jake who just had pity on you and thought, hey, let me help this guy out. You know, but at the end of the day, although Israel is scattered, just as corn is sifted in the sieve, not the least grain shall fall upon the earth. So there's nobody of the elect that's going to be lost. Because Yahushua said himself, no man can pluck them out of my hand, or even the Most High's hand. Because the Most High gave these men to Yahushua. And John 17 talks about that. So whether they don't want to go from here, there's a point I wanted to make. Going back to the Passover lamb, Yahushua was that perfect sacrifice, that one-time perfect sacrifice that can make atonement for the sins of a nation, being the nation of Israel. You know, so otherwise we just be in that same old pattern of, okay, we're going to sin a little bit, then the Most High's going to be angry of us, he's going to put us into captivity for a time, then we're going to repent and we're going to come back then we're going to fall off again, and we're going to sin again, and go back into captivity, and it'll bring us back again. Then we'll repent, and we'll go back to our same old ways. No, man, that cycle has to be brought to an end. And Yahweh Shai is what represents that end.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Bring it out, Baba Kusha.
This is back when we were saying this is in Hebrews, but the whole of this chapter of Hebrews 9. But we're just going to hit the bullet points. Through 16 says, for where is a testament, is there must also of necessary be the death of the tester.
What verse are we reading?
Hebrews chapter
Let me have a look.
16. Testator. For a statement is of the fools after men are dead, otherwise it is no strength at all while the testator liveth, right?
So it's like, what's that? Hebrews what, sorry?
Hebrews chapter 9. I'm just going to go into the point. And I'm going to read 18.
9 from verse 17, yeah?
Yeah, from
Let me
17.
catch up with you.
17 again, yeah?
Yeah.
4, 8.
For a testament is of force after men are dead. Otherwise, it is of no strength at all while the testator liveth. Yeah, you got it right. Go on.
Whereupon neither the first testament were dedicated without blood. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Here's the point. For when Moses had spoken every precept to all the people, according to the law, he took the blood of calves and of goats with water and scarlet wool and hyssop and sprinkled. Yeah, okay. Hyssop and sprinkled both the book and of the people, saying, this is the blood of the testament which God hath enjoined unto you.
Can't.
Moreover, he sprinkled with blood both of the tabernacle and of all the vessels of the ministry. And almost all things were by the law purged with blood, and without shedding of blood
There is no
there
remission.
was no remission.
Exactly, can't.
Now this is the point. If it was therefore necessary that the pattern of things in heaven should be purified with these, but heavenly things themselves with better sacrifices than these. Yeah? For Yahushua is not entered unto the holy place made with hands, which are the figures of the truth, but unto heaven itself, and now appeareth in the presence of God for us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good point. You got more?
Yeah.
Yeah, so without the shedding of blood, there's no remission of sins. Now that's a cold cut to all of you Muslims out there who want to believe in Allah and what do they call him? What do they call him? Muhammad. Yeah, so without the shedding of blood, there's no remission of sins. See, you need to understand how the Most High deals. As I said earlier, certain things come with certain prices. You commit a certain sin, you have to offer a certain sacrifice to atone for that sin. So, where is the sacrifice in Islam? Because Islam actually teaches that their so-called Jesus, their so-called Isa, didn't die on the cross. They teach that, oh well, when he was about to go on the cross, Allah changed Isa's place with Judas, so Judas was crucified and Isa went into heaven or some shit like that.
So, like, this is the point I was really looking for. But
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah? This is in 27 of the same chapter, 27 and 28. As it is appointed unto men once to die, but after this the judgment. So Yahushua was once offered to bear the sins of many, and unto them that took for him shall reappear second time without sin and salvation.
That's beautiful. That really touches on the point. Did you want to say anything?
Well, that's it, because the law is that we used to offer the sacrifice with the lamb, the goats, unblemished, to cover our sins. The whole shot, the point you're really making it, and you're making it very good, is that the Yahushua did that for once and for all.
Ultimately, yeah.
Ultimately, for all of us.
That's right. And that's why we have to be grateful. That's why we have to be grateful, because we owe a lot to Yahushua, man. See, we couldn't have taken that burden upon ourselves. See, the Most High created a very particular spirit for a very particular purpose, and that spirit was Yahushua. So all along, it was always set up to play out the way the Most High wanted it to play, And when Yahushua came on the earth, he had to be a faithful servant unto the Most High in order for that to be fulfilled, for him to be worthy to loose the seals of the book, which we read about in Revelation 5, to give us now a chance of that salvation. Man, Yahushua is the best friend you could ever hope to have. What do the scriptures say? Greater love have no man than this, that he layeth down his life for his friends. See, Yahushua laid his life down for us, we hopefully being of the elect. So what do we do in return? In return, we present our bodies as a living sacrifice, coming out here week in, week out, to try and prophesy this word, to wake up other fellow members of the hopeful elect. But coming back to the point, as I said before, Muslims don't understand that part of the blood, the covenant, because really, they're trying to come up some other way without having to do with Yahushua, as if they can go straight to the Most High himself, and then they think that, oh well, I pray 5 times a day, I fast at Ramadan, yeah, my works are going to get me into heaven. No, it doesn't work like that, because that's works-based salvation. Yeah, just 1 second, ready out. That's works-based salvation. You can't work your way into the kingdom, man. This is the thing of election and grace. And first and foremost, you have to look. There's so many prerequisites for this thing. First and foremost, you have to be a bloodline descendant from a man named Israel, who was the son of Isaac, who was the son of Abraham. See, Abraham had many children, you know, but of that line, the chosen line went from Abraham to Isaac and rested upon Jacob. Jacob had his sons, and from those sons, as we said, you get the 12 tribes. So this is a bloodline thing, again, dealing with blood. You know, it's not something where, oh, you can be of another bloodline. Let's say, I don't know. Let's say you're from Kush, for example, and then you come up and you're like, yeah, you know what, man, I want to be part of this thing. No, you ain't going to be part of this thing, not unless your forefathers go back to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Because you're a Kushite, and your lot is to be a servant unto the children of the nation of Israel. That's the lot of all these other nations. That's why these heathen nations have come together and conspired to try and take the name of Israel out of remembrance, because they hated the fact that we were going to inherit the blessing. So their whole thing is that, well, if we can keep them confused about who they are, we can somehow rule over them for eternity. That's their inward hope. So when you're thinking to yourself, like, not gonna lie, it pisses me off when I get these Christians coming up and they talk about, oh, but other nations can be saved. Fuck them, man. Because we went through hell, man. The scriptures say, hey,
Yes, brother.
Shalom.
Yes, brother.
Yeah, just bear me a second, let me just check this. No, that's good, that's good.
Yes, brother.
Yeah, what was I saying now?
Their God is and we work so hard.
Yeah, we caught hell, man.
Yeah.
The scriptures say, on the whole earth has not been done, has been done unto the children of Israel. We caught all kind of hell, man, and we're still catching hell, and we deserved it because, you know what? We were under the covenant. So because we were under the covenant, we are held to a higher standard. And what is sin? What is sin according to the Bible? Sin is transgression of the law. So technically, right now, we're the only nation that can sin, because we're the only nation that is under the covenant and under the law. Now these other nations, yeah, they're doing things which are considered sin, but the Most High really regarding that in the moment. He's really looking at us. But time's going to come when he's going to judge these other nations for what they've done, not only the sins they've committed on the earth, but for what they've done to his chosen people. Because we're considered the Most High's jewels, the apple of his eye. These other nations have taken these jewels, scattered among the whole earth, and treated us like shit. Well, at the end of the day, the Most High is going to bring his righteous anger upon them for what they have done unto us. Now, what was I going to read before? Psalms 83, Rabbi Kishon. Yeah, Psalms 83, Rabbi Kishon. From verse 1.
Verse 1 says, Song of the Psalm of Asaph, keep not thou silent, O God, hold not thy peace, Be not still, O God.
Yeah, pause there, because the Most High has been still. In all that's been done, the Most High has, like for example, when Edomites took us into slavery, he hasn't brought a judgment on them for it yet. And that's why a lot of these Edomites say, well, you know what, if there is a God, he must be with us, because he ain't punished us for what we've done so far, so let's keep going. But the Most High has a power that hides himself.
Right.
And he's waiting for the sins of Esau to reach the apex, and then he's going to bring the ultimate smackdown on them. So carry on, Brother Christian.
Yeah. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult.
Right, so who are the enemies of the Most High? All the enemies of the Most High are these other nations. See, they don't. See, we're supposed to love the Most High, but these other nations, they hate the Most High, and they hate His people, which is the Israelites. Carry on.
Make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head.
So they've got proud.
Yeah. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden ones.
So who are the Lord's people? Deuteronomy 7 and verse 6. Let me read that just to give edification. We'll carry on with that. Deuteronomy 7 and verse 6. For thou art... Now who is he speaking to at this time? He's speaking to the Israelites at Mount Sinai, who were being led by Moses just shortly after the Exodus. And it says, for thou art a holy people unto Yahweh thy God. Yahweh thy God have chosen thee to be a special people unto himself above all people that are upon the face of the earth. And that's another scripture that Christians can't deal with, man. Oh, but how can you say you're special? And well, look, I'm not saying it. The scriptures are saying it, man. And it's not because, for example, I didn't wake up one morning and think, you know what, man, I want to be an Israelite. Let me go down to let me come down to the passport office or whatever and try and fill up some application form to try and get citizenship to be an Israelite. No, this is by election. So before I was even born, or this brother was born, or any of the brothers standing here,
Yeah, I'm going to comment. Make sure it's all right.
we were chosen.
I was checking the poll. Which poll you're on?
We were chosen through election, not of our own works, but through the Spirit of the Most High, and we're just lucky. Because God forbid any of us could be born Edomites. So it says, for thou art a special people unto himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth. Yahweh did not set his love upon you, nor choose you, because you were more in number than any people, for you were the fewest of all people. But because Yahweh loved you, and because you would keep the oath which he had sworn unto your fathers. So Yahweh made a promise unto our forefather Abraham. If Yahweh was to turn around and say, you know what, man, now I'm going to deal with the other nations the same way I'm dealing with you. If Yahweh then turned around and said, you know what, yeah, I made that promise to Abraham, but now I'm going to give these other nations the same blessing that I promised to you and your descendants, that will make the Most High a liar. And the Most High is not a man who should lie, neither the Son of Man that he should repent. I'm paraphrasing. So the Most High doesn't lie and is bound to his word. So you Christians trying to come up and teach falsehood that, but now it's open to everybody, that's some bullshit, and you're going to be found liars, man.
It's open to everybody, but we have to be at the bottom, though.
Exactly, it's like we've gone through hell throughout this captivity, only to let the other nations let's bend over our back and let them have another piggyback ride on us. No, fuck that shit, man. And that's why you need to come out of this fucking simplified, pussified, effeminate Christian mindset, man. Because the real Christians are us, man. We're the real Israelites.
Yeah.
And to be a Christian, you first have to be an Israelite. Anyway, what was you reading before? Psalms 83 count.
Yeah. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden ones.
Yep, okay.
They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation.
Exactly, that was their intention, to cut off the nation of Israel, because they thought, if we can take the name of Israel out of remembrance, therefore we'll be able to solidify our power, because these people will never come to the knowledge of who they are. They're always going to be thinking they're blacks, Latinos, West Indians, Jamaicans, all these other, Africans, proverbs and bywords. Will throw all this confusion at them to keep them in a state of perpetual slavery. Now, that would have worked, but you know what? It was the Spirit of the Most High that threw a spanner in their works. Because as it pertains to Ezekiel, the 37th chapter, what did it say? Prophesy upon these bones. Can they live? So when we heard this word, what does it say? After 350 years, after 3 days and a half, the spirit of life entered into us. That's a fucking miracle in itself. It's lucky to use that word in that context. As we said it again, that is a beautiful miracle in itself, because really, we should have no idea of who we are. If this was going along to the game plan that Esau and other nations prescribed, we'd just be thinking, oh yeah, we're black people, we're always catching hell, then there's no future for us. But you know what? The Spirit of the Lord moved on us to stir up our pure minds by way of remembrance. Now we realize, hang on a minute, the reason why we're catching hell is because we broke the covenant. But yet, there's something interesting. We have a Savior. We have a Savior, his name is Yahweh Shai. Hey, you know what? He looks like me. You know, in all these films and stuff, they never really portray many heroes as being so-called dark-skinned or Latino. It's usually the Edomite trying to play the hero. Yeah. That's why Jake doesn't really associate. A lot of Jake find it very, very hard to associate anything deep with their own people. So Jake has this kind of inner hate, like
basketball player, Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan, maybe Muhammad Ali. So if we're gonna be anything, we can be a basketball player at best.
Can't or an entertainer. Let me get the clip for you. Wait me a second.
So we don't aspire to anything because of the image that's been put out there. The Renaissance, they've covered all the faces of the prophets,
judges,
the judges, the prophets, the princes, the princesses. They cover the faces. The princesses go back. If you go to the book, the original Europeans were black people, the Scottish and the Irish. They go back to Rome.
I'm already on live, so
but the prophets, ultimately, the prophets, Yahweh Shai. Now I'm starting to say it now. Yahweh Shai, you know what I mean? Yeah. A black man, a so-called black man from the tribe of Judah. That's brought out in Hebrews chapter 7 and 12.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But back to you.
Yes.
I can bring that piece up.
That's a good point, because when we start telling people the truth about the scriptures now, like, hang on a minute. You do know the prophets that a lot of them are dark skinned, right? Nah, because they're going off the imagery that they're brainwashed to receive from Esau, that Renaissance imagery of all the holy men being so-called white men, all the angels looking like little Edomite floating babies, little white babies. Jake has a hard time of associating any greatness with people who look like them, because they've always been seen, like, the media always portrays them as, you know, thugs, gangbangers, hoes, you know, the worst type of degenerate stereotypes you can get. That's just proliferated in the media. So now when you're coming to Jake and you're trying to cleanse their mind from that madness, they find it hard to accept that, because they've got this internalized self-hatred. And this doesn't just apply to Southern Kingdom Jake. Now those curses do fall heavy on Southern Kingdom Jake. It also applies to Northern Kingdom Jake too. Because a lot of them, they look up to the white man as if he's like, what do they call him? Jesus Christus. You know, they look up to the white man. And they think that themselves that they're white too.
Yeah, they want to be white.
Yeah, a lot of them, they want to be white.
That's the image of beauty, or the image of sophisticated. Because in the Christian church, I'm just touching it quickly, there's a lot of northern tribe in there, so-called Ephraim, Latin, Brazilians, and they want to dress like them. You know, they love all the times, certain thing, and they believe that we're beneath them. Judah, you know, so-called Negroes are beneath them. They're a cut above us. They fit in more with white people, white supremacy. So they think.
That's true.
But some of them are waking up, which is good.
And it's kind of sad, because I've been to some of the Northern Kingdom countries, like, for example, Brazil and Mexico and stuff. And if you look at their media and all the magazines...
Say that again, but understand.
I was saying I've been lucky enough to travel to some of the Northern Kingdom countries, like Brazil and Mexico.
Talk about it a little bit about that.
Yeah. I can't. Well, so it's, you know, blessing of the Lord, I got to go to these places and I got to see some things firsthand. And what I noticed is that in Brazil and Mexico, when you look at the magazines, it's always the lightest skinned stars, I say stars, celebrities, on the magazines and on the billboards and stuff. But if you look at the people who seem to be catching the most hell, like the people on the streets, or as you say in the favelas, it's usually the darker skinned ones. So there's kind of like a caste system out there, where like the light you are, kind of like, you know, the better you are. And that also applies to Southern Kingdom too, because my family is from Jamaica, and in my family there's complete color spectrum. For example, let me talk about my mum's side. My mum is one of 5 children. She's very, very light skinned, but yet her brother, the next one to come out, he's very, very dark skinned. Then the next brother is dark skinned. Then the girl is light skinned. And then the fifth brother is also very dark. So in that family, you've got a complete spectrum of light skin and dark skin. Now, my mum used to tell me stories about when she was a little girl. Sometimes there'd be certain aunts who would come over and they give her sweets, but they wouldn't give sweets to my uncle because they favoured her because she was light skinned. Because my uncle was dark, they favoured her. And then it's also the other way round where there's certain uncles who would give him sweets, but not give my mum sweets because they favour the dark skin. So I'm saying that to say that even within our own, like it's all across the tribes, man. It's kind of internalized self-hatred of like, you know, oh you're darker than me, so I'm better than you, or you're lighter than me. So, but that was all put in place by Esau, because remember what we was reading in Psalms 83. Read that again, So this goes back to like the Willie Lynch letter where they intentionally did that to divide Jake, you know, to set division amongst us, because Esau knows himself, if we can keep these niggas divided and squabbling against each other, they'll be so busy fighting each other that they'll never rise up and fight against us. So that's another way of Esau controlling us.
Yeah, I read 4 and carry on from 4. They have Psalm 83 and 4. They have said, "Come and let us cut them off from being a nation."
So I can read on the crafty council.
Oh yeah, that's
It's alright.
yeah, that's for the 3. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden one.
Beautiful, right? So that's what I was saying. All that Willie Lynch letter stuff, that's part of their crafty council, you know. And unfortunately, it's very sad that not a lot of people actually deal with history anymore. Like a lot, you know, I think a lot of Jake, they're so traumatized that they don't even want to think about, oh, we were slaves before. Like for example, when I'm out there sometimes with the other elder, and we've got the signs of the lynching, some Jake come up to us and they say, but why have you got those signs for? And we're like, because that's our history, man. And like, oh, yeah, we don't need to bring that up. It's like Jake, they've put the shutters down. It's like, okay, we're slaves. We're only ever going to be slaves.
Yeah,
I don't want to think about how.
it
I just want to be accepted by the white man.
I know what it is. No, it's not that.
It's not that?
I know what it
Because
is.
you're never going to
It's
get
gotta
a
let
fair
that
shake or a fair break in this man's society.
yeah,
Because for as long as we're in this man's society, he's always going to look down on us. And he's never going to let you elevate.
Straight up a little bit.
Yeah, you might get a few celebrities that make a little bit of change here and there, but there's always a
straight
last
up here, yeah,
scene
see,
that
yeah.
they can press beyond. Because Esau's never going to let you. Because
What
Esau, in
is
his
this?
mind, is like, if I let these niggas have a come up,
Yes,
my
that's
position's going. Now my position's going to be
Jeopardized.
threatened, and he's not going to let that happen.
It's a little bit
So
better.
really, that's part of their crafty council.
Yeah, that should be alright.
Crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden ones.
Yeah.
They have said, "Come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance."
That's right, and that's beautiful because they've come with crafty counsel in a great many ways. And that crafty counsel of cutting off the nation really starts with cutting off the family unit, breaking down the family unit, which is another thing that was done during slavery. You know, by emasculating the man, making him lose his authority, and putting the woman in charge. You know, that
Making him mentally weak.
Exactly.
Physically strong but mentally weak.
Yeah, physically, exactly. That's the problem with a lot of Jake today. In fact, like you see a lot of Jake walking up and down, man. As a people, we're stronger than the other nations, and you see a lot of Jake in a strapping or ripped and cut and shit. But mentally, they're very weak, man. I mean, I can think of people in my family that I can say, oh, no, I don't want to go into that too tough. But it's like by taking the power away from the man, that really destroyed us a great deal, because the so-called black woman, when she's no longer able to look at her man as a position of authority, she's going to be looking for someone else to fill that role. So it's like she starts to see the Edomite man as powerful and successful and starts thinking, oh, you know what, man, I'm better off dealing with him because my so-called man, he's got no power. Why do I want to be with him? So she doesn't respect her man. That breaks down the family unit because you can't have two heads of a household. You know, there has to be a man, there has to be a woman, and a woman.
It's all right.
There has to be a man and there has to be a woman. Let me help you. It's like,
Yeah. So the man has been what's the word, man? He's been undermined. The image of the black man has been undermined.
Exactly.
Been weakened. Like Mike Tyson, one example.
oh, Mike Tyson and Bobby Gibbons.
When he first started boxing, Teddy Atlas, his trainer, he used to break down and cry. When Teddy Atlas was trying to encourage him to get into the ring, he would say, "Come on, you can do it." He said, "It's up there on YouTube." He used to break down and cry. So he was physically strong. Could not motherfucker that, but he had to be brought up on that level by he needed some counsel for that.
Yeah.
To let him know, you can do this, because he was mentally weak. Samson again, but really he's an image of a lot of Jakes. Physically strong, but mentally weak. That's why the woman dominates them. Even in a relationship, most of them get dominated in relationships because they're mentally weak. They don't really know how to get power or deal with power when it's put in upon them, even though they're physically strong.
Yeah.
That goes back to the really links to psychological damage that's been done.
That's right.
You know what it is too, right? In a lot of our families, the woman is like the main leader of the family. Like there's a matriarchy system, among every so-called nuclear family. And that's the reason what it is, because a lot of Jakes haven't really seen really a man in a relationship, with their moms or, probably their uncles in that authority kind of figure. So what Jake's used to, because I was watching you and the Water Brothers is teaching, and this guy came up and he had an issue. I mean, he didn't really mind what was being said, but he didn't like how, the Water really impressed that woman.
Oh, I remember that guy, yeah. He got his feelings about it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, he wasn't offended by it, but what it was, he was triggered by the
masculinity.
Yeah, he was triggered by that because he's never really seen Jake put the negress in order. He ain't never really seen that before. So when he sees that, it's like, oh shit. Nah, like he's triggered, he's uncomfortable about it.
Yeah.
So that's really what that is too, man. Like I think that's what really largely plays a part of why Jake is mentally weak. Can't really, put that foot down, so to speak.
Yeah.
That's just my take on that.
Because a lot of us, even to this day, unfortunately, we grew up in households where the father wasn't really allowed to be the father as a father should be. Because really, your discipline, your education, the building of your character really should come from your father. But if the father's not present, the mother's gonna kind of mollycoddle the little boy, and she's gonna be all soft. Just like when it comes to administering discipline, the mothers have a tendency to be more soft. That's why a lot of these Jake growing up in these effeminized households, they're kind of wild and out there because they never had the smackdown laid on them to know, hey, look, you know what? If you put your foot there, there's going to be a consequence. If you put your foot there, there's going to be a consequence. So now they grow into these adults, and then they get into a relationship with other so-called black women, and well, not just black women, but other women in general. And these women are then dominating them because they've never learned how to, they might have learned how to, fight another man, but they haven't been taught how to deal with a woman. Because all they ever learnt was, oh, that's my grandma, that's my mom's, and oh, you just have to
Never
love
hit
her.
a woman. Never hit a woman. Which we're not promoting hitting women, but they say I will never hit a woman. But at the end of the day, just don't even talk about it. I mean, don't even. That's not the point, man. You know what I mean? I will never hit a woman. That's not the point. You just have to be the head of the household. You know what I mean? And that's all you need to do. Set the example, man.
Because they've never really seen too much of that going on. So it's kind of like uncomfortable when you see that. Like, who is this Jake talk down to his black man? You know what I'm saying? Like, they get uncomfortable doing that. But the thing of it is, we're in a different time now. We're in a generation where, dudes kind of know now because the knowledge is there. And pretty much, it's evident that basically you gotta put your foot down. And if you're dealing with someone that you really can't, control, then and if you notice, a couple of months or so, hey, you gotta do what you gotta do, man. Now, like
Walk
the scripture
away.
says, you gotta walk away. But like the scripture says, if you have a woman and she pleases the dweller, you gotta just you gotta try to make it work. But I'm just saying, a lot of jakes they get caught in because it's all to do with lust. It ain't really to do with love or making children. It's really to do because I'm thinking of my little man most of the times. That's what it's all about. But you gotta use your head, man. Out there. Like a lot of the times, because you got certain women are cool. But you just gotta know what's reasonable for you, man. And that's something that Jake don't really know to operate, in the sense of thinking with their head, how they're thinking with their heart. Like your head was saved from a lot of trouble.
If I may say, Elder, there's a scripture, I can't find it, but roughly paraphrases talking about seeking ancient paths and old ways. What we're seeing come about on the earth right now is the end of this modern age of feminism and female empowerment and all this kind of shit. We're coming back to the old ways where the man runs shit. This ministry is a masculine thing. The scriptures say, unto you, O men, I call my voices to the sons of men. Yeah. Now, masculinity has been something that has been destroyed systematically again, intentionally by Esau, because he knows any kind of revolution that's going to take place ain't going to be women that's leading it. Because women are by their nature submissive. So if you can make everyone effeminate, then everyone in theory should be submissive. That's why he comes against masculinity and real men. Now, we're coming back in the ancient spirit, and we're not saying we're going to rise up and tear this man's system down ourselves. We're waiting upon Yahweh Shine to be wise and to pray. But just be aware that when that time comes, we're going to be of the right mindset to make those things happen. If that makes sense.
And I mean, you don't always have to fight, like, because I'm a man, I have to fight. No, you don't have to always fight. You could think diplomatically.
Exactly.
As well. And that's what we come to do. We come to think diplomatically with the strength. Because you got to be violence and serpents and harmless and stuff. Because you got a lot of them jakes in ancient Rome, man. Like, the reason why Rome was in ruins because you had certain jakes that entertained the thought of being seditious against the Roman system. So that's why they caught all kind of help from that. You had the Sicaries and you had other groups and Zealots and you name it. So it's just kind of like, basically, man, I mean, Jake was just all over the place and just couldn't really deal with what was going on. And I mean, which is understandable because the Roman system was taxing them niggas to death. So they felt compelled to just, hey, you gotta do something. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I just want to, just a little bit, bro. I want to change the subject. Somebody get me the first chapter. And we're going to break it down. There's a reason why we're going through all of this, man. I was speaking on earlier before, brother. Because we troll the Lord to anger. That's why we got to deal with this existence. This bullshit existence. I call it anyway.
It's kind of funny. I mean, kind of. On one hand, sometimes just have to laugh about stupid stuff.
We're 4-1, yeah? Alright, this is the, you ready, Elder? This is the book of Baruch, chapter 4, verse 1. This is the book of the commandments of the Lord, our power, and the law that endure forever. All they that keep it shall come to life, but such as leave it shall die.
Yeah, so somebody get me Psalms 36 and 9.
Book of Psalms chapter 36 verse 9. For with thee is the fountain of life, in thy light shall we see light.
So it's referring to the knowledge that the Lord gave unto us. He didn't bless everybody with the knowledge. He blessed only us with the knowledge. Like, usually for the most part, people have been taught to believe through Christianity that God loves all his people and he loves all his children, right? Which he does to a degree. But his children who? The nation of Israel.
Sons of God.
Yeah, like that's who he loves. Exactly. Those are the only people that he's preordained for salvation. And as well as you have a narrow, numerous amount of people which are the elect of that nation. Well, that's all I want right there. Yeah, so go back to the book and read verse 4. As you read, start where you left off.
Okay, yes. The book, chapter 4, verse 2 now. Turn ye, O Jacob, and take hold of it. Walk in the presence of the light thereof.
Yeah, walk in the presence of the light there. Who has the light? We have the light. Our elders that taught us before we came on the scene, they have had the light. So we've been witness to that light. But see, as it is written in the New Testament, that a lot of people didn't like to see the light because their deeds were evil. Some people get caught in here and they get revealed for who they are. And then they just stuck and dive, out of the midst of the light. Because they don't want to, like I said, they don't want to be revealed. But sometimes it can take you to be revealed in the point.
Yeah.
Go on, man.
Yeah. That thou mayest be illuminated.
Yeah, that thou mayest be illuminated. So now we become illuminated, which you get the term Illuminati from. Like a lot of people are simple when they hear that term. They think, oh, he is associated with Satan. No, it doesn't associate with him, period. Because the word illumination just means to be enlightened, or the enlightened ones. They believe that they're the enlightened ones, but really they're the bearers of darkness. Knowledge that which is not wisdom. All right, we're the one that's bearing the true light, which leadeth to what? Salvation. Let's continue on.
Give not thine honor to another.
Yeah, worshiping other gods, like what Jake usually used to do back in ancient world. Now, during the time of Baruch was in league with Jeremiah, so he was definitely in the time of Babylon, around the 6th century. I mean, you already know Jake was about that other side of things, rather than serving the Lord himself. And Jake is like that now in modern day Babylon. You got Allah as their God, which is the God of the Mohammedans, I like to call them. And then you got them Christians too. Like if you're a black Christian in 2022, man, you just out of your mind.
Oh man, 2023.
Yeah, excuse me, 2023. Right? Time goes quick, man. Yep. But yeah, like I was saying, like these chicks is crazy, man. If they still believe that they're in that Christianity shit.
Their feelings ain't the truth.
Yeah.
And you said something powerful, Elder. The year 2023. If you're still going to church in the year 20, you must be deluded.
Yes.
The Lord did that.
You out of his fucking
You
mind.
have to be. 2023.
Yeah. Like there's so many scandals, so many different things that have came out about these pastors raping children, like the Roman Catholic priests do on a day-to-day basis, probably.
Yeah.
Right, and then you got these niggas jumping over the table and doing front flips and back flips like a bunch of clowns. Man. So if you can't see right now that to be a Christian today is just funny, then I mean you're strongly deluded. Like you said,
Okay. Give not thine honor to another, nor the things that are profitable unto thee.
You're supposed to reverence the Lord. Like we're telling you who you are. We're out here telling you your true genesis of who you are is what we represent. We're the Israelites, and as the Israelite man or woman, we're supposed to acknowledge the Creator, which is the same one that brought you out of Egypt, the same one that brought you from all of these different captivities, right? But Jake forgot all about that. Go on.
Nor the things that are profitable unto thee to a strange nation.
Right, to a strange nation, going on to strange nations, man. Like you got Jerusalem as it's supposed to be, a delicate comedy woman or a virgin, and she became a whore, spreading her legs throughout all of the different nations. It's abominable. Go on.
O Israel, happy are we, for the things that are pleasing to Yahweh Shem Shai are made known unto us.
Yeah, there be Psalms 147 and 19. Because the Lord didn't deal with no other nation. He didn't show the laws and the commandments of life to the other nations. So that right there proves, because see, you got to read the scriptures. No one's reading. Everyone's going based on traditions, man. Oh, Pastor Lord Maya told me in the Bible that John 3:16 of Galatians says this and that. But he don't know the scriptures. No one. Go on, man.
No, because in around 2016, when I was coming to the camp, and drawing away from Jehovah's Witness, right? You mentioned about the people are in the sense of delusion, being delusional. And I was starting to do research on the pastors or the elders they became Bethel, so-called Bethel, started to get bankrupt because of paying off all the paedophilia charges that are going against them. It's all still up there on YouTube.
And they had the nerve to call it Bethel. You know what that means?
House of God.
There you go.
And they know some shit. I've got books still, which you can still use to study because they're basically their library. Some of them are Bible scholars, but the point is it's not the truth. But you've got educated people in there. But when I was starting to do my research, the paedophilia that go on, the elders that, basically what's on in the Catholic Church happens in Jehovah's Witnesses. And I'm telling to people, thinking that, let me talk to this woman, Benjamin woman, right? And I saw her in Great Church and I said, Bethel was going back, I was doing my research. Bethel was going bankrupt, paying off all the paedophilia civil courts. She said, what? Jehovah's Witness people would never go bankrupt. Benjamin people. Yeah. They when they make up their mind, as you say, they're not doing it. They're listening to what the pastor says. They can't be pulled away from me. They're just under a spell, man.
And it's the same thing with Jake and Islam, man. What's the Jake and a taste of Islam?
Oh,
man?
that's it, man. That is a wrap.
That's a wrap.
That's the ultimate spiritual chokehold, man. They get out of that.
Man, clutch, bro. Like my man. Iron Sheik.
Yeah.
Get you the
Camel clutch.
bro.
You want me to read Psalms 147, 19?
Yes.
Right. Psalms 147 and 19 says, He showeth his word unto Jacob, his statutes and his judgment unto Israel. He hath not dealt so with any nation.
That's the same Bible. So you gotta open up the book and read. That's why it says, blessed is he that readeth. See, what we do as the Israelites, man, and mainly Great Millstone, we go into the scriptures and we read.
Yeah.
That's facts.
That's what we do.
That's
We
facts.
research the wordings and everything, right? We don't just go based on, this apostle said this, so we're just gonna be, mockingbirds. Monkey see, monkey do. We don't do that. We doing research, right? We're supposed to operate like the house of, what's it called, man? The house of,
Berea.
right,
In action, yeah.
searching the scriptures daily.
Yep.
Like every other time I get, I go into the scriptures.
Yeah.
So that's what you gotta do. If you go into the scriptures, you'll see what it's talking about. Go on out.
It's an easy one. Revelation chapter 1. And verse 1, the revelation of Yahweh Shai Mashiach to the Most High God. Now you jump down to verse 3, gets the point. Blessed is he that readeth, and they that hear the words of this prophecy, and that keep those things which are written therein, for the time is at hand.
And that's another thing. We keep those things onto the very end. So we're not just reading it, but then we throw it behind us. No, we all will be read. Because this is the duty of man, the Israelite man, to keep these sayings in the book. Yeah? So now with that, since you read that, brother, go give me Isaiah 28 and verse 9. And give me what David said. Through thy precepts I gain understanding. Told me this don't fall down.
Isaiah 28 verse 9. Whom shall he teach knowledge? And whom shall he make to understand doctrine? Them that are weaned from the milk and drawn from the breasts. For precept must be upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line, here a little and there a little. For with stammering lips and another tongue will he speak to his people.
Yeah, that's what we're doing right now. We've garnered the understanding of the scriptures by reading the scriptures and connecting the precepts together. Now we have the full understanding of what we're dealing with now, right? Thanks to the apostles that taught us this thing. Indeed. Like you got men now, like this nigga from the Wi-Fi camp, whatever you call his name. No, it's just some guy, man. He's acting like a nigga right now. That's why I use that. I don't even call him that, but I say that because he's acting like that. He's on there talking like, all you other guys that came before, y'all should just fall back because I'm the one that, I'm the one that the Lord said that we would come last and teach something to that equivalent. He was formerly known as Adam Abbott or something like that.
Oh yeah, I remember them when they came out. I remember. Some of them got locked in that.
Yeah. So the leader, he's like on the air talking about, he's. I really watched the video. I was just going based on what brothers was responding to the video, right? Yeah. But he's talking crazy, man. Because really what it is, he's a young man, he's got a lot going on, and we all young men. And when you're a young man, your mind's going 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
You know, your heart rate's beating at a particular rate, and you ready to pounce.
The we were talking about this, the arrogance of youth.
Yeah, the arrogance of you. That's what it is. So his thing is, I've been in this thing for what, 6-7 years? Which, I mean, come on, man. That's not that long, bro. You've been in it for 7 years, and now all of a sudden, you don't see no one acknowledging you. Like, bro, fuck that, man. And fuck that spirit. Just do the work, man. Shut the fuck up and do the work, bro. And I would tell that to his face. Shut the fuck up and do the work. Like, bro, you're not a leader yet, man. If you was truly to be a leader, you would have showed leadership skills. When the time when he got arrested, I remember there was a video when he got arrested, man. He was basically acting like a bitch.
Like a nigga.
Yeah. Like, bro, they got you in handcuffs. As the scripture says, if you were not adversary, you would apply that if you had the leadership mentality, my nigga.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? I don't mean to come off like it's like, you know,
No, it's not good,
but I'm just saying.
I don't know the situation, so I'm letting them say.
Like, just teach the word, man. Don't worry about getting knowledge, bro. Just teach.
There's a lot of men like that. They come into the street for the wrong reason.
Clout.
Yeah, they want to be like they failed in the world, then they heard this truth and they thought, you know what, man, I can use this to fulfill all those things in the world which I wasn't getting. For example, I can have men following me and looking up to me. This ain't about them serving the heart, it's about them serving themselves in their own belly, which is no different to the spirit of these Christian pastors coming.
Yeah.
They ain't here to teach you about, you know, who you are according to the Bible, your salvation, the law and stuff. They're there to like just grease their palms and fill their pockets with your money, man. So it's the same hustle, but you got niggas on the street trying to do it with this truth, the same way the church pastors do it with the truth. Make what merchandise of this truth, man.
And if it ain't merchandise, it's garnering attention, bro. Like, listen, man. It's like every video that he do, oh yeah, we chop the eat by
Yeah, cut. Everything's cut. Yeah.
Trying to get them hits and views, trying to get that acknowledgement.
Yeah.
Like, bro, like, who you trying to get acknowledged? Just do the work, man. And you see, the thing with us is break no, so we just keep it simple, sweet, and balanced. So that way we don't look like a bunch of asses when we teach. Just keep it simple. Yeah, so go back to the root, brother.
I got it, brother. Chapter 5 now. Be of good cheer, my people, the memorial of Israel.
Yeah, be of good cheer, my people, the memorial of Israel, which the Lord is our memorial. He's always going to be remembered, or should be always remembered. But for the most part, our people have forgotten about the Lord himself. Actually forgotten about the Lord. That's why a lot of them are going to die. And that's another thing that a lot of these other Israelite camps don't teach. They don't keep it real and teach the facts that a lot of these liberals out here, and you know what, too, a lot of them took the VC shot. So if they took the VC, then they're going to take what? The micro shot as well, which is known as the mark of the you know what. And they're all going to die now.
And that's where we have to thank, going back to Elder Apostle Harton, because he told all of us not to do that, take it.
Yeah.
But you have another member, what's his name again? He told the congregation that he can take it.
You can take it.
You can take it, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, him. That's it.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm and Nate also was promoting the bill. You gotta get the text. You gotta do this. You gotta take it. And a lot of guys is like ready to drop because they took it. So now Nate has to pretty much answer for that. Because of his hats. You should have been the one to really tell him, look, as your bishop, because he's claiming himself to be a bishop. So if you're an elder, you're supposed to warn the flock, man.
Yeah. Guide them in.
Yeah.
And that's what Elder Apostle Hart did to us.
Yeah, he guided us, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes don't really have to take an elder to really tell you. You should already know from the jump. Because the elders already done taught you what the deal was with this man. So it's for you to really take heed and use your common sense with the knowledge you got.
Boreans, because the Boreans, they went back to check.
Yeah.
Now, an elder can tell us something and we say, yeah, we agree with it.
Right.
But just to double check, like, let's say getting the V was all right, and he said, don't take
Right.
it. You understand? Elder was to have said, don't take it. But he went and checked as well, though.
Yeah.
And you know for yourself not to take it. So you listen to the man, but you're reaffirming it for yourself.
Yeah. You go because it's I don't cut you, brother. Because there's this consistent information about how the plans of Esau are operating, how he wants you to operate, and why there's the reasons why he wants you to take the VCSs, man. You know what I mean? But the Bible really breaks it down to you fully. That you're not supposed to trust your enemy. And as a matter of fact, the Lord tells you not to make any cuttings of the flesh for the death.
Leviticus 19:28. That's what I was going to bring
Huh.
up.
You might as well bring it out.
All right. Yeah, I was just going to quote it, but Leviticus 19:28, because first and foremost, like, yeah, we hear the apostles, and obviously we follow their teachings, but in the back of your mind, you should always have like a little voice in your head saying, well, this scripture says this, and that scripture says
Right,
that.
yeah.
That should always be
Confirm it, yes.
in your head.
Yeah.
And if that's not in your head, there's something
You haven't grown.
something's not right.
That means you're still the entry level of Israel. And you know what too as well, like the apostle usually say, a lot of these dudes that follow these guys, they're just blind leaders, man.
Yeah.
Excuse me, they're just blind followers like zombies. Is what they are. Whatever Nate Doctor say, I'm going with it. But what about what about what the scripture says? Go on, brother.
Leviticus chapter 19 verse 28 says, you shall not make any cuttings in your flesh for the dead, nor print any marks upon you.
Yeah.
I am Yahweh.
Yeah, I am the Lord, Yahweh. So the Lord commanded all Israel, look, don't put any marks on you. So whenever they told individuals to go take the VCSs, you should have been like, yo, I ain't taking that. According to the Lord. And it's the same group that likes to quote, you gotta keep the law, the law, the law, the law. So what about that law, motherfucker? What about that law, man? All right? I don't mean to use that word, brother, because you didn't tell me.
That's it.
Now I use the MM word.
Oh, no.
So, you know, apologies for that.
A figure of speech, anyway.
But hey, man, we coming from rough ends,
Yeah,
man. Like,
man.
that's just how we talk.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, sometimes it can come out that way. You know what I mean? But yeah, the thing with my man Nate, man, like, I believe he's going to repent. Something that made me believe he's going to repent because of the dream he had. But I'm just saying, like, Nate, the Lord is going to break that man down so bad for him to get it right. All of the wickedness that he did, he's going to have to pay for it, man. You know what I'm saying? And the Lord may destroy him so bad, he may be in a near-death situation. And then he's going to call on the name of the Lord, because he know the name of the Lord. He broke the name of the Lord down to the T back in 95, I believe it was. He was behind that, sitting behind that, sitting in front of the, the blue wall. And he was wearing all blue. So he knows the name. So when the time presents itself, he's going to call on that name if the Lord has mercy on him. Oh, he's going to call on that name. All right? Going on.
Listen, Elder, even when that earthquake happened, right, there's certain clips, I hear people shouting out, screaming out, Alaba, they call it, what they call it, whatever their God. They even during that time, they called him their
called
God.
on his name.
Right, calling his name, calling their other God's name, you know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? That is a name that you mustn't mess with. Yahweh Bashem Shai is not a name to be played with, you know?
Yeah, facts, man. So, you know, that's how it's going to go down when people see death in their eyes.
Yeah, man.
All of a sudden, I'm telling you, man. That JC. That JC shit, that shit's gonna go out. That shit's gonna get kicked out of the earth, man, in their mind. They're gonna result in the truth. Now the truth of it is gonna come out. You see how the Lord can just present a situation and the truth come out? Go on, man.
6, verse 6. Ye were sold to the nations, not for your destruction.
Actually, no, go to read 5 again.
Oh, Salakia. Be of good cheer, my people, the memorial of Israel.
Is that verse 4 or 5?
Ah, that's 5. We've
Okay.
Yeah.
No, read 5 again.
Okay. Baruch 4, verse 5. Be of good cheer, my people, the memorial of Israel. Ye were sold to the nations.
You get me Psalms, what is it, 5 and 11. Verse 12. 5:11, verse 12.
Psalm chapter 5, starting at verse 11 says, but let all those that put their trust in thee rejoice. Let them ever shout for joy, because thou defendest them. Let them also that love thy name be joyful in thee.
Yeah.
For thou, Yahweh, will bless the righteous with favor and will compass him with a shield.
Yeah. In other words, we're going to be delivered. So that's why when you go back to Baruch 4 and 5, let's read that again, brother.
Right, Baruch 4 and 5. Be of good cheer, my people, the memorial of Israel. Ye were sold to the nations, not for your destruction, but because ye moved Yahweh Bashem to wrath. ye were delivered unto the enemies. For ye provoked him that made you by sacrificing unto devils.
And really what he was talking about, he was referring to the prophecy of Jeremiah, because Jeremiah prophesied that they would be sold unto the Babylonians. But this scripture can be also used today, because we've been also sold unto the modern day Babylonians, or Babylonians. So this, which are nothing more than Edomites. Go on.
For ye provoked him that made you by sacrificing unto devils, and not unto God. Ye have forgotten the everlasting power that brought you up, and ye have grieved Jerusalem.
Right, ye have grieved, O Jerusalem. So give me Luke 5 and 5 now.
Luke chapter 5 verse 5. Arise, O Jerusalem, and stand on high, and look about toward the east, and behold thy children gathered from the west unto the east by the word of the Holy One.
Yep, by the word of the Holy One. Go on.
Rejoicing in the remembrance of God.
Right, rejoicing in the remembrance of God. So when Peter said what he said, we're living proof of that. That I will, what is it? Through the Lord, he said, I will stir up your pure minds by way of remembrance. Because you all forgot the way. We all left, and the way never really returned to us. Our teachers didn't teach it. Our mothers didn't teach us. Our fathers didn't teach it. You know what I'm saying? So we was just going lost in the world, trying to find our way through the Lord. And a lot of us had to find it by ourselves, it's true. Because they themselves didn't know. But it was really the Lord through our steps that he guided us to this thing. So the Lord really had mercy on us, man. And by us coming back to who we are is an indication that the Lord is going to deliver his people. Because in order for us to be delivered, we have to be transformed after his image. So when he recognizes us, he will see himself in us to deliver us, the righteous. Okay? Because he can't deliver a bunch of Negroes who's bearing the image of his devil. How can that work, man?
And going back to what Brother Caleb said earlier, it's a miracle that the Lord has put everything back into our remembrance. You know who we are. You know, all those, getting rid of those bywords and them. You know, all them things.
Afro-Caribbean, African American, West Africa.
So that's a miracle, you know.
Right.
Baruch 4 verse 9. For when she saw the wrath of Yahweh coming upon you, she said, hearken, O ye that dwell about Zion.
Is that before?
That's 9.
You know, Baruch 4 and...
Yeah, Baruch 4 verse 9. Go on to 9.
Okay.
You want me to go back to 8 again?
I think we'll go back to 7.
Go back to 7, okay. Baruch 4 verse 7. For ye provoked him that made you by sacrificing unto devils, and not unto God. Ye have forgotten the everlasting power that brought you up, and ye have grieved Jerusalem that nursed you. For when she saw the wrath of God coming upon you, she said, hearken, O ye that dwell upon Zion.
And she's referring to wisdom. Like it tells you in Proverbs that she cried when she uttered a voice in the streets.
Sophia, yeah.
Sophia, which means love of wisdom. So that's what we represent. We represent Sophia. The wisdom of the Lord crying out before the public, the people. Who exactly? The Israelites only. And like I was saying before, Israel is scattered abroad into all people, all nations. Right? So even right now we're among Zion. Alright? They may not be in the land because of obviously our sins. Like it says in the book of Deuteronomy 28 that you can no longer see it again. So all of Israel is where they're located. They may even look like Edomites, they may look like Moabites. But we hit. Go on, brother.
O ye that dwell upon Zion, about Zion, God hath brought upon me great mourning.
Right. The Lord brought upon us great mourning because of the what? The curses. Go on.
For I saw the captivity of my sons and daughters, which the everlasting brought upon them. With joy did I nourish them, but sent them away with weeping and mourning.
Yeah, so he's talking about the captivity that they had to serve under those Babylonians, which were nothing more than a group of Assyrians calling themselves Babylonians. That's all it was. So he witnessed that. Remember, he was in the time of Jeremiah, the prophet, and all of that happened in his life. So that's what he's referring to. So get me Deuteronomy 28 and 50. But keep on with that.
Let no man rejoice over me, a widow and forsaken of many, who for the sins of my children am left desolate,
Right? I am let desolate going.
because they departed from the law of Yahweh Bashem Yashai.
Right, because they departed from the Lord, Yahweh Bashmal Shai, which are the instructions of life. So they met death instead. They chose death. Moses told them, I recall yet this day that he chose life than death. What did they do? They chose death instead. So death is what they got. Right? Which can mean literally or figuratively, which means a state of misery. That's what they got. Go on, brother.
They knew not his statutes, nor walked in the ways of his commandments,
Go on.
nor trod in the paths of discipline in his righteousness.
Yeah, that's all we need. Yeah, so which verse is that, brother?
That was verse 13.
Okay, I'll tell you what, go back to verse 10 again. Read that
Yes,
again.
no problem.
Go.
I saw, for Baruch 4 verse 10, for I saw the captivity of my sons and daughters, which the everlasting brought upon them. With joy did I nourish them, but sent them away with weeping and mourning. Let no man rejoice over me.
Now, in that scripture, there's a particular verse, man. Maybe I was wrong, but there's a particular verse where it says that they were sent to the people that showed no favor to the young and the old. Yeah, please, man. No, but it's I wanted it to be. Maybe it's not in that particular verse.
15.
Oh, it's in 15. We'll get there when we get there. Okay. I'm all right. Yeah, let's go.
Continue, Edna?
No.
Okay.
Let's go to read this.
Deuteronomy 28, starting from verse 49.
Actually, no, don't read that. Don't read that. We'll read that when we get to verse 15. You're going on.
Again?
Yeah.
For they knew not the statutes, nor walked in the ways of his commandments, nor trod in the paths of discipline in his righteousness. Let them that dwell about Zion come and remember, ye the captivity of my sons and daughters, which the everlasting have brought upon them.
Yeah, so that's telling you right there that it wasn't the other nations that came upon them and did that. It was really originally the Lord that sanctioned it. So whenever these nations show their wrath towards the nation of Israel, it's really the Lord expressing his anger among the nations.
Right.
That's what it's all about, really. As it is also written, in man's goings is of the Lord, and how can a man then understand his own ways? Right? He weighed the heart, he put in the hearts of the kings. So whatever happens to a people is really between the Lord and those people that it happens to. Go on, brother.
For he have, Baruch 4 verse 15, for he have brought a nation upon them from far, a shameless nation, and of a strange language.
Now we can get to Deuteronomy 20 and 15.
Deuteronomy 28, verse 49. Yeah. Yahweh shall bring a nation against thee from afar, from the end of the earth, as swift as an eagle flieth, a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand, a nation of fierce countenance, who shall not regard the person of the old, nor shew favor to the young.
And that's what happened to those Israelites over there.
Yeah.
They met with a people that they didn't understand. And didn't show favor to the young and the old. And also Esau did the same thing. Esau came with his language and came also in a shameless way too. Go on.
A shameless nation, and of a strange language, who neither reverenced old man nor pitied child. These have carried away the dear, beloved children of the widow, and left her that was alone, desolate, without daughters.
Right, go on.
But what can I help you? For he that brought these plagues upon you will deliver you from the hands of the enemies.
What is that? Verse 20, right?
That's verse 18.
Okay, come.
Verse 19. Go your way, O my children, go your way, for I am left desolate.
If you Habakkuk 3 and verse 1 to verse 19, right?
I have put off the clothing of peace, and put upon me the sackcloth of my prayer. I will cry unto the everlasting in my days.
Yeah, and that's what he's doing now. Whoever Baruch is in the reincarnation, he's doing that right now. He's crying unto the Lord now. So when we come out here and we bring out this word, we're basically crying.
Yes.
Or we could be crying in our houses, in our secrets. But this is also likened unto a cry itself. Go on, brother.
Be of good cheer, O my children.
Not likened unto, excuse me. It is a cry. Go on.
See, be of good cheer, O my children. Cry unto the Lord, and he will deliver you from the power and to the hand of the enemies.
Right, and he will deliver you from the power of the hand of the enemy. And right now, we're under the hands of the so-called white people. Let's specify those JEWSs, those small hatters. We're under their hands now. They calling the shots, telling us what to do psychologically, warping our minds under his way. So he's basically leading us and has us in his hands. And also, according to the Lord too, because these devils really should have released us on the 7th year, and he did it. He allowed us to keep working and laboring for this man. Okay, so now what's going to happen is he's going to have to pay. He's going to have to pay for that.
Yeah.
Like the Greeks, it tells you that if a servant is still found in that man's hand, he should be put to death. So eventually, this devil's going to be put to death, man. He's going to lose his kingdom, man, and he's going to be put to death. But the ones of them, obviously, they're going to stick around for the long haul, just to sort of get you slapped with chains. Go on, brother.
And it's all about justification because they forwarded the affliction.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? They went overboard, you know?
Because Esau's a nation that can't do right no way.
Can't do right, no. Continue, Ella. Baruch 4 verse 22. For my hope is in the everlasting, that he will save you. And the joy of is coming unto me from the Holy One, because of the mercy which shall soon come unto you from the everlasting our Savior.
From the everlasting our Savior. So he mentions our Savior, which is who? Yahushua. Which he will be presented from the Father. The Father's going to release him, and he's going to be let loose like a pit bull ready to devour. Or a lion, let's use that instead. As it is written that he is, as in what is it, the conquering of the lion of the tribe of Judah. Right? So what does a lion do? He tears and devours. It's prey. And who is the prey? Esau in this case. He become Esau's prey. Now, the Lord sees this devil as his prey now. And he's going to be devoured. So in the midst of all of that, guess we're going to rejoice. I want you to get me Habakkuk 3:1 to verse 19, because Habakkuk can actually visualize, or he has already visualized it, but he's elaborating what he envisioned when the Lord made his return. Yes, Habakkuk 3:1 to verse 19.
Oh, I got you. Habakkuk 3 starting at verse 1 says, a prayer of Habakkuk the prophet upon Shigionoth. O Yahweh, I have heard thy speech and was afraid. O Yahweh, receive thy work in the midst of the years. In the midst of the years, make known in wrath. Make known in wrath and mercy.
Read it a little bit louder.
Khan. A Most High God came from Teman, and a Holy One from Mount Paran, Selah. His glory covered the heavens, and the earth was full of his praise. And his brightness was as the light. He had horns coming out of his hand, and there was the hiding of his power.
Yeah, those lasers came out of those chariots. Because when those chariots come through, like they show you that in these films, man, that they made, where through those chariots there lies lasers, which lasers let them more than concentrated fire. So that concentrated fire is going to pretty much pierce all of what you see here, including the people. This is what he saw. Go on.
Behold, before him went the pestilence, and burning coals went forth at his feet.
Right. Burning coals went forth at his feet. Go on.
He stood and measured the earth. He beheld and drove asunder the nations. The everlasting mountains were scattered.
Right, the everlasting governments were scattered. Right? But I think what that means, read that again, brother.
He stood and measured the earth. He beheld and drove asunder the nations, and the everlasting mountains were scattered.
Right, and everlasting mountains were scattered. So when the Lord makes a, which really, I mean, you could also, I could also say, that's part twofold, because also mountains are synonymous with government too.
Yes.
But literally, when the Lord makes his second return, he's going to quake the earth.
Yeah,
remember that.
Change the geography of Earth.
Yeah. Go on.
Move out of their places.
Move
Yeah,
out of their
yeah.
places.
Verse 7, I saw the tents of Cushan in affliction, the curtains of the land of Midian did tremble.
Go on.
Was Yahweh displeased against the rivers?
Yeah. So when the Lord makes a second return, everything is gonna feel his wrath. All of his elements is gonna feel his wrath some kind of way. He's coming back angry. He's not coming back with daisies in one hand and strawberry and raspberries in another. He's coming with blazes. He's coming with destruction. Okay? Go on, brother.
Was the Lord Yahweh
You
displeased?
gotta add some seasoning and salt with it.
Yeah. Was Yahweh displeased against the rivers? Was thine anger against the rivers?
Yeah.
Was thy wrath against the sea, that thou didst ride upon thine horses and thy chariots of salvation?
Yeah, so he saw the Lord rebuking the sea. What did the sea do, bro? Come on now. But everyone can get it in that day. Everyone's gonna get it in that day. You know when Jake get mad, everyone gets a piece of his anger. You know what I'm saying? Like some Jakes is like that. I ain't gonna lie, sometimes I get like that, man. You know what I mean?
Thy bow was made quite naked, according to the oaths of the tribes, even my word, Salah.
Even my words Salah, go on.
Thou didst cleave the earth with the rivers.
So even the rivers are gonna remove on land. You're gonna have great floods of rivers. It's gonna be hella dramatic when the Lord makes a second time. You think it's just gonna be a neutral current event? Oh hell no, man! It's gonna be hella dramatic out there. All right, lands are gonna be moving around. Waters is gonna be on land, majorly like floods and shit. It's gonna be crazy, man. Go on, brother.
Yeah. This is verse 10. The mountains saw thee, and they trembled. The overflowing of the water passed by. The deep uttered his voice and lifted up his hands on high. The sun and moon stood still in their habitation.
Right, even the sun and moon is gonna respect the Lord's return. It's gonna stand still. Check that out, man. Hey, somebody give me what is it? Philippians chapter 2. You can't really get it. Philippians chapter 2, verse 10. Because remember, it says all of the elements shall bow down to Yahweh Shah. It tells you that, I think it's Philippians chapter 2. I think it's verse 9 and verse 10 or something like that. So it's going to get crazy out there. When he makes a second return. Like, it's not going to be a lack of drama or little drama. Like, nah, it's going to be major drama.
Verse 2.
Yeah, 2 verse 10.
Verse 10.
Not Philemon, Philippians.
Yeah, Philippians 2. All right, Philippians 2 verse 10. That at that name of Yahweh Shah HaMashiach, every knee should bow of things in heaven and things in earth.
Right, and things in heaven and things on earth. It's going to bow before the Lord. Because when you really check it in what is it, 1 John 1 and 4, it tells you that it was him that made all things.
Yep.
So all things have to bow before him. All things are going to be moved at his presence. And some elements are going to stand still like we read it. The sun and the moon. That's all I want, brother. You'll see, go back with that.
Verse 11, Habakkuk 3 and 11. The sun and the moon shall stand still in their habitation. At the light of thine arrows they went, and at the shining of thy glittering spear.
I said, the light of our arrows, they all went. All of these kingdoms don't went away. Daniel chapter 2 tells you, man, that basically Yahweh Shah was that stone that resembled asunder the statue, which represents the statue, the statue represents all of the kingdoms which came thereafter, as Daniel was specified through the revelation he got. Go on, brother.
Thou didst march, Salakia, through the land in indignation. Thou didst thresh the heathen in anger.
Like when you see them soldiers marching in, right? So Yahweh Shah, he's coming with what? The thousands and the thousands of heaven. As it is also written in the book of Psalms, that as birds flying, so shall the Lord defend Jerusalem. Because it's going to be an innumerable multitude of chariots, and the Lord is going to have the big fathership, and it's going to be even that's going to alone is going to make people drop dead. It's going to traumatize you.
Your hearts will fail.
Yeah, exactly. So the real power on earth is going to show who he really is you have these entities on this physical reality that want to be that power. This is why he wants to persuade all of you under this technology. And therefore, through that technology, that virtual reality he wants to instick you in, called Meta, he can control your virtual reality. So instead of you being controlled in reality, you're going to be much more controlled in a virtual reality. You understand? That's why they're also known as technocrats, which the word technocrat just means the ruler of technology. So they're going to be governing you through technology. All right?
They've already started it. People are so addicted to the smartphones.
Oh,
Yeah.
big time, big
But
time.
I'm talking about like on a 100% level.
Yeah, when the chip comes, yeah.
Yeah, but you're right though. They got people to a certain degree with the phones going on.
Read on, yeah? Verse 13. Yeah. Thou wentest forth for the salvation of thy people, even for salvation with thine anointed. Thou woundest the head out of the house of the wicked.
Right now, woundest the head out of the house of the wicked. Remember, somebody get me the scripture where it says, oh yeah, give me oh man, I think it's in Zechariah 5, where it reads that this shall enter into the house of the thief.
Oh, it's about 5 from verse 1.
Yeah, someone get that. Yeah, but I was gonna say
4 and 5.
Yeah.
Chapter 4, verse 5.
That's 5 verse 4.
5 verse 4. Yeah.
This is the Zechariah 5, verse 4. And it says, I will bring it forth, saith the Lord of hosts,
Good.
and it shall enter into the house of the thief.
Right, it shall enter into the house of the people. The house of the people is the so-called white people. Primarily America, because America was stolen land. England is stolen land too, because there's a lot of historical accounts showing how they got England and all that. But let's primarily deal with America, because America was really given to the Northern Kingdom.
Yeah,
now, when
yeah.
you read Genesis 49, you got it, right?
No, I was just doing a bit of research on
No.
but finish your point.
No, what I was saying was, what I was saying is when you read Genesis 49, it tells you that God was gifted with a land and that God will enlarge themselves in that land.
Yeah.
So that's between Middle America, Northern America, which is Canada, and South Central America. So that was their portion of land. Now, no, excuse me, South Central America, you had all of those different tribes. The other 10 tribes, but primarily North America and Northern America, which was Canada.
Canada, yeah.
But what did Esau do? Esau went over there and pretty much slaughtered all of them by the millions, or by the hundreds of thousands, in combinations of millions, and took over the land.
That's because I've done a little bit of, there's quite a bit, but I'll just read the little clippings of what you just mentioned there. How was 90% of the Native American population destroyed? Right, there's a lot, but I'll pick up this point here. Displaced, died of disease, and were killed by Europeans through savagery, rape, and war in 1491. About 145 million people lived in the Western Hemisphere. By 1691, the population of the indigenous Americans had declined by 90 to 95%, or by around 130 million people.
That's what you think about it. One state owns 100,000 people. One state. So how many Indians were they killing just to get the whole of America like this? So Esau has to pay for what they've done. That's why the Lord is going to enter into the house of the thief and show his exact power on him, because the sins was heavy upon him. Okay? So when we say that the so-called white is going to get judged, based on historical accounts and what the Bible is saying, we're justified in what we're saying. We're not lying. We're not making things up. We are totally justified as to what we are saying. Yeah? And everything that Esau is going to do, even currently, is going to lead up to that great judgment.
One more little thing. He says, how were they tortured? I'm not going to bring in everything, just a couple of things. In addition to this Canachist torture, COMANCHE, torture techniques included burning their victims' hands and feet, and even cutting off their eyelids. And there's other things that I ain't going to bring it out.
Yeah. No, it's a whole lot.
For my sake.
It's a whole lot, man. If you was to read that whole thing, the whole day, and I wouldn't go into the lesson. There's a whole lot this devil did, man. There's so much wickedness he done did. So go back to what you was reading. What was you reading?
Habakkuk 3, got to about verse 13.
Yeah, you was reading.
Right, Khan, Habakkuk 3 and verse 13.
No, it was I remember now. Yeah,
Zechariah verse 5, verse 4. I will bring it forth, saith the Lord of hosts, and it shall enter into the house of the thief.
yeah, what is that going to be the case? The chariot. The fathership is going to be entered into the house of the thief. He stole that land, as the brother surely elaborated how he done it. So now let's go back to this.
Habakkuk 3, starting from verse 13. Thou wentest forth for the salvation of thine people, even for salvation with thine anointed. Thou woundest the head of the house of the wicked.
So even Habakkuk got the vision of the anointed, which was later then called what? The Mashiach, the Hamashiach. So he's going to come back. So there's so many different similitudes of visions that the prophets have of the anointed or the Savior coming back to reclaim his people, the elect to be exact. So it's surely going to happen, as it is written, when 2 or 3 witnesses, it is established by the truth. So we have more than 3, 2 to 3 witnesses of prophets that have witnessed the same visions. As it is also written that we have, a more sure word of prophecy. That this society is going to be destroyed, and in the midst of that, man, the Lord is going to be in the midst of that time.
Go on, bro. Precept to back you up, because you said in the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses shall the matter be established. Here's a good one. In the book of Jude, verse 14, it says, And Enoch, also the 7th from Adam, prophesied of these, saying, Behold, the Lord cometh with 10,000 of his saints. Now Enoch was 7th from Adam. So even back in Genesis, Enoch saw the vision of Yahushua coming and destroying this place.
And that was in the beginning.
Yeah.
That was in the
From
beginning.
7th place. You can imagine.
Wow, man. But that's what but see, that's what it is. And I'm thinking about Ezra now. Ezra says that you can't really get the second Ezra now. Some of the others get the second Ezra now. Because it tells you that, man, to proclaim what the things that which are from the beginning, something like that.
Second Ezra 9. Start from there.
I think it was
Verse 5.
maybe verse 3, but you can start with verse 1.
Okay, the book of 2nd Ezra 9, verse 1. He answered me then and said, Measure thou the time diligently in itself, and when thou seest part of the signs past, which I have told thee before, then shalt thou understand that it is the very same time wherein the highest will begin to visit the world
Which he made. Go on.
Therefore,
So he said he spoke of these things from the beginning. So that's Enoch. That's where Enoch coming. So let's read that again, brother. Jude,
Right.
Jude 1 and verse. Once again, this is the book of Jude, verse 14. And Enoch, also the 7th from Adam, prophesied of these, saying, Behold, the Lord cometh with 10,000 of his saints.
Right. He come with the 10,000s of his saints. So who are those saints that he's coming with? He's coming with what? The angels in this case, which are going to be sanctified to what? To destroy this place. So it's written. It's going to happen. That's how the Lord is going to enter into this house. Esau's house that he has established based on iniquity. As it is also written, Woe unto you that establish a town of blood,
Build a city upon iniquity.
and build a city upon iniquity. That's how England was built upon, modern day England, and as well as America. It was built upon bloodshed. And that's why they're still shedding blood now to uphold their kingdom. So it took bloodshed to get their kingdom, and it takes bloodshed to uphold this kingdom. Yeah, so the thing of it is, the Lord is going to pay with this. And since I said that, brother, get me Ezekiel 35.
You still hold Habakkuk?
Yes, please.
If I could just say something, so, to keep their kingdom going, you said they're going to shed more blood, and to prevent their kingdom from going down, prophets, potential prophets, brothers, some of them are going to have to go through.
Well, you know what? Pastor Hard did a video.
I saw that one, yeah.
And he put it out there. He said, man, most of us may have to die for this thing.
But it's a worthy cause.
But you know what? Let's just say that don't happen. Every brother in the truth really should have that mindset
ooh,
that you are going to be ready to die.
that's it. Think that way. And if it doesn't happen,
that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
But that's how everybody's supposed to be.
It's like it's always better to expect the worst. But
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right. It's like you're meant to be
All the
prepared.
time,
Yeah.
yes.
Because then you can be prepared. Because if you're not expecting the worst and the worst does happen, you're gonna get KO'd, man. By that curve. Boxing, like even boxing tells you that.
Yeah.
Like if you don't see, when there's a particular punch you don't see coming, you get your ass knocked out.
Yeah.
But if you saw the punch coming, it may trigger you, but you still on your feet.
Yeah.
You understand? So you got to prepare for the worst. You got to be ready to die for this thing, man. Like Paul was ready to die.
Yep.
Certain men, the prophets were ready to die, man. And they died because they expected it to come. And they were comfortable with it. And guess what, Biggie boy? Like once you pass on, based on what you believe in, man, like the Lord is gonna have respect to that. As it is written in Psalms, what is it, 116? I think it's 116.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 52 or something like that. Maybe I'm wrong in saying, but it says that the death of the saints are precious in the sight of the Lord.
Yes. Yes.
So if you die for this thing, man, and your reward is gonna be great. Okay? Because you're gonna have orders.
And if I may to say, right, the Lord is so merciful because He will put the spirit on you that you don't even fear death. Because look what they say about the prophets, they love not their life unto death.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The Lord can put you in a situation where you just hate this place so much, which we hate you already.
That's why
the
I'm
Lord
at
can
right
just
now.
put more of a spirit. It's like, goes, come, I'm ready now.
Yeah.
You're ready. You know what I mean? Regardless of what situation.
Yeah, and I mean, just to repeat myself again, that's where I'm almost at. Really, I can't stand this place, man. If I could describe it with words properly, I would. But I can't in this case.
Your soul is burning.
Yeah. Basically, man. I'll just leave it at that. Go on, man.
I back up, Brother Bashar. I've got a precept, but I've also got a point. There's a certain spirit that comes with martyrdom. And that's the spirit that the Most High wants to bring into this story. It's a story that, it's part of the story that happened in the Old Testament. It's going to bring it back in this time. So we've got to be, look, we're just the actors, man. You get the script, you play our part. It's not like, oh, but Lord, I don't want to. No, just go with the flow, man. Most High will take care of you. Now, going back to the Lord's Prayer, listen, I keep saying this. In Matthew 6 and Matthew 7, the Lord's Prayer, it says, our Father which art in heaven, thy will be done.
Yes.
And I keep saying this is not my will be done, it's thy will. So whatever the Most High's will is, we have to be part and be down with that. And when it says obedience is better than sacrifice, so being obedient unto death, what greater is that? Now here's the piece that I'll bring out. This is John 15 verse 13. Greater love have no man than this, than that a man laid down his life for his friends. I'll read this again. Greater love have no man than this, than that a man layeth down his life for his friends. Ye are my friends, if ye do whatsoever I command you. So again, we've got to be obedient unto death. And think about it, as I said earlier when we were teaching you, Yahushua gave his life so that we could have a chance to understand these scriptures and have a chance of being covered by his blood. If you really love Yahushua, you should be like, you know what, man, I want to do for you what you did for me. So therefore, I'm willing to lay my life down for the sake of this truth and this gospel, the way you laid your life down for me. I mean, what great love could you give? See, it's like, I don't want to go too deep, but you got guys who'd be willing to take a bullet for their woman. So you're telling me you took a bullet for some stand-so woman, but you wouldn't be willing to take a bullet for your Yahushua? Come on, man, let's get real. Let's put this into perspective, man. That's all I've got to say on that.
I've got one for you. Yeah. Elder, yeah?
Yeah,
Acts chapter 7 and 54 says, when they heard these things, they were cut to the heart and they gnashed on him with their teeth. But he, being full of the Holy Spirit, looked up steadfastly unto heaven and saw the glory of God, Yahushua, standing on the right hand of God.
Yeah, so he received his glory right from there. The glory was that he would be residing with his Father in heaven. And then also he will glory here on earth when he comes back. In glory. Alright? So this is the thing. And also it tells you when he was on, I think he was on his way to the cross, or
Stephen, this is Stephen. Stephen.
Oh, that's Stephen.
Yeah, this is not Yahushua.
No, I'm talking about a different situation.
Yeah.
I'm speaking on when he was going through that period of going to the cross. There's a particular verse where it says he saw the vision of what he was going to become. Right? So you have to always keep in mind of these things, right? way. This is going to be difficult. It was difficult from the beginning. When you came in this thing, and it's going to be hard when you get out of it. That's just the thing going on.
Yeah, just to finish off. Yeah, but being full of the Holy Ghost, looked up steadfastly unto heaven and saw the glory of Yahushua standing at the right hand of God, and said, Behold, I see the heavens opened and the Son of Man standing on high, standing at the right hand of God. Then they cried out with a loud voice and stopped their ears and ran upon him with one accord and cast him out of the city, stoned him, and the witnesses laid down their clothes at the young man's feet, whose name was Saul. And they stoned Stephen, calling upon God, saying, Lord Jesus, or Lord Yahushua, receive my spirit. Last one. And he kneeled down and cried with a loud voice, Lord, lay not this sin to their charge. And when he had said this, he fell asleep.
Baba Kishar, that was a perfect segue, if I may. I've said this before, I'll say it again, forgive me if I'm repeating myself, brothers, but it said Stephen fell asleep, right? Yeah. So, death is likened unto falling asleep. For example, when Jacob died, it says, he gave up the spirit and he rested with his fathers, just like with Abraham, or even King David, he slept with his fathers. My point is this, every night we go to bed and we fall asleep, none of us remembers that exact point where I'm awake and all of a sudden asleep. You just wake up the next morning, right? So my point is this, is that death doesn't necessarily have to be something where you experience every aspect of it. You might just be here and all of a sudden, it depends what the Most High wants to make you suffer. For example, now my other point is this, right? Every time you go to sleep at night, you wake up in the morning. That's an example, if you look at it, right? That's the example of the Most High saying, look man, I can resurrect you. Because every morning you wake up, you don't wake yourself up. It's the Spirit of the Lord that, okay, you wake up at this time. So in terms of laying down your life for the truth, that should be a kind of a comfort in the fact that if you do lay down your life for this truth, you're going to be risen up again. And you're going to be coming back with Yahushua. So really, a lot of the fear that associated with death comes from, I don't know, and what is this and what
fear
is that.
of the unknown.
Fear of, exactly. But we've got the comfort of the scriptures. We know what happens to the soul when you die. You go up to the spiritual realm. And Yahushua told you, look man, those that die in the faith will be the first to come back with me. So I'm just saying this is my attitude, but forget that fear, man.
Well, you know why you're saying this, brother? Because you're thinking in the spirit. Because you remember the spirit's always fighting with the flesh, right? So our flesh is always thinking that kind of way anyway, you know what I mean? But the spirit, like I say, you're thinking in the spirit, you shouldn't really fear.
Hey,
you know what I mean?
That's a good point, because the scriptures say the carnal mind is enmity with the Most High. So if you're more towards the carnal, there's going to be fear.
You're going to fear.
But again, it's about discipline, and not everybody's going to get to that point straight away. Like you said, you're already now, where you're just fed up with this place. I'm at the point where I'm ready to hey, whatever Esau's got to do, just get it done and get it over with. But obviously different gods have different spirits, but Lord willing, we can all get to that point, because it would be the worst thing to do all this work, then at the final hurdle, oh shit, I don't want to die, give me the mark, let me live. I mean, God forbid any brother has that spirit, but there will be men that do that. Anyway, back to you.
Yeah, so go back to Habakkuk. Yeah.
Back in Habakkuk 3, you got to verse 14. Thou didst strike through with his staves the head of his villages. They came out as a whirlwind to scatter me. Their rejoicing was to devour the poor secretly.
Right. They're, what is it?
Verse 14 again. Thou didst strike through with his staves the head of his villages. They came out as a whirlwind to scatter me. Their rejoicing was as to devour the poor secretly.
Right. Their rejoicing was to devour the poor secretly. And there's legislations on this regard, on how they want to get rid of the tribes of Israel, which makes a lot of sense, because the tribes of Israel represent the kingdom, represents the Heavenly Father. So the New World Order system is that it all encompasses that, where they want to get rid of everything that is in relation to God Himself. All right, and then they can be transformed the way of life by doing away with the history of which is natural, or the knowledge of that which is natural, so to speak. So that's the most important thing that they would like to seek to do. But that's not going to happen because the Lord has something else in plan. That he's going to deliver his people. Beginning with the elect. Keep on, man.
Thou didst walk through the sea with thine horses through the heap of great
Yeah,
waters.
the horses represents the chariots, which they're coming in what? Power. Then you have the term horsepower, which determines obviously how much power your car has. So when the Lord makes his second return, he's coming with the thousands of heaven, and he's coming with his power, his form of power. And all of that power combined is going to be easily set to destroy the system. Penetrate it. Okay, break it apart easily. It's going to be a very easy thing. Like, this battle ain't going to be very difficult to get how shot. Like, come on, like Esau has like low-grade technology, and the Lord has super extraterrestrial, out of this realm technology. So what do you think? Who do you think is going to win?
Physics-defying technology.
Exactly. So when your Awashai comes back, he's going to defy easily the knowledge of physics. All right? Because it's the Lord that made all of this. So how can the Lord? It's like, for example, right? You take a government formulates policies, right, for the people to go by. They don't have to go under those laws. That's why they break those laws, because they make the laws. They make the laws for the people.
Other people, yeah.
The government doesn't correspond under the law.
Ah, yeah, I see what you mean, yeah.
So it's like, for example, let's say people wanted to sue
To them.
Her Majesty Court. You couldn't sue Her Majesty Court because Her Majesty Court is the government. She's the law. So you can't. The Lord can't obviously be hurt by his laws and his physics, or limited to his laws and his physics that he created. That's bullshit, man. Yeah, he's above the law.
Yeah.
He made the law. Go on, brother.
It would be defeating the object. If I was to do a law, let's say I was to do a law and say, right, nobody can. I like gold, so nobody can move gold. That law. Why would I put it on myself for? Why would I defeat the object of I like gold? Yeah, it's the same principle. And Esau does it too, on the left-hand side. He makes the laws for the people. Yahushua doesn't make it, so he makes it for the.
Yeah, but here's the kicker though. See, the law, when we get into the kingdom, the law is going to be given unto us, but we can't break the law because we're not the Most High.
Yeah.
Now, can the Most High break his own law? You got that right, you can't. Because he's above the law. So there's levels to this. So anyway, go back to this, brother.
Yeah, verse
Talking about physics and the law, the scriptures say the Lord set the bounds of the sea and the constellations that they follow the order.
Right.
But then he broke the physics and the law when he stopped the sun at the battle.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's
That's what I'm saying.
heavy.
See, so the law of physics, like the brother was going into, the laws of physics serve him. Yeah, so that's how it goes, man. That's the part of the law.
we even read that earlier. We said the sun and the moon shall
We stand still.
Yeah, man. So that all that killing go take place. Isn't
Yeah,
it? Whoa.
exactly. And the Lord can kill. The scriptures say, right, thou shalt not murder. But guess who? The Lord can murder anything
Yeah,
he
of
wants.
course.
And what you gonna do?
make a life.
Right, I kill and I make a life. So he's above the law. Go on, brother.
Right, Habakkuk, back in 3, starting at verse 16. When I heard, my belly trembled, my lips quivered at the voice, rottenness entered into my bones, and I trembled in myself that I might rest in the day of trouble.
Man. He had that bitter feeling in his gut. Because he saw that vision and it was just like, oh man,
Terrifying.
it was severely terrifying. Go on.
Yeah, it says, I trembled in myself that I might rest in the day of trouble. When he cometh up unto the people, he will invade them with his troops.
Right, he'll invade them with his troops, his chariots. So this is a reality, man. As I quoted, that we have a more sure word of prophecy.
More sure.
Yeah, Isaiah 55 verse 11, so shall my word be that go forth out of my mouth, and shall not return to me void. So we have a clear surety that these things are going to happen. That's why we're grounded on these things. Yeah, like we're not coming in the spirit, or it may or may not happen, but we know a surety is going to happen. That this so-called white man is going down in the greatest way you've ever seen in your life. We have all many different various of kingdoms that came on the scene, and they all went down. This kingdom is no different. It's a part of the statue, isn't it? So it's going to go down with the rest of it. Go on, brother.
Verse 17, although the fig tree shall not blossom, neither shall fruit be in the vines, the labor of the olive shall fail, and the fields shall yield no meat. The flock shall be cut off from the fold, and there shall be no herd in the stalls.
Yeah, it's not going to be anything. It's just going to be a desert. It tells you that in Isaiah 34 and Isaiah 13 as well. So speaking of that, let's go back to the chapter. Yeah, that's all right, brother. There's somebody, the root 4, and I had Habakkuk, I had a harp on it, but you can go and get it. No, you can get it, brother. The root 4. Yeah, harp. You can just, get some precepts that I call, or precepts that come to your mind. You don't get it. Yeah. The root 4, where did you left off?
Root 4, verse, I think it's 15?
Yeah.
15. I think it's 15.
Baruch 4 and 15, for he hath brought a nation upon them from far, a shameless nation and a strange language.
No, actually, no, read verse 20. I think it was in verse 20.
Baruch 4 and 20, I have put off the clothing of peace and put upon me the sackcloth of my prayer. I will cry unto the everlasting in my days. Be of good cheer, O my children. Cry unto the Lord, and he will deliver you from the power and hand of the enemies. For my hope is in the everlasting, that he will save you, and joy is come unto me from the Holy One.
And we just expounded upon that, reading Habakkuk chapter 3. That was going to be the case. That he was going to deliver us from the power of the enemy, because it's the Lord that gave this man the power of the first place. As it is written, the power of the earth, the power of the earth is in the hands of the Lord, and he giveth to whomsoever he will. And Daniel 4:17 says the same thing. By the decree of the watchers, that the living may know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men. So it's the Lord that sanctions power of a nation. Oh, promotion cometh not from what? The east nor the west, but promotion cometh from the Lord. Go on, brother.
It says, because of the mercy which shall soon come unto you from the everlasting our Savior. For I sent you out with mourning and weeping, but the Father will give you to me again.
Like I said before, he's referring to when they were taking the slaves to the Babylonians. We can also use the scripture for now, because when we was on the cargo slave ship, you think we were having a joy time? We were stacked in them ships like sardines. All right, we were probably shitting and pissing on each other. Women were pregnant on top of each other. Right, babies are crying. We was in that great state of mourning. Like they showed you that in Amistad, I believe it is. All right, how we actually were stacked in it. Go on, brother.
And it says, but the Father will give you to me again with joy and gladness forever.
Yeah, and gladness forever. So in the midst of that, now here we are, being stirred up back up to a way of remembrance, bringing this knowledge to mind that were the Israelites, as it was written in the book of Hosea 1. Hosea 1 tells us that in the land where it was said, you are not my people, it shall stand that you are my people of the living power. And this is we're living in this this time of the fulfillment of that prophecy. Can't nobody tell me that the prophecies ain't real. We're a living example of that. Our life is an example of the Lord's words coming to pass. So how much more other prophecies have you read throughout the years that's going to come to pass? Right. All right? So we're sure to come to pass. All of these prophecies, man, we're sure to come to pass.
Isaiah 34 and 16, seek ye out the book of the Lord, Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai, and read. No one of these shall fail.
Not one of these shall fail. So the law and the commandments won't fail you, and His word, and as well as the current events won't fail to come to pass. They're all going to come to pass, regardless. Esau will try all kind of various ways to try to prohibit certain prophecies. But bro, you didn't write the story to stop no prophecies. In order for you to stop the prophecies or to edit the story of life, you had to be in the beginning to concoct this story of life. You wasn't there, so therefore you don't have the power, Esau. You're going down. The so-called white man, woman, and child is going down, and they're going into slavery.
That's right.
Thus saith the Lord, as it is written, thus saith Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushai. This is his story. that's playing out. Go on, brother.
Back in Baruch 4:24, like as now the neighbors of Zion have seen your captivity, so shall they see shortly your salvation.
And surely shall they see your salvation. Hit me with Jeremiah 16:14. You see how you see when you put the precepts together, it all makes sense, because what it is what you're finding out when you get into the scriptures is that all of the prophets had the same vision of the same similar thing. So if they saw the same thing, then that means it's got to be real. That means it's got to be truth. Okay? Like, for example, when the Lord tells you, like, let's say you see someone commit a crime against the law, right? And it was just one person. Then the case can't really be established because it was just one person. He could have been making some shit up. So if two people see the same thing, then there's got to be some truth to it. All right? So all of the prophets received visions of the same similar thing in a different way. Go on now.
Jeremiah 6.
To show that Islam, to show that the Lord is a fair and just power, even though he doesn't need to, he has three witnesses, himself, the Son, and the Spirit. And he said, all agree on our one. So even the Lord has got more witnesses on his end when he's faithful to his prophets.
Nice. Nice.
But that's beautiful, yeah, because you have the two as a witness, you know what I mean? That's beautiful, yeah. Jeremiah 16.
No, read that.
Okay, Jeremiah 16 verse 14. Therefore, behold, the days come, saith the Lord our power, that it shall no more be said, the Lord liveth, that broughteth up the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. But the Lord liveth, that broughteth up the children of the Israel from the...
And it's good, sorry.
Yeah.
Read that.
But the Lord...
If you feel like if you feel like you're getting a bit fast, or you're just intense,
Yeah.
take a breath. I have to do it all the time, man.
Okay, brother. Jeremiah 16 verse 15. But the Lord our power liveth, that brought up the children of Israel from the land of the north.
And why is this? Because this salvation is going to be far surpassing the event of our salvation that happened in Egypt. Because this is going to be a worldwide dramatic scene of how the Israelites are going to be delivered. And then all of the people all around that have looked down upon us, they're going to have to automatically, without no question, consider that we are the Israelites. Those guys with the robes were right. The so-called black people, the so-called Latin people of Native American descent, they're the Israelites, because look who got delivered. It was them kind of folk that got delivered. All right? And it's going to be well known to the world who we truly are. And it's going to be well known among the nations why we went down facing the conditions that we're facing today. That's in Ezekiel 36. If you can get me that too, brother. Hold what you got, and then get me that as well. Ezekiel 36, and I believe it's maybe 25 or 28 or something like that. Go on, brother.
2 Ezra 16 and 73. Then shall they be known who are my chosen, and they shall be tried as the gold in the fire.
Yeah, so in the midst of Jacob's struggle, we're going to be tried. And also deliverance is going to be the case. And I mean, Tahar did say that most of us are going to die, but you're going to have a reason why of us is going to be delivered. Because there's a lot of scriptures that speak on deliverance. All right, so we have to also focus on that too. But some of us are going to, it's the only reason one of us is going to have to die. Because a lot of us ain't going to take that mark. All right, but even if we die, because we didn't take the mark, we're going to be delivered in the spirit. It says that the dead in your house shall rise first. So even through our death, which really we're just sleeping, we're going to transition to those chariots. Okay, because the Lord, amen, remember what the Lord said. When the Lord gives a great shout, guess what? All of them spirits are going to raise up out of their graves. It tells you that, man. So this thing is going to be hella dramatic. You might have thought, oh man, I didn't make it. Oh, I'm done, I'm finished. No, the Lord is going to raise you up in them chariots. Okay, because you already... Yeah, because you've already died for the course.
Can I make a point?
Go on, bro.
Because you know when people go on death row, right? Some of them do get put to death at the end of this, their death row. But a lot of the time, some of them they get acquitted, or the case gets thrown out or dropped, because really, it's not the Most High's movie anyway. But a lot of it is psychological. They want to talk to you, say, you're on death row, You're going to have to be locked up. So all you're going to be thinking of, I'm going to die. And some people go mad.
Yeah, because they're prolonging it.
Too much for them. But some people, they fall into their lot. So whatever, what you're alluding to is that if they say, right, you're going to be put to death, they put you in your cell. This I was thinking about when we got locked up, when I got locked up. They said, when I'm in the question room, answer the question, said, right, we're going to put you back in the cell. They don't give you an idea you may be released straight after. They don't tell you that. They say, well, we'll put you back in the cell. And they make you think, oh, you're going to be back in the cell and they're going to throw away the key. That's what you must be thinking. They know what they're doing. Psychological. So the point is, right, you're on death row, you may well die, but then again, the Most High might say, right, as soon as you go into the cell, the doors open or something, or the back wall opens and you walk out. You know what I'm saying, though?
Yeah.
So you just have to be aware of the spirit, the spiritual game that's taking place. Because the Most High, Yehovah, it's a game of chess. And you've got to be in the spirit all the time.
Yeah.
That's the point. Stephen was in the spirit before he died. He was in the spirit. That's why he saw the glory of Yehovah on the right hand side.
God. That's right. You're going to say something.
So that Ezekiel,
Ezekiel
36 verse 24. For I will take you from among the heathen and gather you out of all countries and will bring you into your own land. Then will I sprinkle clean water upon you, and ye shall be clean.
So what is that sprinkling of that clean water? Knowledge. Boom.
From all your filthiness. Hey, if you look, when you go to the Catholic churches, they go around there and sprinkle everybody with that nasty, dirty, stinking water. You know what I mean?
Got the learn to call it holy.
Yeah, holy water. Then will I sprinkle clean water upon you, and ye shall be clean. From all your filthiness, and from all your idols will I cleanse you. A new heart also will I give you.
That's that new couplet.
Yep. And a new spirit will I put within you. And I will take away the stony heart out of your flesh, and I will give you a heart of flesh. And I will put my spirit within you, and cause you to walk in my statutes, and ye shall keep my judgments, and do them. And ye shall dwell in the land that I gave to your fathers, and ye shall be my people, and I will be your power. I will also save you from all your uncleanness, and I will call for the corn, and will increase it, and lay no famine upon you. And I will multiply the fruit of the tree, and the increase of the field, that ye shall receive no more reproach or famine among the heathen. Then shall ye remember your own evil ways, and your doings that were not good.
That reminds me of Daniel's 12, where it reads, some shall wake up to everlasting life, some to everlasting contempt. That kind of sort of thing going on.
And shall loaf yourselves in your own sight for your iniquities and for your abominations. Not for your sakes do I this, save the Lord our power, be it known unto you. Be ashamed and confounded for your own ways, O house of Israel. Thus saith the Lord our power, in the day that I shall have cleansed you from all your iniquities, I will also cause you to dwell in the cities and the wastes.
So I tell you what, I lost my train of thought. Read that verse, that exact verse you left off at before.
This is back in Baruch chapter 4, verse 24. And it says, now as the neighbors of Zion have seen your captivity, so shall they see shortly your salvation.
Yeah, because I said even the nations, they're going to realize also why we were brought down in these lower conditions in captivity. So it goes into this now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Verse 33. Thus saith the Lord our power, in the day that I shall cleanse you from all your iniquities, I will also cause you to dwell in the cities, and the waste shall be builded, and the desolate land shall be tilted, whereas it lay desolate in the sight of the that passed by. And they shall say, this land that was desolate is become like the Garden of Eden, and the waste and desolate and ruined cities are become fenced and are inhabited.
You're going.
Then the heathen that are left around about, you shall know that I am the Lord. Build the ruined places, and plant that was desolate. I, the Lord, have spoken it, and I will do it.
Right, go on.
Thus saith the Lord our power, I will yet for this be inquired of by the house of Israel, to do it for them. I will.
I tell you what, it's Ezekiel 39.
Is it Ezekiel 39?
Ezekiel 39, verse 7. There's a particular verse where it reads, where the nations are going to know why you were under the curses went into captivity. Roughly paraphrasing the scripture. The nations are going to know why you went into captivity. It's one of the last couple of verses. That's right, the 28.
28, yeah? Ezekiel 39 verse, let me start with 27. When I have brought you again from the people and gathered them out of their enemies' land, and am sanctified in them in the sight of many nations, then shall they know that I am the Lord our power, which caused them to be led into captivity.
Now the other nations are going to see why he was brought before these conditions. Through our salvation, they're going to witness the dramatizing of it, and then they're going to acknowledge, okay, yeah, these are the sons of God. All right, and then they're going to have to realize that, wait a minute, the Lord destroyed these people down because they disregarded the covenant by breaking the laws. You see? So that's what the world is going to have to acknowledge. See, right now the world doesn't want to acknowledge that because they have a level of pride that they have to uphold. They've been told that they have to live up to a particular status quo as well. And always be mindful that the Negro, he's at the bottom. We're supposed to look down on them, and he has to play his part in this economic climate. And you're a white person, you're supposed to play your part in this economic climate. And every other nation has a form of, thinking of that they're supreme, against another nation.
Yeah.
Right? But primarily everybody looks down upon the so-called Negro. But it's going to be well known that the so-called Negro, Latino Native American Negro, are indeed the supremacy of everybody. Okay, we're the supreme, we're the chosen race of God. So if the supreme power chose us to be his people, then that makes us automatically supreme. And I'm only reading you the scriptures. Now people may say, well, the powers that be, they may say, see, they're teaching black supremacy. Well, for one, we don't call ourselves black.
No.
We've already made that clear countless times. But what we are saying is that we're the Israelites. And the Israelites are our supreme people. And those gutter rats in the land of Israel, they know who the hell we are. And they know damn well they ain't those people. But what they also know is that they're Edomites. All right? And them high scholars, they know to be exactly what they are. They possibly very well know that they're Amalekites.
Yes.
But they're just perpetrating the fraud. Because they got to lie to everybody so that they can rule over everybody. Under this lie of, oh yeah, they're us. Bro, you can't be us, man. You tried and made an effort to try to be us. It didn't work out. You're wearing all black. Like when, I know if you were to go back into the times of Israel, all Israel wasn't wearing black. Okay? We wasn't wearing all black. Like Jake, you're afraid with some people. Jake has different way of, styling and, showing the level of, as the world would say, swag, right? So Jake wasn't operating like that, man. Jake had style with their clothing and their robes. Jake wasn't out here just wearing fucking black all day with them small hats around here. Like, that's not how he was rocking out. No, you're definitely gonna be rocking like that in the kingdom. Oh, fuck that. Okay?
Yeah, like every nation, like you have like a flag or like traditional wear colors. That's why they, again, imposters, they made that Israeli flag with white and blue. Because that's our actual official colors of Israel, man. Of the priesthood, they would wear white robes, man. You know, some of the roads were actually beryl green as well, with borders of blue. So like green, white, and blue is like the colours, if you will, of the true Israelites. You know,
At least the white represents purity. Yes. That's it, yeah.
Yeah, we ordered the border of blue. Where the hell did that black? That's death, man.
That's it, bro. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, like the thing of it is, man, like like you just said, black represents death. So they're only telling their truth that they're the people of death.
Yeah.
That's really what they're doing.
Yeah.
But I also think what they're trying to live up to is Jeremiah 4:22. What is it? The Jews are black. So they're trying to wear, they wearing all black to put themselves in the room. Like, you know, what it means is that Jacob being in a state of mourning. Now, are the Jews considered black? Because we are considered black in society. But that's also symbolic that we're crying unto our Lord because we're vessel. We're mourning right now. That's what that represents. Them niggas in what is that land over there that's claiming to be ours, that's basically you know, our land, so to speak. They're not mourning like they own the media. They own 100% of the media. They own Diamond District. They own all of the resources. They own lands where you have to pay taxes and they get your tax money. So how them dudes mourning, man? Plus, if you go to certain parts where they live in gorgeous places, nice little places. How they in a state of mourning? How they curse? They're not the people. What they are, they need to come, man. That descend from the ancient Romans. That's why they got that nose. They used to call it the alkaline nose, which goes into what is it, man? They have like this a nose set up like an eagle, very pointed. They used to call it the alkaline. They've done away with that part of our relationship.
Like the elder was saying, everywhere they go, even when they go to other countries, they live good, man.
Yeah.
They live in nice areas. Like in London, you've got two main spots. One of them, they're both actually in North, if you want to get technical. But then it's like the surrounding areas, it's like ghetto, kind of, you know. And then hit their section, you drive down their roads and it's looking like mansions. You know, like the quality of, I'm talking about the quality of the fences of their houses. We're looking at some millionaire shit. You know, the windows they put in school, they ain't no regular windows. Their cars are different. You know, well, half of them drive piece of shit vehicles. And then the other half drive like Teslas, BMW, top specs. You know, again, you got another set of small hats up north in Manchester. And where they're at, because they've actually been there, they're balling, man. But then surrounding them is the ghetto. With J. Paul around them. So why is it everywhere they go, they're good? But then they want to claim, according to the prophecies, now we're living a hard life. They're not.
They're living gorgeously. And it's a choice whether they want to drive shitty cars. It's a choice whether they want to wear regular clothes.
That's their choice.
It's their choice.
They drive shitty cars, but then they've got like 20 houses.
Yeah.
You know? So as the elder, it's by choice, man. It's by fucking choice, man. They actually pay Russians to stand outside of their door on Saturdays to open it so that they don't break the so-called Sabbath. So you got big Russian fucking bodyguards just standing there from like 6 a.m. on a Saturday till sunset. I drive past it all the time. Yes, boss. Yes, boss. Just standing there, you got small hats walking past it. Come on, man. We don't want no bodyguards, we got the angels. But that's the point. Like, we ain't got that kind of money to pay some fucking 7'5" Russian dude. Yeah. They probably Vladimir, you know, standing there.
His brother, he got his brother holding the fort down. You know. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, like, you know, hey, the brother brought it out because he's in the bench. But basically, man, like, we ain't got it like that. So the Israelites, it would have been said that, look, it would be referring to us. The scriptures would actually refer to us. Because we ain't got it like that. We're going accordingly to what the curses said that we go according to. Right? Our physical experience right now is that of the curses. And they ain't living out there. So they're a bunch of liars. And they had to lie anyway because if they rule the world without saying that they're us, no one would really take them seriously. So they had to do that. Anyway, brother, back in
Back in Baruch chapter 4, verse 24 again. Like as now the neighbors of Zion have seen your captivity, so shall they see shortly your salvation from our Father, which shall come upon you with great glory.
That's that Jeremiah 16:14. All of the nations are going to see and bear witness to the traumatizing event that's going to occur of our salvation. So everyone knows that we went on slave ships, right? Everyone's going to know that we went on those slave ships.
Wisdom of Solomon 5 and verse 1.
Exactly. Hey, brother, you can pull that out, son. Because that just goes along with the topic right here. So this is a real thing. This ain't no, this is just a Bible and that's it. No, this is real. This is getting ready to happen. While Esau is getting ready to close up shop in his kingdom, the Lord is getting ready to come back. And in the midst of that, man, we're gonna have to go through some dramatizing times, Jacob's trouble, to get to what we need to get to in our deliverance. As it is written, if you can, brother, get me Daniel 12 too. Daniel 12 goes into that. Read that. 5 and 1.
Yeah, Wisdom of Solomon 5 verse 1. Then shall that righteous man stand in great boldness before the face of such as have afflicted him and made no account of his labors.
So where are the Amalekites standing? Where are they at? Where are they at calling the wind and showing that they're oppressors of good wrongdoing? Where is that? And it's like we don't see that nowhere. But what you do see is brothers like us doing it, showing you we're living proof of this prophecy. Our life is on the script. Sure, go on, brother.
And when they see it, they shall be troubled with terrible fear, and shall be amazed at the strangeness of his
They're
salvation.
going to be amazed at the strangeness of his salvation. So all of the wicked, even among our own people, and as well as these high-end positions that are in power, they're going to bear witness to our deliverance, and they're going to be shook themselves because it's going to be like, oh shit, we done affected the people of God. So now they have hell to pay now.
Oh yeah.
And they can't turn it back. They can't say, oh man, I'm sorry.
Hey, listen, they don't like hell, right? Look at us. We come on the highways and the byways through all kind of weathers. In the summer, they got the AC on in the church. During the winter, they got the heating on.
Comfortable too.
Comfortable. They, you know what I mean?
Doing very well in there, man. They ain't
very well.
feeling no element.
No.
Right? We feeling all of the
We
elements.
feeling all of
out here. And we gotta deal with demons too. Sometimes you gotta deal with a demon ass nigga that's possessed. He bugging you out. Or he's trying to bug you out. Because he's a bug out his damn self. Go on, brother. Yeah, finish that.
Yeah, it says, and they shall be amazed at the strangeness of his salvation, so far beyond all that they look for. And they repenting and groaning for anguish of spirit shall say within themselves, this was he whom we had sometimes in derision, and a proverb of reproach.
Right, and a proverb of reproach. So that includes even our people. Because you had our people that came up and scoffed against us too. You even got scoffers among this Israelite thing. That have said, oh yeah, you know, GMS scholars, they bombs, they don't work, they don't have no life. Because they, you know, their garments is, you know, all messy and they unorganized compared to the IUIC. The IUIC, they look all clean and well presentable, all injectable. Right? But guess what? Guess what, man? If you go and read the scriptures again, going back and reading the scriptures, what you'll find out is that John the Baptist didn't look presentable. But Yahweh Shai counted him as more than a prophet. That's why you got to read the scriptures. When you read the scriptures, you'll find out the prophets were just basic men. And in fact, they were replicant. Go on.
On that point, Isaiah 53 and 2, for he shall grow up before him as a tender plant and as a root out of dry ground. He hath no form nor comeliness, and when we shall see him, there is no beauty that we should desire.
Because he was just a basic man. He doesn't say he was ugly. He was just a basic presenting man. There was no bells and whistles and grills, right? Bells and whistles and grills, like the IUIC intros and outros and all that. We're very basic men. Like, you know, some brothers got nice garments, but it's basic. It ain't all. We're not coming on a theatrical level. Oh, we got the brother around here. He's coming in and he's speaking. We got the brother. We got the elder LeBron.
I have to have my intro though.
You gotta Every brother gotta have an intro and an outro.
Caleb in the house.
He's 5, what is it? And then he got his stats. He's 5'10", weighs 200 pounds, like some WWE shit. Like the Lord never said go out there and make an outro. Like, nah, the Lord said go out and teach people. It's very basic. You know what I'm saying? Like Jake always gotta make things exaggerated. The word is exaggerative enough. Go on, bro. Well, you was reading.
I was reading.
I've got something here for you. Will you? I don't know if you want to
Yeah.
say. Daniel 12.
Finish this up.
Right, just one more verse, I think. It says, Wisdom of Solomon 5 verse 4, we fools counted his life as madness and his end to be without honor.
Right, and his end to be without honor.
How is he numbered amongst the children of God?
Right. How is he considered as the children of God? When we placed upon the narratives to play as being black people. And when you think about being black or the culture being black, you think about gangbanging, you think about prostitution, all of these things that Jake be doing in the world. So how is it that they have been this particular group of people, the sons of God, because it's by divine intervention. That's what it is. We came out of that stupid. So now we're mentally been transformed, reinvigorated, back made it, back to life again, to keep these commandments. And now we're starting to show what we're really all about. So when the Lord comes back, now we're going to need for salvation. That's why we look like this. That's why we came out of darkness. Go on, brother.
Just one more voice. It says, how is he counted amongst the children of God, and his lot is amongst the saints?
Right, and his lot is amongst the saints. Because if you look at the reason why the brothers in GMS, man, we got that look. Like we came from the hard things. And the rough side of life. Even some of us talk like it too. Right? You can see that in how we look. So it's like, how are these guys the sons of God? Like, yo, like these dudes, like they're still in shit. Or they're around another people.
I always try to get it to the Lord.
But see, that's who the Lord takes glory in. The Lord takes glory in those that are hated in society. Paul specifies it. Okay? That's how the Lord is able to show his majesty. How can the Lord show his majesty of someone that's already been made it in society? Come on, like there's no surprising with him.
Yeah, the prophets always had that look that made people shook. Yeah. Even their words, their letters made people shook. Like Paul, and then Paul, say about obviously he weren't the tallest or biggest of Jews, but his letters alone made the congregation think like he's some big guy. So when he came around, they were like, yeah. But that's the point is that as the elders say, just back up the point, is that the Lord chooses such individuals to carry his word.
That's it. Yeah, and it's usually going to be the guy that's coming from a basic part of life. And that's why the prophets would always use analogies associated with the agricultural life that they live. Because they were working class men. They weren't men sitting high and low. In a high class, no, they were basic working class men for the most part. So these are the men that are gonna basically rule the world of the Heavenly Father's majesty and his power. You this knowledge through these men. Go on, brother.
Anything good come from
Nazareth. There you go. Yahweh Shah was a good example of that.
Just reminded me of some of the things that people have said that, when they're passing by the camp. I remember I was with the other brothers at Oxford Street, people walking past going, what's going on here? There's no rap battle. You know what I'm saying? It's like, that's how the world perceives us to be ignorant, unlearned men, leaders in the world, but really, they're looking on the outward, and the Most High says, look not on the outward, because the Most High looks on the inward. We knew it. So, yes.
Or even sometimes have Edomites, and they'll walk past and stop. What's going on here? But then you see the face, the look on their face, they're upset like you're holding a book. Niggas holding books. What's all of that? Come on,
Because the worst there is it's an basic according to them. Right? And that's what we're doing right now. We're educating. We're drawing out what we know, which is the real meaning of the word. Like one black woman came up to us in King's Cross, man. She got a Edomite Could have been Jacob. He don't look like an Edomite. So she came, she came to the camp thinking that she was gonna, say something and teach. So I asked her, simple thing. What does the word education mean? She couldn't tell me to save her life. And then she was like telling me, why don't you tell me what it is? No, why don't you tell me what it is? Because you're coming up here with the spirit like you're trying to teach me something. So teach me that. Tell me what that word means. And what you find out, a lot of these people that went to these colleges, man, they're only knowledgeable of what they were taught in college. But when it comes to being knowledgeable about this life in general, they have no knowledge of it. And that's why a lot of them took the VC essays, and now they're on their way to die.
This was we ain't supposed to be started a bit early before we got to the camp. Do you remember when a German dude came up and then he was just standing there and then he's like, what's this about? What's this about? And he tried to act like he didn't see us and he was looking at the tree. He was there. But this guy basically was German, he got upset that we were reading the Bible. And it's like, he was like, what's this about? And then I'm like, now why are you looking at us like that? He goes, I'm looking at these trees across the fucking road.
And even if you wouldn't
Because he didn't know me. He wanted to come up and talk, but he couldn't converse and talk because he didn't know me. He ain't nothing but a goddamn fool. So, like, it's like, the thing of it is, and that's what they tell you. You're smart because you can memorize certain information. Everybody can memorize up top of, like just learning and remembering stuff. But the thing of it is, we actually always go into things. Like, we don't always depend on someone of higher stature to teach us. Now, we do all need to be taught. Right? All of the prophets, somehow, some way, not all of them, but some of them were taught by men. And in this case, we were taught by men. That's what we give reference to the men that taught us. That's why we say double honors. But what I'm saying is, in this world, people are just blindly following what other people are saying, and they're not really doing the research themselves. They went to school, they did all this activity to expand their mind, but their mind isn't really where it needs to be to understand what world they're living.
To add to your point, Elder, to break that down, there's a clear difference between information, knowledge, and wisdom. People who go through the public school system, they get a lot of information, but they don't actually gain any real knowledge because they can't break that information down in the same way. They can't extract the knowledge from the information, so they get stuck on that level. And well, first comes information, then comes knowledge, then comes wisdom. Wisdom is when you've disseminated all the information, you know, okay, this is where it belongs, X, Y, Z. People don't even get to that level, they just stay on the information. They pass their exam, as soon as they pass their exam, they forget about all that they learn, and they just carry on about life. And that's just general knowledge stuck up in their head. And that's because wisdom doesn't do that with the life. Unto a spirit, and she's not made manifest unto many.
And a lot of the times the spirit is going to choose men up and over now. And that's us. That's why we go into every subject matter, man. There's countless of brothers in GMS that go into every subject matter. And they see us.
They're not big topics.
They only just say general information. That's what you fucking call it. GCSE. General certificate of service.
Yeah. It's just general, yeah.
Like, you remember what we've taught you all throughout the year.
Back in Baruch 4 and 25, my children, suffer patiently the wrath that is come upon you from the Most High. For thine enemy have persecuted you, but shortly thou shalt see his destruction.
But shortly I shall see his destruction. Doesn't it say in the book of Job that the driving of the wicked is short? Doesn't it also say, and doesn't it also say in the book of Job 14:5 that his days are the tough, and that he cannot go beyond his bounds, that he cannot pass? It says that, right? So this is what we're dealing with right here. Go on, my brother.
And shall tread upon his neck. My delicate ones have gone rough ways.
Right, so we're going to tread upon his neck. Now I want you to get to Isaiah 26. If I'm correct, Isaiah 26, verse 4 to verse 6.
Isaiah 26 verse 4 to Isaiah 26 verse 4 to verse 6 says, Trust ye in Yahweh forever, For in Yahweh is everlasting strength. For he bringeth down them that dwell on high. The lofty city he layeth it low. He layeth it low even to the ground. He bringeth it even to the dust. The foot shall tread it down, even the feet of the poor, and the steps of the needy. The way of the just is uprightness. Thou, most upright, dost swayeth the path of the just.
That's who's going to do it. It's that the upright is going to be the poor that's going to step over these that tread upon these men. Going back to the book of Baruch. So this is what's coming down the pipe, man. The so-called white man with the suit and tie with the turban, he ain't always going to be on top. He calling the shots, telling you to get your VCS. You know what? All right, looking like he's the man that's what is it? That's exemplifying knowledge. He's the way, the truth, and the light. Man, that image is going to be put out in Europe. The suit and tie image. Like that's why the other nation do the same thing. They do wear their old customs, and they gotta wear them. All of them wearing suits and ties, and ties and shit. Carrying briefcases. And then you gotta speak his language whenever you want to be a pilot. Like, nah, man, like them days are done. It's gonna be the look of Israel. The image that we have, that image is gonna shine throughout the four corners of Europe, and every other nation is gonna pick up where we stop at, man. All right, and they're gonna look like us, which is the right one.
Yeah.
It's perfect. Go on, brother.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of Moab and Ammon.
Yes.
They wore the robes, man. You know, they had their buildings had their roofs were fucking curved and shit at the ends. You know, now all of a sudden,
Just
they
love
got
that garment, man.
That
colour.
briefcases, all kind of shit, man.
And even the Arabs
Busting all that, and that gold. Don't forget the gold as well, you know. The O for gold.
Copying of Esau, man.
You know about O for
So everyone's copying this devil because this devil has reigned supreme for a short period of time. And you can just already kind of see that these other nations are nothing more than followers. They take on what another nation has, and they are the people. Is it not really leaders in order to make them leaders? And the reason I saw Esau's a leader in his own way. We'll also make leaders too. Because remember, we're brothers. So the brothers are going to have the same kind of similar spirit. We're going to influence the world. That's just how it is.
Jacob is the foremost.
Jacob is the form of everything. That's why Jacob can do anything. Jacob even act like Esau, like Esau's brother. He played his brother.
Yeah. But also, Esau's actually younger. Because remember in Job it says, now they that are younger than I had me in the vision. So really, everything that Esau's done is really emulating us, but twisted. You know what I'm saying? Like done it on the left hand side. Esau's really not that original.
Yeah, because you said it. We spoke about it on Thursday. Because remember when it comes to Jacob, you know, his blessing was given unto him from the foundation of the earth. You know that. Remember we spoke about that? Yes. So
That's it. So we're going to go back to
Baruch 4 and 26. My delicate ones have gone rough ways and were taken away as a flock caught of the enemies. Be of good comfort, O my children, and cry unto the Most High. For ye shall be remembered of him that brought these things upon you. For as it was your mind to go astray from the Most High, so we return, seek him 10 times more.
So we're supposed to be on him, like diligently. You should be. Oh, well, I'll take a 6 month break. I don't do no videos for 6 months. They won't come out for 6 months. That's not being diligent. You know, I'll do a video whenever I feel like doing a video. No, you got to do a video consistently to the best of your ability in the time that you have. Right? You got to constantly meditate on these things. Once you constantly meditate on these things, and these things become a way of life. When you just a nigga in the world, and then, excuse me, you your brother, you just a nigga in the world, you ain't seeking them 10 times. You gotta always, really, you always gotta keep your mind on the kingdom. Alright?
Yeah, Elder man, you keep bringing stuff back to my head. Of one guy, now he's spirit, yeah, he surfaced now, right? And I remember when he first came around, like, he was just super duper like cynical with timings, man. Like let's say we'll start at 2 o'clock, yeah? Like a brother may rock up at like 2:02. and he tried to pull man to the side, like, yo, good. Like, come on, man.
You understand
And
what I'm
then
saying?
now it's that same individual saying how going on the highways and byways is a waste of time, and how that time's done.
But you know why he said that?
Healing.
Because, hey man, the police don't check this out.
Yeah.
They straighten him out.
No,
They told him, he said, look man, you ain't going out of here. So
I
that's
know
why
you,
he's
man.
trying to
I
say,
know you.
that's why you saying what you just said. What did he say?
I know
Oh,
you.
it's a waste of
I know
time.
you.
Where's that in the scriptures? Somebody get Luke 14, 20.
That's the icing on the
When
cake.
did the Lord say that? When did Yahweh Shai say, oh, it would be a waste of time going out? The Lord gave a command, man. Ready?
Stupid guy, man, but you'll be outside, so lucky, man. But you'll be outside in some dark park at like 12 a.m. looking up at the moon, like, see, it's full. So that's not a waste of time, right? But then going on the highways and the byways to
It's a
teach
waste
the
of
word
time.
is a waste of time. Come on, all right.
We'll let you have that now.
Luke 14 verse 28. For which of you intending to build a tower, sitteth not down first, accounteth the cost, whether you have sufficient.
I think it's in verse 23.
Alright, verse 23.
Go ye out in the highways and the hedges.
Yeah, gotcha, that's right. Luke 14:23 says, and the Lord said unto the servant, go out into the highways and the hedges, and compel them to come in.
You know, it's in Reference 22.
I put it right there, brother.
Yeah, compel them to come in, that my house may be filled.
And that's what it says, man. Go ye out in the highways and the hedges. What does it mean, the highways? Whatever you see a road, whatever there's a road, there lies the highway, baby. So we're outside. Now, can we be indoors? Yes, we can. And we can actually traffic more in the audience being inside. We come outside because it's a command of the Heavenly Father. It's only begotten Son to be exempt. So that's why we go outside. Right? Because it's pretty to do, again, with the commandment. We fear the Lord. And it's to demonstrate our faith. But see, I understand why my man said that, because at the end of the day, you know, let's keep it real. We understand the real reason why. Because my guy got checked out, man, by the police officers.
I'm gonna say that.
They, you know, they came in, you know, paid them, paid them a visit, and they told him, they said, look, man, you ain't going out. That's really what it is, man.
Cut it out. You got told to cut it out, man.
Yeah, he got told to cut that shit out. That's just what it is. That's why he was saying that it's a waste of time. You gotta do better than that, brother. You can't justify it.
Don't know one. I know. I feel.
You know?
To be fair though, Elder, just to put it out there, the internet is also considered a highway. Because when it came out, what did they call it? The information highway. Now that doesn't we have to come out in the streets and present our bodies as living sacrifices. That's a commandment. But just putting it out there, the internet is another
Yeah,
highway.
but the Lord never said stay in a cozy house. Exactly. With the air freshener on and it's hot. You know, or you can turn the hot air freshener. You know, the hot air when it's cold.
Yeah, that's
Something
it.
about it. Hey, Paul said it himself. He said, be instantly seasoning out of season. So how can you feel it if you in the house? You gotta feel everything, man. You gotta, the Lord put us in a situation where we gotta be able to resist against everything, to test our faith once again. So if you sitting in the coziness of your house, how you feeling the out of season effect?
And then you're going back to the elements again, because we have to feel out the sun, because we've been out in the sun before, brothers, you know, feel the sun. And then the other element is the winter. So, you know, it's about hardening you know what I mean?
That's why Scripture says endure. Endure. The word endure means to make hard. So how are you making yourself hard if you're trying to do this thing on the east side up? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, it don't work like that.
When you go
Like the real truth of the matter is that that's really what it is going, man. We both
to see back in.
Right, so we're back in Baruch chapter 4 and 29. For he that hath brought these plagues upon you shall bring you everlasting joy with salvation.
shall bring you everlasting joy with salvation, as you just read it. All of the mother nations are going to bear witness to that. It's going to be known that, okay, I brought these people down and out. It wasn't because it was stupid. It was because of the Lord himself. Yeah, so the Lord is going to show his mercy among all of the other nations. And the other nations automatically, by default, has to show us that respect. Because the Lord is going to claim us now. So that even demands respect. That demands acknowledgement. Okay, yeah, these are the people. Right? Because we're saying that we're the people, but it's not enough to demand the respect. But surely, slowly but surely, the Lord is kind of like allowing these nations to see it all together. But it's going to be really confirmed when Yahweh Shai claims his people physically, because a lot of us have to see it to believe it.
Verse 30, take a good heart, O Jerusalem, for he that gave thee that name will comfort thee.
Right. And they,
take a good heart.
so you get yourself an idea.
Take a good heart, O Jerusalem, for he that gave thee that name will comfort thee.
Right. He that gave thee that name shall comfort thee. And what is the name? The name of the Lord. Acts 4:12 tells us that for whatsoever name shall thou be delivered. The roughly paraphrasing. Somebody get that, man, because I want to get it right. Right? That we should be saved. So it's going to be the name of the Lord which was given unto us by pure language. That's going to save us. So we got these guys saying, or as they said before, believers like Christ that made mention of, oh, how do you know if we have the name? You know, how do you know if the name of Yahweh Shai is the actual name? Like that, oh, that's just ghetto Ebonic people. Like, bro, like, what you talking about that? You learn that same Hebrew your damn self. Okay? But he's just trying to say, it's not like your brother. He's just trying to say that, look, man, you can call him whatever you want to. Because in all reality, his church has been compromised by the G, right? Not the teaching that name. That's another thing he's not going to keep it real. He's compromised.
If you was in the IUIC, you'd have to ask this question as to why he was teaching one doctrine and now he's against the very same doctrine that he was teaching. So that's confusion.
That's a double there you go. And the double-minded man is what? He's going to stay on all his ways. One minute he's this, the next minute he's that. Like, bro, set your path, my man. Like, set your station.
And they compromise because they know, but they're under the rules that they can't preach in that name anymore. Because when they had their last get together, not their last get together, but the blow the horn set up,
Blow the horn.
blow the horn. He goes, yes, and we know the name. He said, Howard Shai. Okay, yes, we said it. You know, Tahar's happy, isn't he? What the fuck? You know the names Yahweh and Yahweh Shai. So why are you preaching in Christ then? And then when he finished the prayer, he said, in the name of Yahweh Ba'ashem, Yahweh Shai. Come on, bro. So you know, man.
He knows it very well. I know he probably knows it. I'm sorry, brother.
No, you don't.
He knows the name of the Lord probably more than a lot of men.
Yeah.
You see, that's what's going to really get his ass jacked the fuck up, man. Because he knows better, but he ain't doing better than he knows. According to that,
That's why the scripture says if you lead someone astray, it's better than a millstone will hang on your neck and you got thrown in the sea and your ass drowned, man. That's why the Lord made them sick. Like the Lord is like, you know when you dip a baby in the pool to get them used to the water, like, nigga, you do that again, I'm gonna drop you. You know? That's why he got violently sick the other day, man. And then the Lord healed him, man. And he, again, talking about the name, when he got sick, he admitted he weren't calling on fucking Christ, man. He was calling on Yahweh Shai. And then he got better, and what did he do? He reverted right back to that promise of Christ, Jesus.
It's Charles delivered him the letter. I remember the guy that delivered him the letter. It was on Shout Out Tuesdays it was called. And all of his followers would send him letters, how you doing? What you doing? So Charles, he had wrote a letter to him with the names of the Lord, and he said it with energy. He wasn't like, why did he write this name? He said it. You know what I'm saying? So Nate's gonna get his ass whipped, man, so bad that he's gonna have to return back to the name. That's just my personal belief anyway. Yeah, so
Acts 4 and 12.
Oh yeah, get that.
Right, so it says Acts 4 and verse 12. neither is there salvation in any other, for there is none other name under heaven given amongst men whereby we must be saved.
Yeah, so going back to Zephaniah 3:9, brother.
Zephaniah 3:9, it says, "For then will I turn to the people of pure language, that they may all call upon the name of the Lord."
As in
to
the
serve-"
past, sorry, brother. In the past, I remember certain guys would say, "Oh, how do you know we have the Hebrew?" The Hebrew is the Hebrew, brother. Like, what are you talking about? How do you know we're speaking the language that we're speaking now? How do we know it's English? Do we go by excuse me? The same way you're critical of thinking, is this the Hebrew? You should be critically thinking maybe what we're speaking isn't the English language. Maybe it's a different language, right?
That's demonic, man.
Yeah.
Because then you start delving into the realms of is it really? You question everything. Am I really here?
Yeah.
Am I reading this?
That really can go a long way. And the next thing you know, you become a straight bug out.
Yeah, Zephaniah 3:9, start from the top. It says, "For then will I turn to the people a pure language, that they may all call upon the name of the Lord to serve him with one consent."
Right, and serving with 1%. Doesn't it say that the people would come together and see eye to eye? It says that. So all of the men are gonna come together and agree together and see on the same thing. Right? Like you got these guys that was trying to formulate this unity camp a couple of years back ago, and it shouldn't really work out. Because if it worked out, they would have still been together right now. The way you build a unity camp, you all gotta be on one house. It can't be okay. Well, I believe in the new news to feel. And one guy believes in the right way, which is obviously the new news, the way you can't see. Okay, so you can't have that. Like we had one guy in the camp. He was in King's Cross, and we had to kick him out. He had to get the stepping because it's like that's not what we do. We ain't fucking with that. All right, you don't agree with what we're saying or what makes sense, then you're gonna have to go. Two can't walk together except they agree.
Caleb.
Amos 3:3, it says, "Can two?"
Let me read that.
So that can two walk together except they be agreed?
Exactly. Go on.
Will a lion roar in the forest when he have no prey? Will a young lion cry out of his den when he have taken nothing?
God. Yeah. So you can't listen, man. Like you gotta all agree on the same thing, and that's what's prophesied that was gonna happen. So when you got a bunch of Negroes together, man, and Latinos, and they all believe in different things, you're going against the scripture. Because the scripture says that we should all get together as one.
You do a class on the maps in the history. And one brother's pointing at Israel, saying that's the Holy Land. And you got another nigga pointing at fucking Ghana, saying that's the Holy Land.
Yeah.
That's confusion, man. What the fuck, man? It's bugged out.
Like which one is it? Like years ago, just after that, brother, right? Like years ago, what's the guy's name, man? This dude Barack, the head of HODC. He was teaching with Bakwash.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm thinking about that. Yeah.
Bakwash doesn't believe in the microchip.
Yeah.
But he was there teaching in his camp, teaching about the market. Do you know what is the microchip? So that's all bullshit, man. That's bullshit. Go on, brother.
Confusion as well, because you got probably at least two sets of congregation watching one lesson, two different ideologies. So once again, you've got confusion.
That's confusion. And also Paul said it. He said, mark those which that go contrary to the doctrine.
Avoid them. That's why we don't get with other groups, man. And as the elder says, I'm gonna steal your phrase, not to sound braggadocious. But that's why you never catch a great millstone camp going to check some outside group. You gonna come and check us, and then we gonna see where your doctrine is at. And if you're cool, you're cool. If not, then fuck off. But we ain't, but we gonna check these new cats over there. Like, man, why? This is where the truth is at.
That's it.
That's why they hate you. A lot of undercover. Because remember that thing what happened with Elder Manasseh Dakbar?
Not Texas, South Carolina.
South Carolina. With that guy. Right now, to me, through the spirit, I think that was a bit of a setup, a little bit of a trap. Because he didn't like the fact that they don't like GMS. People call them niggas. Now he wanted to get his lick back. But that's just me speaking in the spirit. That's why he tried to react the way he did.
the elder. You know, and then when the elder went out of the way around the corner, he came over there. Because you know what, as the elder Tahar said, they want to feed off of our energy. It's like sucker puffs.
Succubus, yeah, that's what it is. But it's that last few sentences said, avoid them, man.
Yeah.
That's why I said what I said, going to back to that point. Avoid them, man. We ain't going to roll up on these other dudes. We're trying to fucking avoid you. Because they'll act like they're cool, and then somewhere down the line,
there you go.
there's
There you
going to
go.
be something,
Yeah.
and they don't want to budge, and then we're not budging. But then they feel comfortable because they're already so cool in and around you. Man, fuck off, man.
It's gonna be cataclysmic.
Yeah.
I just have to put it.
That's right, man.
He said, did you preach?
Yeah, read the precept. If the spirit wants us to come out,
Okay,
I'll
right.
bring it.
So this is on the topic of confusion. 1 Corinthians 14 verse 33, for the Most High is not the author of confusion, but of peace, as in all the churches of the saints.
That's how it is. Like the Lord is a power of peace. So we're here to tell you what's of peace in a peaceful way. We're not gonna have one guy okay, he believes. MOTE is what do you call it, man?
Secret white women.
Or secret white women, and all kind of madness that just comes in their mind, man. We're gonna tell you what it is. We're gonna tell you it's the M to the TB. All right, we can't really see. That's how you know it's on its way, because we can't even say it like we say it. You know,
It's like earthquakes, man. Talking of earthquakes, them
I'll bring
plates,
it out and I'll get
them tectonic plates rub, and then shit on ground level starts falling over, man. You come around us, or we go around you, our doctrines gonna start vibrating, man. And then everything on ground level is gonna start falling over, man.
it's like when you rub your hands together.
Yeah, friction comes, man. You know, there's tension in the air. You know, if brothers lose some sort of spirituality, you just start fighting people, man. You feel so passionately about what you believe, and we still feel so passionately about what we believe, man.
Yeah.
You're
So
right.
unless we're agreed, man, just stay away.
Because
Avoid them.
going back to that friction, it creates heat. And it's going to be contention between two, because you're believing in one, he's believing, and that tension comes, you're rubbing until they're going to spark fire. And that causes the problems, isn't it?
Yeah, and the Lord ain't there. He's a power of peace.
Acts chapter 8 and 30 said, and Philip ran hither to him, and you know, the whole of Acts is good of Acts 8. I'm going to bring out this point. Philip ran thither to him and heard him read, and the prophet Hazaziah said, understand thou what thou readest? And he said, how could I accept some man should guide me? And he desired Philip that he would come up and sit with him. So, you know, that's why we have elders, to be guided, to be directed. And there was a person, Caleb, you mentioned to me before camp that someone who was amongst us is no longer doing videos for about a month. Because you know what? This could be edification for people who want to be presumptuous, that they think, oh, I'm going to leave this. You want to talk on it? Someone
That's going on too much.
so long, someone who was in this camp was under the elders, guidance, just like we need guidance, getting on brothers because he had a presumptuous spirit that you can't do what I do and you can't keep up with me. And now he's falling behind, right now.
It's way behind.
Way behind. And I'm not about that thing, you know, jumping and dancing in his way, but now maybe I could encourage you. Because now you've fallen behind and you will encourage me.
Yeah, but the thing with him is that he was the one who's on fire and everyone else is lukewarm.
There you go.
Well, what's the story now?
Oh, I ain't know what you were talking about.
Now you need someone to teach you.
Like, you wouldn't dance on his grave, but I would. I'm just being honest, man. I fucking would. The level of hell that individual brought, man.
Yeah,
Fuck
yeah,
you,
yeah.
man.
Yeah,
And it's not even about us. It's bigger than us and how
Yeah,
we
you can't.
feel. You know, if I'm being an arsehole to all the brothers here, you gonna feel when he comes around, man, fuck that guy.
Yeah.
But then I'm hurting your feelings and your emotions. But what about the Lord, man? When you start going off in the doctrine, man, fuck you, man. You know,
Right, yes.
now it's not to dwell on that, because the scripture says, be not concerned of them that perish, but rather search out how the righteous shall be saved. You know, so we're not gonna like do a whole sit down on it.
Yeah.
But man, if you crash and burn, I'm gonna be okay with that and smile. because you offended not me but the Lord, man.
You know how he offended the Lord too, because remember the Lord is God. The Lord said, if you claim to love your brother, but if you claim to be in the light, but hate of your brother, then you're a liar.
You're a liar.
And so that's the main important part of the truth too. It's about loving your brother. So when you're dividing, you're spreading division among the brotherhood or chaos, you're doing the Lord a disservice, because the Lord is trying to bring everything together. And you got one little nigga that can't seem to, be on call with the brothers, man.
Nobody, man.
Yeah.
The scripture, Yahushua said, if thy brother asks you to walk 1 mile with him, go with him twain. You're meant to go above. If he asks you for 1 coat, give him 2. So you don't. I mean, obviously, we all burn from our time and stuff. But the point is, if you can bless a brother more than what he even requires, that's brotherhood, man. But then you got niggas that want to subtract from you to make themselves feel more. That's demonic, man.
Step on other brothers' foot to put themselves up. And I mentioned about being presumptuous. Now that's what you call presumption. And David said, look, I'll read this scripture, Psalm chapter 19, because I'm applying this to myself too. Yeah? Where it says, keep back thy servant also from presumptuous sin. Let them not have dominion over me. Then shall I be upright, and I shall be innocent from the great transgression. Now, I think back, right, because about the arrogance of youth.
Yeah.
Now, to a certain extent, I do sympathize in life. You have that when you're young and you're full of dreams and you can take on the world. I sympathize with that. You understand? But I was there, and I was trying to explain that I was there. I done all that, man. I've been there, done that, not in an arrogant way, but I was very presumptuous when I was young. Yeah, and boastful and confident. But now the most I put a spirit on me where I had to humble and learn. And now, for someone like him, I was going into about. I said to him, don't be careful with presumptuousness or overconfidence. And getting bogged down with other people's deep problems. Everybody's got demons.
You had brothers trying.
Yeah.
You had brothers trying that felt like they're pretty. Certain people weren't saying it, but you can read it in the spirit. Certain people began to feel like they're pieces of shit, because it's like if you played into his demon, then you're, oh man, I just ain't doing enough. And rah. The scripture says, be merciful, for then you shall obtain mercy, man. The same measure you meet shall be judged unto you. So you had brothers trying, and he was putting them down, man. So 2 months, no videos. Let's use your same measuring stick on your ass, man. Then you're not a man of the Lord. You should be dead right now. You might be dead right now.
Well,
Who knows,
yeah,
man?
no, well, other people can learn from King David, because King David was a presumptuous young man, and he mellowed and he matured, because he wanted to kill Laban. He wanted to kill him, put him to death for not being hospitable to his men. He didn't think about it, sit down and think twice about it. He just wanted to go and do it, because he was very presumptuous, quick. He didn't sit down and meditate and contemplate. Abigail. So that comes sometimes with being seasoned. But that's why we need we're taxed with the Ethiopian eunuch. You need someone to teach you. Because when you're going full speed ahead and you've got elders there telling you to pull back, that's your opportunity to be led and directed like eunuch. The Ethiopian eunuch, we needed to be guided. You had a blessed position. When he was in this camp, he was in a position to be blessed by being led and being taught. Because we got elders, and we got elders above them elders. And we can, if we're quick, we can be slowed down and told to calm down.
But like that last precept we read about where Philip, the Ethiopian eunuch desired him to come, that goes back to the point. Yeah, Philip went to him because he heard words that he knew about, but then it says the eunuch desired that Philip should come with him. Going back to that point of being chasing people. You gotta come, the guy desired, please come into my chariot, tell me more. You know, and it's going back to that dude, you gotta, like, the scripture says, despise not small beginnings.
You gotta start somewhere.
In the grand scheme of things, you don't know shit, and then you're just running around, acting like you know something, trying to regulate brothers, man. Like, what the hell, man?
Romans 12:3 says,
I ain't passionate about the dude, but I hate shit like that. Like, how can you do that, man? Like, what other than the demonic spirit inspired you? And that is inspirational busybody like 100%. You know, like your phone don't die, your phone's forever on 100%. This guy's forever on 100%, demonically trying to infiltrate brothers. Man. That's a demon. What else other than a demon could make you do that, man?
It's true. And you know too, and I tell you the truth, what I hated, to tell you the truth, man, is when you know, these two brothers had it in. And I ain't gonna go too deep into it. And that kind of fucked me up, and I was like, yo, this guy caused all of that history for nothing, man. Like, it seemed to me that he was like pinching brothers against each other.
Yeah. You know in boxing, right?
Yeah.
You know in boxing, they got a thing where you can, it's within the rules, but if the referee don't see it, you can get away with it, right? You blindside the referee, right? You might punch, right? You might punch the guy in his ribs or give him a low blow or give him a rabbit punch. But if the referee don't see it, you can get away with it, right? That's what he was doing. He was doing things and hiding his hand.
Yeah.
Because as far as you're concerned, the whole side don't see him, the elders are not there, so I can get away with it. He was causing, that's the kind of things that he was doing, causing friction, and as long as the elders weren't there, when the elders come, you're right, elder, and he'll buy you gifts. I was watching all that. You know, but I said in my spirit, I said, as what you say sometimes, you have to let things play out. You know?
Yeah, the guy, I'm gonna be honest, man. The guy, because the scriptures speak about a gift destroying the heart and all that shit. He bought me, you know, I'm into silver, right? A ring and some gemstone. To this day, I don't know that. I can't remember the name of it. But I'm into stones. I put the stone on, your heart starts beating all funny. You know, I put the fucking ring on, yeah. I wore it for like 2 weeks. Your hands are shaking. I think, what the fuck is going on, man? I took that shit off, man.
Yeah.
You know,
because he wasn't given in the right spirit.
Wasn't given in the right spirit, man. And when I stopped wearing it, he's like, oh, you don't. I'm like, nah, you know, I have it there in the house. Why are you inquiring if I'm wearing it or not, man?
It's like what he did as well, right? He did the same thing to me because he knows I like my rum. Right? I love my rum. Right? So he bought me, and this rum cost, I think it was about 40 pounds in the shop. So I'm like, he really went that far to buy it. I didn't expect him to buy that. So I said, oh, you know, because I couldn't take it back. It was suddenly, he bought that big ass rum. You know what I'm saying? Trying to please guys and stuff like that. Or please the heads of the cat. So that he could get his way. And really what he wanted to do, he wanted to shoot up to the top. He wanted certain men to like put him in a position in the cat. Like, bro, you just came in, you just started talking like me and the elder brother was talking about. And he didn't start speaking until the over. So who are you to just come in and miss and call in the bands and determine that brothers are going off and that? Like, bro, I told him, I said, look, man, ain't no respectful, man. I said, shut the fuck up.
He said, pull back.
You know?
Tell him to pull back.
Like,
Couldn't do it.
Bro, you're not on that level. Telling me about, oh, when I start, bro.
No,
When I stand next to brothers, you know, I don't really feel right, you know, so, like, come on, man. Go on now.
Yeah, remember you talking about brothers like, why is he standing with his foot like that?
Oh, why is he leaning
Yeah,
against the wall?
that was the whole thing. Like, why is he standing with his foot like that? What the fuck are you talking about, man? Nigga came on my phone for 3 hours, man. And I can confidently say that between myself and the heads of the camp, there's been over 15 hours on the phone with that dude, man. With 2 or 3 people, man. I myself probably done well over 5 hours, man. Talking about fucking bullshit, man. You know, now you're always there for the brotherhood.
Yeah,
you're always gonna be there, man.
Trying to see what he's
You
saying.
know, but it's like, bro, I will happily spend 5 hours after a long day of work if there's a reason behind it, man. You know, or even if a brother just wants to be on the phone and fucking cry or whatever, I'll do that, man. But if you're gonna call my fucking phone, yeah, I'm sitting in my car, and for 3 hours, man. Bro, I used to work I got from London Bridge, East Central London, all the way to deep North London, on a fucking bus. I could have got the train, but I said, nah, let me sit on the bus to have connection. For 3 hours, driving through the fucking unclean fog, listening to some dude, yeah, but to see the way he stands, yeah, I think he's trying to do some witchcraft.
Oh, shit.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
He saw something in
He said that at camp one day, and I just looked at him and I had to act like I didn't hear him, man. He said, if you're doing witchcraft in the camp, leave now! And I looked at him, and I noticed the elder, he cut that out of the video. I was thinking, man, I remember that day well, but you cut it out of the video, you edited it out.
I mean, that guy, he But you know what it is though. He told me certain things, man. I mean, I don't talk about it out of respect because, but I mean, I won't say it on camera, but I'll tell you, brothers, off camera. But there's certain things that he's doing that ain't right, and that's why he's paranoid.
And I mentioned smoking. I mentioned smoking weed. My spirit is very. I got a very intuitive spirit, and I mentioned smoking weed one day. and I see him go. He shut up. He stiffened up.
Okay.
I said, oh, that's what it is. Okay.
You didn't have to bring that out, though.
No, but I'm just saying, people underestimate. He might have been underestimating my intuitiveness. I noticed it.
Yeah.
I said, and I mentioned it, and I said, okay, all right. See, okay.
No, because I mean, I don't really want to go into that, man. Because he told me it was secret, innit?
But the thing is, people ain't fucking stupid as what people might think. Because I can't read as well as you and all that. Motherfucker gave me something else to balance it out. You know what I'm saying? I notice things, man. I'm not no rocket scientist, but I'm very observant, and that's just it, man. So don't try to come in this camp and pull the wool over people's eyes, man. That's all I'm saying.
But the Lord did us justice. He did say, the Lord wanted me to leave and do my own thing. So, hey, that's a beautiful thing, man. He's gone, That's all I'm gonna do. Just gonna leave it like that. Yeah, man. So let's go back to I think it was in verse 7.
Hey, nah, man. Before I move this guy, his second to last video was demonic possessions explained. They got you. Yeah.
I think he's talking about himself.
Fucking hell. Baruch chapter 4, verse 30. Take a good heart, O Jerusalem, for he that gave thee that name will comfort thee. Miserable are they that afflicted thee, and rejoiced at thy fall.
Yeah, because when the kingdom is set up, they're going to be in a miserable case. It tells you that in John 16, how the poor man and the beggar, how the beggar was transformed into the bosom of Abraham, and the rich man was in hell, and he wanted the cup to be dipped with the tip of it. In other words, a light in his house, so to speak. So these devils that afflicted us, because it also reads as well that whosoever curseth thee shall be accursed. That's in Genesis 26. So they're going to receive them curses. The same curse that we had to undergo, they're going to get those same curses too. Deuteronomy, I think it's 30 in the particular verse or somewhere now where it talks about 30 and 2. All right?
And 28 as well. Cursed be they that curse thee.
Yeah.
Blessed be they that bless thee.
That's it. So that's what they're going to suffer. Go on, brother.
I got it. That whole thinking on that stuff. Root 4 and 32. Miserable are the cities which thy children serve. Miserable is she that received thy sons.
And also, as you just read, that he's given us, his name, right? It tells you in Romans, 10 and 13, whosoever calleth upon the Lord shall be delivered and saved. So if you're calling him in a different name outside of what his name really is, the Lord ain't gonna hear it. The Lord is just gonna ignore you like he didn't hate you, because he didn't hate you. You didn't call him the right name. Go on now.
And it says, for as she rejoiced at thy ruin and was glad.
Oh yeah, somebody give me Revelations 1 and verse 1 to verse 5. Go on.
For as she rejoiced at thy ruin and was glad of thy fall, so shall she be grieved for her own desolation.
Yeah, because when them white boys took us over, man, and as well as other nations too, which were conjoined together, they was happy. They was rejoicing. But guess what? When they're grieved, man, we're gonna be the one rejoicing over their grievance. Because that means for us that we're gonna be able to establish a kingdom on the face of the earth that's gonna be what? Not ridden, but it's gonna be pretty much a righteous kingdom, and we're gonna rule over these nations in righteousness. And as well as first and foremost, we're gonna get vengeance as well. Okay? Yeah, so pull that out for me, bro. Revelation 1. 18:1 to verse 5. Oh, yeah. Right. I forgot about that, man, with the race. I guess shit would have been gross, man. And I said, you should try it out. No, 18.
Revelation
Verse 5.
Revelation 18 starting at verse 1 says, and after these things I saw another angel come down from heaven, having great power, and the earth was lightened with his glory. And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying,
I tell you what, hold on to that. Read that again, bro. I want to get back on my train of thought.
This is Baruch chapter 4, verse 33. For as she rejoiced at thy ruin, and was glad of thy fall, so shall she be grieved for her own desolations.
And let's go back to this.
Revelation 18 and 1 again. And after these things I saw another angel come down from heaven, having great power, and the earth was lightened with his glory. And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the Great is fallen, and has become the habitation of devils, and a hold of every foul spirit, and a cage of every unclean and hateful
Tell you
bird.
what, read verse 2 again. We'll get to that verse in a moment.
And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the Great is fallen, and is become the habitation of
So
devils.
that's all I really want from that point. So when you go back to the book of Luke 4, it says that she that grieve you, or have scorned at your grievings, she should be grieved. I'm roughly paraphrasing what we just read. So that's what's going to happen. Babylon is really, the she is talking about Babylon in this case. Because remember, Baruch was elaborating on the literal Babylon that they were in, that the children of Israel had to go undergo and serve because of their sins at that time. So this Babylon is going to be judged in the most greatest form. All right? So let's go back to this.
And it reads, verse 34, for I will take away the rejoicing of her great multitude, and her pride shall be turned into mourning.
Right, and her pride shall be turned into mourning. Go on.
For fire shall come upon her from the everlasting.
Now let's go back to Revelations 18:5 again.
Yep, so I've got to verse 3. It says,
Yeah.
For all the nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication, and the kings of the earth have committed fornication with her, and the merchants of the earth are waxed rich through the abundance of her delicacies.
Go on.
And I heard another voice from heaven saying, Come out of her, my people, that you be not partakers of her sins, and that you receive not of her plagues. For her sins have reached unto heaven, and the Most High God have remembered her iniquities.
Right, like it tells you in Isaiah 20, where it says the sins were heavy upon it. Go on now.
It's like you want to speed up?
Yeah.
Right, verse 6. Reward her even as she rewarded you, and double unto her double according to her works. In the cup which she hath filled, fill to her double.
Fill to her double. Going back to what the Baruch was saying. Now let's read that one more time.
And it reads, Baruch 4 and 33. No, verse 34. For I will take away the rejoicing of her great multitude, and her pride shall be turned into mourning. For fire shall come upon her from the everlasting, long to endure, and she shall be inhabited of devils for a great time.
For a great time. Now this goes back, once again, let's go back to Revelation 18 and 6. We left off.
Yeah, verse 6. Reward unto her as she rewarded you, double unto her double according to her works. In the cup which she hath filled, fill to her double.
Yep.
How much she hath glorified herself and lived deliciously, so much torment and sorrow give her, for she saith in her heart, I sit a queen and am no widow, and shall see no sorrow.
Keep going.
Verse 8. Therefore shall her plagues come in one day, death and mourning, famine, and she shall be utterly burned with fire, for strong is the Lord power that judgeth her.
Keep going.
Yeah. And the kings of the earth who have committed fornication and lived deliciously with her shall bewail her and lament for her when they shall see the smoke of her burning.
Go to the verse where it says it will be inhabited of both creatures.
Yeah, let me jump down.
I'm patient.
I'm not sure if it's even in this. Hang on.
And every hateful bird.
Oh, I read that already. Let me jump back up. That is in verse 2. And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the
It's
Great.
like I didn't catch that.
That's right. Babylon the Great is fallen, and has become the habitation of devils, and a hold of every foul spirit, and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird.
You see what I'm saying? Baruch saw the same thing. So I want you to read that one more time because I didn't catch when you read verse 2.
Baruch chapter 4, verse 34. For I will take away the rejoicing of her great multitude, and her pride shall be turned into mourning. For fire shall come upon her from the everlasting, long to endure, and she shall be inhabited of devils for a great time.
In other words, demons. Because when you have an environment that's destroyed and rotten, and all kind of creatures of that sort run on that land, guess what? You're gonna have your demons. These demons like a messy house, though.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, they do, yeah.
So they're gonna be all over that Babylon. It's gonna be ridden with demons,
Unclean spirits.
unclean spirits, foul spirits. So now, let's finish on with that.
And it says, O Jerusalem, look about thee toward the east, and behold the joy that cometh unto thee from the Most High. Lo, thy sons come, whom thou sentest away. They come gathered together from the east to the west by the word of the Holy One, rejoicing in the glory of the Most High.
So this is where we're going now. We're going to that point where we're going to be delivered back to the east, because originally we're from the east. Like they like to tell us, right? Based on the this knowledge of Darwinism, that so-called black people came from the sub-Saharan part of Africa. That's where all men originated from, right? Dark-skinned men, because we're closer to the equator. All of that's bullshit. We're going back to the motherland. The scripture says that Jerusalem is the mother of us all, the water brothers, right? So we're going to go back to that land, but the way we're going back to that land is through the chaos that Yahweh Shah is going to bring. And also we're going back in the style of glory. Okay? So that's all I really want to go into. You brothers want to, any brothers can speak. I'll say what I have to say. I spoke
Yeah, we both spoke earlier.
Yeah. You got the rest of it. Confusing something that you don't tie.
John 55 and 11.
No, I didn't
Isaiah
find
55, starting at verse 1. Hold, everyone that thirsteth, come ye to the waters, and he that hath no money, come ye and buy.
Yeah, so just continuing on from where the elder was speaking about, we're heading into that rejoicing, we're heading into that betterment of our people, the Israelites, starting with the elect. Okay, how does that happen? Through the word. Read that verse again.
Ho, everyone that thirsteth, come ye to the waters, and he that hath no money, come ye and buy.
And that's the difference between the hope for elect and the rest of Israel, is that we realize we're thirsty for something, all right? And that's the problem. That's what these, what's his name that said that you own nothing and you have to. Strong. That piece of shit. The egghead robot looking egghead. You will own nothing.
Yes,
Come on, man. But that's the point. They want to get people, and they pretty much damn they have people to the point of they just don't care.
Yeah.
But why would they care? Because they don't know. They don't know they're in a system. They don't know that they're actually a statistic, man. They're like a B and like hella numbers behind it, and to the banking elite, that's who you are, man.
Yeah.
A number on a computer screen.
Yes.
You know.
I was going to say that I said they don't know that they're in the system. Actually, some people are listening to it. And some people do know they're in the system as well.
You're right.
But
There's the flip side.
it's like they know they're in the system, but they're so far gone.
Yes.
They don't even care they're in the system.
That's right.
As long as they're getting their little piece of this, the pie out of the system, you know, they live their little daily lives, going to work, they get their little money, you know.
Watch your sports in the
And
weekend.
they're the same people that are gonna roll along with this Klaus Schwab and take his MOTV.
You're right.
So when they go to the job, they'll speak to them. You're right. No, you're right, bro. They'll go to the job. They'll be speaking to their colleague. You're gonna get it. Yeah, I'm gonna get it. Yeah.
And they both talk each other into getting it, yeah.
Let's go down there after work. Yeah. Fucking hell.
If I may though, so like I went to distract my point, but essentially these people are ultimately spineless. They're willing to do anything that the system tells them. So it's like with each step, these elites are encroaching more and more people's civil liberties. But because they're so spineless, they don't fight back. It's going to get to the point where when they want to fight back, it's going to have gone too far. At least you'll have put too many checks in place to hold your ass down. You ain't going to be able to do shit. You know, the C19 lockdown thing was a great example of that. When they were saying, okay, certain people need to get it, otherwise they're going to lose their jobs. Look how many people acquiesced over that. If everybody had united and saying, hey, look, you know what, man, this shit's untested, let's not put it in our body and unanimously stand against this, then they might have been able to overturn it. But Esau knew they wouldn't do that. Esau knew a lot of people would just be thinking, oh, well, my wife used to get it, so she get it, or, oh, you know, I don't want to stand out. So they just went along with it, man. And that's how this New World Order thing's going to go. People are going to go along with it until it's too late for them to be able to resist it.
I'll give you a quick example, man. There's an Edom at my workplace, and you know, there was a heavy conversation everywhere about who's going to take that juice, right? And he said, this is his words were, if the government told me to do it, I'm going to do it. That's how far from somebody is. Now, this same guy can tell you everything about his favorite football club 100 years before he was born.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you're
when
right.
it comes to like the knowledge of what these elites are doing, you know, to control the masses, man. That's shit.
If the blind lead the blind.
Remember the scripture says that they'll believe a lie.
So if the government told us to do it, possible.
Wow, and that's a lie.
They both don't end up in a ditch together when the Hawashai comes. Because the reason why people believe in the government is because they believe the government is a form of salvation. The Lord said, I am, you can hold that. Isaiah 43:11.
And also somewhere they get Jeremiah 17 as well. Because what it is too,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Just to elaborate on that, brother, right? Like people don't have any hope of anything else. So the only hope that they can now rely on is humanity through their government. But their government has told them plenty of times over and over again, but they didn't want to see it, that really the government don't give a fuck about you.
Scripture says, "Woe to thee that go unto Egypt for help."
Yes.
The Lord said, I will melt their mountains with blood. What's their mountains? Their governments, man. See, that's the alternative, man. The illusion of an alternative is, I don't believe in that God stuff. The government. Yeah, because Michael Gove said it. You know, whoever their fucking names are in office now. Rishi and them, man, said it. You know, it's Biden or Trump or whatever. Obama, yeah. Okay, you believe your salvation was in their puppets, which is the governmental systems, man. So when the Lord starts melting this place and basically killing niggas, man, he said, I will melt their mountains with blood. Your governments are gonna get destroyed by the mass death Yahushua is bringing. So go ahead and take the fucking chip. Believe in it, man. Believe in what the government's saying, man. When they start texting you on your mobile, selling a device, telling you you will attend this appointment at 11 a.m. to get inserted into, go and do it. Go. Go and do it, man. Go and do it, because if you believe in them, when your Yahushua comes back, when the government melts, guess who's melting with them?
You know what, too, Rishi can't rise above them. You know why I said that? Because Rishi needs to rise. His name needs to rise. He ain't gonna bounce with the laws of destruction. So if he can't rise, and all of y'all that cleave onto Rishi, you're gonna get done in.
Wishy-washy?
Wishy-washy. That's a good one.
I mean, these guys, they told you so many lies, been exposed for all these lies, and you've got still people going to vote. Vote, I don't even understand how vote is still.
That's the brainwashing. Yeah. See, it's all a club thing, man. You go with your neighbours, you know, you going down to the polling station, put little fucking pencils in your hand, putting an X on the box.
Like that changes shit.
Yeah. And then they put it in, they feel so proud, yeah, they put it in, I did it.
Yeah.
I done it. You know,
It's that illusion of choice,
Like a
isn't it?
child.
yeah, I did it. See? And they really think that X in the box changes shit.
No way.
Come on, man.
It's like
What's that, Isaiah 43? Yeah, go on.
Just quickly, briefly, I said this with the elder the other day. When in history, in recorded history, has a kingdom ever transitioned from people voting? Never happens. It always comes through bloodshed and war. For example, like Yeah, can't. If you read in First Maccabees when it talks about how the Greek Empire came up, we said this on Thursday, it said Alexander smote Darius, meaning he put him to death. So it's through, you know, bloodshed, war, what do you call it? Usurping, but I'm saying it takes like turmoil and things like that to actually check. Yeah,
Propaganda, talking about that, the scriptures speak about he waxed strong with those with him, his mercenaries, man. You know, he had people coming along with him, you know, politics, man. No, you help me fulfill this agenda, and I'll give you this, and I'll give you that.
Yeah.
Nations coming together, parties coming together to make things work. But as the brother said, it's all through turmoil, man. You think niggas could be protesting with cards in their hand when Nebuchadnezzar was saying, when you hear all kind of music, your ass down.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe that. Your ass was caught in the fiery furnace, man.
You can't take your boxes, man.
Yeah.
Any change that's come, like the prophet said, any change that's come, this change come by way of violence.
and that's how the Most High wants it.
And that's how Yahweh Shai is going to
Oh, God.
Isaiah 43:11 says, I, even I, am the Lord, and beside me there is no Savior.
Yeah, so besides Jehovah Hashem Shai, there is no Savior. So you go ahead and believe in the government. You're going against the order of things, which is that Yahweh is the government.
Yes.
You know, he is government, govern the mind. Gov meaning to govern, meant from mentis. Mind control, man. The Lord controls your mind, man. He makes you go on the path of righteousness, or he could give you a strong delusion.
We see the instructions.
Yeah, you know, you in the bed thinking, yeah, tomorrow after work, 7 p.m., I'm gonna go to the ballot station. The Lord already done programmed your mind, man. You know, to believe in the system. But then those of us who are in the know, we can see, even I, the Lord, Jehovah Hashem Yahushua. Besides me, there's no Savior.
Even to add to that, brother, the governing body is 144, and the Lord is above the governing body.
The Lord's above that.
Imagine that.
The Lord, let me check it. The Lord, the Most High, he's above good and evil.
Yes.
He created good and evil as concepts, man. So the Lord can do, we don't have to get it, but if you go 2 chapters further, Isaiah 45, it speaks about the Lord creating light and darkness, bad and good, man.
I make evil.
And
I make peace and I create evil.
yeah. I, the Lord, do all these things. So even the concepts of good and bad, the Most High is above that, man. You know, he can do what he wants to do. And he can put people where he wants them to be. You're on the good side, you're on the deluded bad side. It's all the Lord, man. He said there's more, right?
Verse 12, Isaiah 43:12, it says, I have declared and have saved, and I have showed.
Declared how? Declared how? We go Luke 1 and 7.
Right. I've got something that Elder called for
Okay,
in a minute.
okay.
But when you finish.
Yeah.
You want it now?
No. We'll get what the elder said first.
All right.
And then after that, get Luke.
Jeremiah 17:7. Blessed is the man that trusteth in the Lord, and whose hope the Lord is. For he shall be as a tree planted by the waters, and that spreadeth out her roots by the river, and shall not see when the heat cometh. But her leaf shall be green, and shall not be careful in the year of drought, neither shall cease from yielding
tell you
fruit.
what, there's a verse that I want where it reads, cursed be the man that trusts in man.
5.
It's in verse 5.
It's in 5, yeah? Yeah, okay. Jeremiah 17, verse 5. Thus says the Lord, cursed be the man that trusteth in man, and maketh flesh his arm, and whose heart depart from the Lord.
Yeah, so that's going into trusting in your government. Like I said earlier before, people trust in their government because they feel like they have no power in their hands to do anything. So let me just make it easy for myself, and let me just trust in the management of my government, and all will go well. But that's not the case, because your government is going to get destroyed. And if you're in league with your government, as it is written, don't hand join in hands, you should not go unpunished, right? That's what's going to happen to you. That's what I wanted to see.
Look at that fucking bullshit on the black tongue bus party.
Yeah,
Right.
They gonna take the chip.
That passed last week, yeah.
They gonna take the fucking chip, man. There it is, you got all kind of things going on. And you driving through a particular part of London on a black top red bus. They're partying away, man. As you said, well, they're in the system, but they want to be a part of it. That's what they actually want. They want to be able to keep partying, you know, keep going to the shops and buying food, because all of that is going to become a luxury for the chicks. That's it. That's the reality of where we're at now. To live a normal so-called life is going to be a luxury of the chicks. If you're not CHIPPED, then you're out, man. And then if you keep rebelling, your ass will end up on a guillotine, man.
That chick is not going to give you, it's not like you're going to take that thing and you're going to go to work and like, because we have levels in the workplace. Some men's making that money, some men's making that money, it's not going to be like that. Everyone's going to be having the same money. Universal basic income. So everyone's going to be on that low level income enough to just keep you moving. So all of that shit that they think they're going to be able to take this thing and keep living their lives, it's not going to be under pressure.
And even if you work harder than the rest of your colleagues,
It ain't going to mean shit.
it ain't gonna mean anything because they still gonna pay you the same. So what's the point?
And the bottom line again, if you disobey, what's going to happen?
They're gonna just
Cut
cut you
it,
off.
man. And you gotta forget about saving.
Yeah, forget about that.
You know, you have to spend your credits expires. Yes. You don't even call it money no more. Your credits on the app.
Remember, they're going to be able to control what you spend.
Yeah. Well, you've got 50 credits left for the month. You have to spend it. Otherwise, your account goes back to minus
And
or
look,
zero.
and Salaki, brother, to cut you off.
No.
Remember what the word credit means
Credit,
also.
yeah.
That also means you stay.
With belief, man. You know, so exactly, they want to have you just have it enough to keep going back to them to beg for more. I believe in these 50 credits. The trust. I believe in that. I gotta spend it. You know, and then you can't, as the elder was saying, there's no leveling up. You get in basic of what it is, man, and your ass gotta spend it and be happy until next month. Come on, man.
As Warship said, that said it himself. You will own nothing and be happy.
That's a good point, because I don't think that you're going to be able to rely on family and friends to support you. If they've taken the chip and you haven't, there's going to be no means for them to actually, finance you. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't help you. They won't on the grid.
And they won't want to because the money's going to be so, they don't want to be able to, even if they could, they couldn't afford it.
Yeah, but it's not going to be like, for example, let's say you're down £5, you say, brother, can you help me out £5? Alright, yeah. There's not going to be no way for me to give you that, because you're going to be off grid. So everything's
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
What was that in
I had Isaiah 55.
Verse 12.
Yeah, so Isaiah 43 and 12, it says, I have declared and have saved and have showed when there was no strange power among you.
It's how the Lord declared. Go on,
What do you want? Luke 1 verse 7?
70.
Oh, 17. So that here.
70.
Oh, 17. Very good, man. This is Luke 1 verse 70. As he spake by the mouth of his holy prophets, which have been since the world began.
So that's how the Lord declared it, by having his prophets when your eye was in the Bible. That's to back up Isaiah 43 and 12. The Lord has declared through the mouth of his holy prophets. So you got people that want to say, oh yeah, well you're bugged out. Here is how ironic is that. You got ultimate bug out calling us bug out.
Yeah.
As Amar said, man, they know, some people, not everyone, but some people know, but they're comfortable in going down that path of wickedness, man. And then you who wants to do the opposite and strive for righteousness, like, nah, you're the bug out. Well, the Lord declared, man, through the mouth of his holy prophets. So if you don't hearken onto the mouthpiece of the Lord, which is his men, then you're gonna get chipped. Alright? And you're gonna end up in the system. You're gonna be the first to sign up for the CBDC thing. You'll be happy to take it. Alright? You're gonna get more shots when they put them out there. You're gonna go with the system, and ultimately you're gonna die. That's the reality of it. Okay, so go back to Isaiah 55.
Exactly, that's your brother, right? And that's why, you know, if you take that thing, you're going to die anyway with the Lord. And if you do take it, you're still going to die anyway. You know what I mean?
But you die for the right cause.
But you die for the right cause, yes.
Go from verse 1 again. Yeah. Right, Isaiah 55 and 1 again. Ho, everyone that thirsteth, come ye unto the waters, and he that hath no money, come ye.
So see, that goes back to Ariel's precept of Philip and the Ethiopian eunuch, man. He realized that he was thirsty, man.
Yeah.
He had the book, but it wasn't making sense to him, man. How can I accept some man guide me? Many brothers tried to do that, man. Before, I remember, like, for myself, I remember, like, being like 12, trying to read through Revelations, and I got upset. No, I don't know what came over me. Now I'm gonna understand the book of Revelation. I sat down there in the living room reading through. You know, I used to have that big Bible, still have it to this day, reading through Revelation and this dragon and that. I forget that. Yeah, because I was thirsty and acknowledged that I needed to know. But how can you accept someone guide you? But then when you don't know you're thirsty, that's where the problem's at. Like they say, you put a frog in the boiling water, it will jump out. But then if you put it in cold or lukewarm water and slowly heat it up, it ain't gonna realize it's getting cooked to death, man. Boiled to death. So acknowledging that you need more, that's really the first step. When you're talking about guys that came and went, and see, they thought they knew. That's the issue, man. That's Ezekiel the 3rd chapter. I ain't going to no expensive restaurant on a full stomach. I'm going there hungry. As fuck, so I can eat that nice steak.
Yeah.
Alright? And yes, I want 3 courses. And the best one you got, not no house shit. I'm gonna go there hungry, man. But then if I go to the best restaurant going and I just cooked at home and ate, what's the point? I ain't gonna enjoy the food. I can't finish it. So when you come to the truth, you have to be hungry, man. How wish I said that? Blessed are they that hunger and thirst after righteousness, man. Because if you're full up, if your spiritual stomach is full up on the bullshit of the world,
There's no place in your plate for anything else.
But it's the truth, man. You know, yeah, nah, I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I figured it out myself.
Yeah.
Nah, man, you still full. You need to shit it out, man.
Yeah.
Shit out the stuff from the world and start all over again, man. Start fresh. You know? And that is a big fear, but hey, man, praise the Lord that, us brothers saying, Lord willing, we go to the end, we're able to overcome, which is starting all over again.
Yeah.
Some guys, they have the ability, but the one demon that they can't conquer is starting over again. Nah, but I'm fucking 29 years old. And nah, man.
Yeah.
I'm 35. You trying to tell me that? No, I ain't starting to get okay. You had the ability, but the Lord clearly didn't want you. You gotta be hungry, man.
And that shows a lack of humility.
Yeah.
The fact that, no, I've learned so much from the world, you can't tell me nothing.
Yeah.
They don't want to go back to square one. man.
Yeah,
We had to go back to square one because we had to start over as well. We had to throw out all the bullshit.
Become newborn babes.
Yeah.
Before you read that, Salah, read that last verse.
Right, so Isaiah 55 and 1 again. Ho, everyone that thirsteth, come ye to the waters, and he that hath no money, come ye, buy and eat.
You see, if you don't have no money, come and buy and eat. The scripture says, freely you have received,
Freely give.
freely give, man. You know, like I saw a video on the Instagram a couple of weeks ago, no, last week actually, of this Benjamin woman. Like, she had a restaurant, and this guy did a social experiment on her, and he went up in the restaurant before it actually opened, like the side door was open. So he went up in there and he was like, oh, can I get some food? And she said, we're not open, like, come back in a while. He's like, oh, but we saw that, yeah? And then she gave him the food, and then he kind of like, did he give her the money in the end? Yeah, in the end. But yeah, her whole spirit was like, I'll give you the food for free. My shop's not open. You ain't got no money, but I'm a nice person, so here's the food, man. Go. And she did that out of a good spirit. And it's the same thing with the truth. There's nothing like we can trade. Well, you give me the truth, yeah, and I'll give you chocolate. Like, bro, there's no comparison, man. And sell it not, man. So if we read that without money coming back.
Yeah, it says, come ye buy and eat, yea, come and buy wine and milk without money.
No, exactly. Now there is a price that's paid, but it's us not. We're not the ones paying the tab. Like I was speaking about this with a brother in the week. It's like sometimes you may, let's just say example, not that it's happened, but even if it has, so what, man? We're brothers. But let's just say you're out with a brother, you go and get some food, And it's like, bro, can you pay for me? I ain't got no money on me right now. And like, I just ain't got it. Can you? Okay, cool, no problem. Well, that's us and Yahweh Shai. We've come to the truth with an empty pocket,
Yeah.
and Yahweh Shai's blood. He's like, hey, don't worry about it, man. I'll pay for you to understand this, man. You know, Yahweh Shai going on the cross, he paid for us to understand this. Because if Yahweh Shai didn't go on the cross, we go into the checkout with no cash, man.
Yeah.
You know, and he'd be scanning it. Yeah, coming to the camp. Yeah, okay. You know, time to pay now. Start touching your pockets.
You've got short arms and deep pockets.
It's basically credit.
Yeah.
Grace, that grace is the provision.
You know, so the price. I don't push on. No, there's a price to it, but we ain't the ones paying. I wish I pay. So where it concerns us and our own pockets and our short arms is free. You know.
And that's why, brother, we cannot never thank the Lord enough. Never thank the Lord enough.
The scripture says that when you think you've praised him like too much, you haven't even praised him enough. Keep going. Because there's no level of praise you can give that's actually worthy of what the Lord has done.
Because he's everlasting.
Everlasting.
Yeah, just about the old ways, man, when they come in, you know, into this knowledge. It's Ephesians 4. It's a few scriptures. Ephesians 4 and 17. It says, "This I say therefore, and testify in the Lord, that ye henceforth walk not as other Gentiles walk, in the vanity of their mind, having an understanding darkened, being alienated from the life of Yahweh."
And you know what, bro? Since you read that, you know, like people say, oh, you got to throw out the old stuff. We always jump to like doctrines and religions and stuff. That's even mannerisms, man. That's how you think. That's how you communicate with people.
True.
That nigga mentality of like he was talking about that dude. I'ma just size him up because I want to make sure he knows I'm above him. When you're not, but the weak, sad nigga inside, insecure nigga inside, has to just let people know that I'm above you. Like, so, don't even dare, bruv. Like, you can't talk to me. Bro, that has to get thrown out. That's what niggas in the world do. Half of these stabbings and shootings is all what? Why are you looking at me for, bruv? What the hell is that all about, man? How come on, bro. You from the same area, but because a guy looked at you, now you got a knife in his esophagus. Like, bro, you got a knife hanging out of his neck. You know, then the ambulance get called and you demonic pieces of shit. Go on YouTube and these other platforms that do drill music, you know, and you're making songs about score sheets here. I dip man down, you know, I stabbed one of his guys. That's demonic, man.
Very
All because a dude looked at you the wrong way.
I shall be evil towards his brother.
Come on, bro. Go on, read.
Yeah, so it says, having the understanding darkened, or what do we call it? Ephesians 4 and 18, having the understanding darkened, being alienated from the life of the Most High through the ignorance that is in them because of the blindness of their hearts.
Ignorance, both of the doctrine and with just how to operate, man. Ignorant is not to know, man. That's why, like, brothers have said it, man. Even in the world, like, outside of the truth, being around brothers, you learn, like, how to operate, man. How to think, you know.
Social skills,
Social skills, man. You know, sometimes you want to engineer situations, and it's like, that's the nigger in you. But then a brother above you might, or maybe not, whatever, it's a brother just, yo, bro, do it like this instead. How about that, man? Me personally, I hate shit when shit goes wrong, man. I hate when shit goes wrong, man.
You just like, because you want to be the right way.
It's the right way.
It's like, I can't stand it myself.
I can't stand it, man. You know, but it's like, even one time I was bugging. I remember I always told the stories in the eldest house, bugging out about saying that, bro, just chill, man. Like, we all get like that, but fucking chill out, man. Not everything's gonna go perfect, bro. It's gotta play out. Just chill. You know, but the old niggas, no. You know, that's why the scripture says, be angry and sin not. You got people, because their woman never gave them pussy last night, they go shoot someone the next day. Like, bro, like, come on, man. And it sounds weird and silly and trivial, but that's why a lot of niggas are in jail or dead. Because they feel like they got looked at the wrong way.
Yeah.
They got chiefed up by their woman, or they may try and move to a woman, and the woman ain't interested. Now I'm not interested.
Yeah, because that's another point in the scriptures, like the truth teaches you how to be a man. Get out your emotions and use your logic.
Yeah. If I could add to that, when I was in a bedsit place, one of the first places when I left home, I was actually sharing with a guy, a nigger, you know, and he had that evil eye thing. Every time he'd go out the yard, he'd come back and say, yeah, I got into this guy. He's like bragging rights. But really, he was very insecure inside. He had a lot of self-hate in him, a lot of anger in him. So when I would walk down the road with him, I would notice that he was saying, you see that guy screwing? And I was such, even when I was younger, I wasn't into that. I was never into the screw eye thing and the screwing down man thing or getting into a fight because of that. I was on money tip, but I wasn't into fighting for that. Yeah. But I've got a precept. James chapters 1 and 5:2 says, my brethren, count it all joy when ye fall unto diverse temptations, knowing that this is the trying of your faith, working patience. And even with that person you mentioned earlier, that was good for me. That happened. Because you're talking about social. When things go wrong, you have to check it. You look into yourself. Even though it wasn't me doing it, I wasn't the perpetrator. I had to look into myself and say, how are you going to figure this one out? How are you going to deal with this dilemma? Are you going to revert back to the nigger? And it makes you look at yourself too. This is the blessed thing, you know. And so therefore, you met with a trial. Once you dealt with it, you look back, you say,
yeah, I wish I was different.
Yeah, or if you've done it to the best of your ability, you just give thanks and the brothers, you spoke to a certain elder, which I did. I spoke to an elder. I didn't get niggardism. This doesn't mean you don't feel it inside your emotions, but you dealt with it by taking the necessary action. So I dealt with it correctly, spoke to the elders, the elder put it out there, I left it with the elder, kept it moving, and let the situation play out. Yeah. So when you meet with these things, the dilemmas, conundrums, social skills, that's how you really build social skills.
Because guys that are really about it, that lifestyle, they're kind of scared of themselves, man. Yeah. And they don't want to make it known. They'll actually try and die down situations rather than hype them up. Like I remember I was watching a video of, I always be watching these videos, man, of when he does interviews with Mike Tyson. And his one he goes, oh, see, the old me, like that, I'm not even that guy anymore, man. I'm scared of him. Yeah, I'm so scared of him. Mm-hmm. He was I was an animal. Yeah, man. And now I feel like a bitch because he's gone. Mm-hmm. But you think Mike's not mental, man. Mike is just real serious, man. Yeah. As a lot of Michaels are. They're just like on the god status of whatever the fuck they're into. He was so into his craft of war, he became a whole new person. And now he's no longer competing. He said he's scared of the old version of him. People that are actually on that bad lifestyle that will kill you, they're kind of scared of themselves, man. Because don't make them get like that, because they'll do stuff they regret. The warrior spirit, you know.
And that's beautiful. Can I just intervene here? I remember one time I was interviewing him, right? And he had this table there with all his belts on it. You saw that one? Yeah. And he asked something about the, I can't remember exactly. He asked about the belt. What do you think about your belt? And he took out the belts and went like this. It means nothing on the ground. It means nothing to him. Because as you said, going back to what you said, he must have thought about that, all this animalistic way of... He had to do, you see?
But then someone that would just...
No. I was just saying that's true. True.
Yeah, but someone that ain't really about it, they've got to show the bravado of no. Come on, man. Throwing out the old man and to even get the truth, that's to be a character change, man. But that's why we're in Isaiah 55, acknowledgement. I'm thirsty. I'm hungry. I need it. I need it.
Well, he said, Brother Bashar, on the topic of what you're saying, all of these things, like for example, when you're talking about Jake being insecure, feeling like he needs to prove himself, all this kind of stuff, it all comes back to this one thing, which is pride. Proverbs 13 verse 10, only by pride cometh contention, but with the well-advised is wisdom. So pride is a springboard to a lot of these problems that arise.
Even like you got mighty warriors like David. He always like attributed his strength to the Lord. You know, like he maketh my feet as hinds feet. Nah, I train 7 hours a day. Like, no, man. The Lord. No, you got it.
Well, look what happened to Mike. He used to praise, well, he still does, he's praising Allah. Look what happened to him. You got all that, you got that mighty warrior spirit destroying men in the ring. But you're praising someone else, man. And
That's
the Lord
why he
gave you that
destroyed his
warrior
career.
spirit.
Yeah, and he took it away from him.
Exactly.
After
And
that.
one of his children.
Who's that? One woman.
And that's
Destroyed all. Robin Givens. Robin Givens.
So into that now, he said he confessed, man. The old guy was really him. So outside of that old Mike, he's a piece of shit. He was like a bitch. Yeah, you are a bitch, man. You're ultimately you're giving as opposed to glory to Allah, man. You know, go on, bro.
I've got a precept, I'm just finding it. Yeah, this is 1 Samuel 17, starting at about verse 42.
And by the way, this world, before you read that, all the people in this world, Edomites, Jakes, everyone, and everything that's relevant in this world is not going to be relevant in the world to come.
Oh man, big time.
Elder was brought out Rishi's exalted or
To rise.
He gonna be a little nothing. Mike, he gonna be a little boy in the kingdom. Nobody's gonna be like praising a little kid. He gonna die. He gonna outgo. If the Lord delivers him, you know, maybe whatever. But let's just say Mike don't make it, right? He come back to as a child in the kingdom. Nobody's gonna be looking at that. Oh, that used to be Mike Tyson.
No way.
Iron Mike.
Yeah, he gonna
Iron.
Iron Mike. He gonna be a regular kiddo in the kingdom, man. No, none of these figures, these celebrities ain't like Beyonce. Now everyone's going wild.
Queen Bee.
Yeah, you know, the ticket sales. She's coming to, unfortunately, she's coming over here.
Yeah, to Earl Sport, right?
You know, and people, as soon as the ticket sales are getting put out, they're going within like a minute or two. You know, to get all kind of high prices, £500 for a ticket
concert.
to see her and perform and shit. Like in the kingdom, Beyonce knows she's gonna be a nobody, man. She's gonna be a regular citizen in Israel, man. You know, she's gonna be doing good, but she ain't gonna be no superstar, man. The superstars are gonna be those who humble themselves and first realize I'm thirsty, man.
Yeah, Zephaniah 3:19.
What the fuck this one?
It says,
Running around in
"Behold."
the kingdom. No, that was Beyonce.
Yeah,
that was nah, man. Fuck them people. Oh.
Zephaniah 3:19 says, "Behold, at that time I will undo all that afflict thee, and I will save her that haunteth, and gather her that was driven out, and I will get them praise and fame in every land where they have been put to shame."
Beautiful, brother.
So that praise, that fame is for the elect in the kingdom, man. Not none of these, like you said, Rishi Sunak, all that hundreds of millions of pounds he's got. He's got to have that moment.
They said estimating he's worth on $730 million. He's almost a billionaire.
Yeah,
Can you put a price tag on the elect?
Oh, that's right.
like when what's his name, Piers Morgan interviewed him the other day, and you know Piers Morgan, man. He's an arsehole, but sometimes I like
Yeah,
him.
but he comes out
Yeah.
with things.
So he goes,
yeah.
one of his opening statements was, "Well, Rishi, we're stinking rich."
Yeah,
and he goes, something along the lines of, "Well, no doubt I'm financially secure."
Yeah,
Oh.
you know.
All that spinning,
Pride,
like
yeah.
the spin shit.
Yeah.
But I say, just like a paraphrase the precept, the scripture says, consider the earth that it bringeth forth much mold, whereof earthen vessels are made, but very little dust that of gold cometh off. So the elect, you can't put a price like, are you saying how much Rishi's worth? Supposedly. He ain't worth shit, man, but the elect, there's no price tag on this, man.
Right.
Now I bring out a precept on David giving glory to the Lord.
Yeah.
Alright, so this is 1 Samuel 17, starting about verse 42. And when the Philistine, this is one of my favourite parts of the Bible. And when the Philistine looked about and saw David, he disdained him, for he was but a youth, and ruddy, and of a fair countenance. And the Philistine said unto David, Am I a dog that thou comest unto me with staves? And the Philistine cursed David by his gods.
He was proud, man.
Exactly.
He was fucking proud, man. And that's the thing. People go by their worldly track records, man. Yeah, well, in the world, I was always the knowledgeable one. You know, It may be the case where in the world you always used to get women. You come on the truth, you can't get one.
Yeah.
You know? So it's that pride demon that the Lord always don't give you the opposite. Oh, big giant warrior.
True
Okay,
words, brother.
I expect another warrior to come and fight me. Here he had a little ruddy version of David coming with 5 smooth stones and his slingshot, man. And he got offended at that because his track record is going giant against giant. You know, beast against beast, man. You know, again,
Heavyweight against heavyweight.
against heavyweight, man. You know, always having to make it seem see, we're not on the same league. Okay, cool. We'll look whose head got licked off.
Yeah. Verse 44, and the Philistines said unto David, come to me, and I will give thy flesh. I'm going to do this, yeah. I will give thy flesh unto the fowls of the air.
And you know when he was saying it, there was no flavor to it. Because
Right,
them Philistines, come on, man.
That's all.
Yeah, no, nothing. Probably just speaking like they're like out of sync, man. You know.
You know about the juice.
Yeah, you know, they're fucking hammer. Ha. They're just looking at you. I remember one time at Central, yeah. One guy came and goes, I know we're not the same. It's like, you know,
Oh, you
yeah,
definitely.
we're not the same,
Like, you
man.
hear from
Two
them
different
saying that.
spirits, man.
So they wash their faces
In,
Cows
yes,
pig.
yeah.
Cows pig.
Yeah, I was gonna send the video that I saw in the chat. I was like, nah, man, brother,
too much.
cheating or shit. It was like around dinner time or whatever. I was like, nah, I ain't sending that, bro. The cow was, or whatever, the mule, the cow, whatever the fucking animal was. Yeah, and then the animal stopped peeing.
Yeah.
And he tapped it like, no, keep going.
I saw that.
What the fuck, bro?
Damn.
And he's smearing it on the children too. Come on.
Them hammers are different, man. But they just got a long, because you know like the spirit is a fire. Jake's got a heavy fire. You know, our fire is strong. You know, and then as you go through the nations, they have different flames. Like a Hammite's flame is like a flicker.
Yeah.
He's just about there.
Yeah.
His spirit is just about inside of him. Them fucking yellow eyes
Yeah, they
and
got
ashy skin.
spaced out shit, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I know we're not the same.
Moabites as well.
Yeah, Moabites, man.
No spatial awareness. Yeah, that some guy walked past here earlier, man.
You know when you got a lighter and it's not working no more, and you see that spark, like that's a Moabite, man. They just about hanging on into the flesh, man. No fucking spirit to them.
You know, they showed there was one video that went out, and one of the, I think it was the prime minister from Sudan. You know what happened? He pissed himself. He was just standing there. Pissed himself. And somebody I think somebody got in trouble for posting that shit, man. He was like standing like, and then the piss just started coming down. His
No way.
They would have held that shit. Man. I don't have that shit. Time trying to look crazy.
No weak bladder, boy. No weak bladder.
Yeah, man, that's crazy. Go.
Right, verse 45. Then David said unto the Philistine, Thou comest to me with a sword and with a spear and with a shield, but I come to thee in the name of Yahweh of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, whom thou hast defied. This day will Yahweh deliver thee into mine hand, and I will smite thee and take thine head from thee, and I will give thy carcass to the host of the Philistines.
Yeah, that's what he did, man. So David embarrassed him. See, and it really is the Lord, man. And that's what ultimately the Lord is going to do for his elect. In his last day, the Lord is going to embarrass all those who tried to embarrass us. And he's going to disappoint those that wasted us, man. You know, you got Edomites walking around all proud. You got other nations, you know, that's the curses. You're going to be a byword and a proverb amongst the nations. You know, people taking the piss, like the elder said earlier, man. You see a set of Jake and automatically there's stereotypes of what you are and what you aren't. That's going to all get changed, man, by the Lord, man. So David said, not only am I going to defeat you, I'm going to kill your ass, and I'm going to behead you.
Yeah.
And the rest of your body, I'm going to give it to your peoples, man.
And I'm doing it in the name of
In
Yahweh.
the name of the Lord, man. Because the Lord put the spirit upon David to do that, man. So it's the same thing now. With the mark of the beast ain't this, and the prophecies ain't that. And okay, when they come to pass, those prophets are going to embarrass you, man. You know when you get embarrassed and then people start laughing at you, it makes it all the more worse. But that's what's gonna happen because the scripture said that I will laugh
Calamity.
when your calamity, when your fear comes, and mock. He's going to do that through the same men he preached, man. Okay, that's the time we're in, man. That when you gonna have family members, friends you knew in the world, when they ask your chick to bug the fuck out and they come to you for answers, all right, they're gonna be you're gonna be laughing at them, man.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck, man. My older sister, she called me the other day. What does the Bible say about earthquakes and I said, man, shut the fuck up. Cut the phone on her, man. And I love her and I get along with her. But when it comes to spiritual matters, I just shut up. Because when I tried to say something, they will mock me, man. So any Bible questions, any this, any that, because she's got a close friend that was actually over there in Cyprus and was feeling the tremors.
All right.
Okay, from the earthquake. Now, all of a sudden, they want to get in contact. Nah, fuck you, man. I ain't telling you shit. But that's the spirit of the Lord, man. See that trying to save your people? Nah, fuck that spirit, man.
Hey, brother, remember the scriptures? Is the Lord's going to make their mouth, the tongue cleave to your mouth.
Exactly, brother. Exactly.
Cleave.
So when it's time,
Yeah, you cleave to your tongue.
what's the name again? And that thing in. I don't know. Tell me.
Now she's gonna have to work out her own salvation.
Work it out, man.
Yeah.
So that's that.
Should have got it when the game was good.
Reading on in 1 Samuel 17, verse 46, this day will Yahweh deliver thee into mine hand, and I will smite thee and take thine head from thee, and I will give thy carcass to the host of the Philistines this day, and unto the fowls of the air, and to the wild beasts of the earth, that all the earth may know that there is a God in Israel.
All right.
That's the time we're in right now.
Oh,
That's the time we're in right now. Now,
all praises to Yahweh Shem Yahshua. All praise to Yahweh Shem Yahshua.
Alright, that's the time we're in. That the world knows. Somebody hold 2 Ezra 9, man, from the top. The world knows that there is a God in Israel.
Hey!
Alright, I did a video on it, I believe, in the week. I went on Instagram. There's a comment board with the Catholic Church did a thing where they released 3 photos or pictures, man.
Oh yeah.
A Moabite Mary and Jesus, a black Mary and Jesus, and a European Mary and Jesus. And then all the people in the comments were talking about the Bible says that he was a so-called black man. This is bullshit. Christianity is the weakest religion. You got Christians on the comment boards saying that yes, sometimes I feel ashamed to be a Christian because it's the weakest religion. You got people that believe. I know guys in the world right now. I can call them right now. A guy told me a couple of years ago, I'm a Christian, but I tell you what, I respect Islam because at least they follow their book, and it's true.
Yeah.
It's a piece of shit book.
Yeah,
it's like a sideman commentary on the Bible.
It's a carbon.
That's what it is. Yeah, it's a very poorly written commentary on the Bible, inaccurate commentary on the Bible at that. But at least in their madness, they stick to it.
Yeah, obedient.
You know.
But you know what though, brother, I gotta kind of correct you to a degree because a lot of certain Muslims,
some of them don't.
They starting to question their religion.
It's true. No, that's true.
They starting to be like, yo, I saw a couple of videos on how certain Muslims they say they had the dream of Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So they then turn Christians.
Yeah.
You know, so you got a lot of that going on.
But you're right. There's a book on that. A guy, I think an Iranian dude, they wanted to kill him. He had to flee. He something about brought up in Muhammad, but saved by Jesus.
Right.
You know? So that's true. You got a lot of them coming out of it. But and that's we're talking about like back then. Now you got people leaving.
It's even worse now.
It's worse now. But like way back in the day, they were known for sticking to their shit. Like they had that English teacher, she got the teddy bear, and she called the teddy bear Muhammad, and she got taken to the cleaners, man, because they don't play games, man. But Christianity, he can be white, he can be blue, he can be yellow, he can be anything. He's Jesus. Okay.
I just say something quickly on that point. You said that book was it brought up by Muhammad and saved by Jesus.
Yes,
the third part of that title should be destroyed by Yahweh Shai.
Oh, you know why? Because Yahweh Shai has the last say anyway.
That's true, man. Yeah, that's right, man. Yeah, he needs to do a part 2 to that book.
man.
The sequel. What about Hamid?
You're saying,
Yeah.
you were talking about how
Saved
the,
by
Lord,
Jesus.
the truth is coming out, and you already know. And when I saw that South Park clip,
Oh,
I
yeah.
thought that was fake.
Yeah,
I
that's
actually thought that was fake.
yeah.
But that just goes to show that. And they're mocking it. Because they're telling the truth, but at the same time they're mocking it.
That show Ricky and Morty. Ricky and Morty, I kind of sometimes play that in the background on Netflix, right? And they put it in there like this kid with his scientist grandfather was doing mad shit, planets and all that kind of thing, right? And in one of the episodes, I was watching it recently, and then they did a scene with the small hats. And then the grandfather goes, yeah, this group of people, all they do is lie. And it's like, right, they put it in the
Cartoon.
yeah, these group of people, all they do is lie. And then the next scene was, I can't say that though because they'll call me anti-Sem. They're putting that in the cartoons, man. They're letting you know, man.
Telling you the truth, plain sight.
Come on. Yeah, go on.
Second Ezra's
Oh yeah, you got that. Come on, man. You got light that up, man.
9:1.
Piece of shit.
Can I-
Man, come on.
It says, he answered me then and said, measure thou the time diligently in itself, and when thou seest part of the signs past which I have told thee before, then shalt thou understand that it is the very same time wherein the eyes to begin.
Right, hold that, Salaka. What was that? Read that one again, where it said, they shall know there is a God.
Oh, yeah.
In heaven. Right? That's the time we're in.
Yes, sir.
That the world is, and that, see, you talk and kind of forget the train of thought. The reason I brought that Instagram thing in the pictures is because of the comment board, man. The comment board of regular smegular people out here was straight up cutting Christianity, man. Even people that subscribe to the religion was like, yo, this is a joke of a religion. And why is that though? Did they wake up one day and decide that no, I'm gonna endeavor into some sort of truth? There were people was posting scriptures that never get brought out by pastors.
You know, I'm laughing too because I'm thinking about vocab alone.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
why vocab alone, he ain't really going too hard anymore.
Yeah.
Because he's got a lot of followers. He's using a lot of following, man.
Right.
Like, you got a lot of Negroes behind him, supporting him, advocating for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, these Israelites, you know, they don't know what they're talking about, this and that and the third. Where they at now? Because you got a lot of niggas talking about Christianity is just bullshit.
Yeah.
Going scriptures
You got it,
nothing
brother.
against the truth.
But
Yeah,
for the
oh,
truth.
All that
That's
he's
it, my
doing,
brother.
Bringing attention to the
bringing
truth.
attention to the truth.
Yeah.
Maybe he's clocked on now.
People are going to see that what's right, what's
What's
wrong.
really popping, man. You got people in the comment board, man, that's actually saying like, yo, this is bullshit, man. And the scriptures they were posting, and guess what? Oh, all Germans do is talk about the mark of the beast. In that very same comment section on Instagram, with a bunch of heathens talking about whether Jesus is white or black, there was comments on the mark of the beast and comments on CBDC. The narrative we talk about media control is really getting controlled by the Spirit of the Lord, man.
That's right.
His prophets on the planet Earth have infiltrated the minds
Yes.
of these people out here.
Yeah,
As Elder Apostle Tahar once said, we have a bigger impact in the
we should
world
Of
than
course.
we even know.
So true.
There's people watching videos. I ain't just talking about Great Millstone, all the other camps and all the. You could be teaching mad doctrines. Like, you're bringing light to Israel, man, and the fact that the Israelites are who they are. The point is this, man. The whole Israelite movement is touching a lot more people than we even perceive. You know, straight up, man. England's small. You may have people. Sometimes you go on the road and people just looking at you funny.
It's like
They know you. You have to accept the fact they may have seen my face.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know
yeah.
it, man.
Sometimes they say shalom. as well.
Shalom, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, so read that
Right, back in 1 Samuel 17:46, it says, I will give thy carcass to the host of the Philistines this day unto the fowls of the air and to the wild beasts of the earth, that all the earth may know that there is a God in Israel.
They may know that there is a God in Israel, man. Not only is he the power of the whole universe, but he's specifically for the Israelites. In favor. Okay, go on, man.
Second Ezra's 9 and from the top again.
Yeah.
2 Ezra 9:1, he answered me then and said, measure thou the time diligently in itself, and when thou seest part of the signs past, which I have told thee before, then shalt thou understand that it is the very same time wherein the highest will begin to visit the world which he made.
Yeah, so the highest is visiting the world which he made. You see, they talk about the basics, you know, the basics of the faith. And the basics of the faith is to be conscious of the Most High. I have heard that Deuteronomy 6:4, the Shema, man, a prayer and a blessing. Man. A lot of people have lost due to the internet and the psychological attacks of the devil Esau. People have lost the consciousness of that there is actually, as they say, a man upstairs. Man. They just think they're walking around on planet Earth doing what they want to do. No, people have lost God consciousness, man. Okay.
And you know too, brother, just to add what you said earlier before, because you mentioned how we've changed the minds of the people, right? Which proves this. I have to bring this out, Baba Bashar. On Matthew 24, verse 14. Let me slow it down a bit. And this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all of the world for a witness unto all nations, and then shall the end come. That proves when the end.
The end. And Christianity's been preached, man.
Yes.
So why didn't the end come then? But as soon as this thing blows up and everybody knows about it, all kind of prophecies are coming to pass, man. You can't even keep up with the prophecies. Like, whoa, like this article, that article. The scriptures speak about death. I remember it was a couple of days ago at the job, I must have opened the news app, and it was at like 7,000 people dead in Turkey. And then I went back to like 2 hours later, 12,000.
You know what they found out? They found out there's actually 100,000.
100,000?
Yeah, those less than the
That's what it is.
I gotta do something.
So they're tampering with the figures then?
Yeah.
They're tampering with the figures then?
Yeah.
No, they're finding more bodies.
Finding more bodies, man.
Because remember, rubble, they're very
But yesterday,
levels as well, levels.
I
Yeah,
heard it's 23,000.
yeah, it was. It's true, but it has to go up.
Yeah, I know it's going to go up. So actually, so when it's 100, but they're making it sound like it's 22.
There might be 200,000 for all we know.
As a report.
They're finding more.
Yeah.
So
That's
that's why you
right.
keep getting breaking news,
Yeah.
because last minute's record got broken. Because they found another 956 bodies, and then 2 hours later they found another 1,000. So now you can see that death, and it's only right that it's happening around the time of year it is. The death angels released. Start putting things together. You got spirits for vengeance that's coming on planet Earth and wiping niggas out, man. Remember what prophet was it that the Lord opened the spirit roll and they saw the angel with the sword swinging?
Oh, that's in Ezekiel, right?
Ezekiel, yeah. And then the Lord had to send another, like, yo, slow down.
Yeah, slow down. Yeah.
You know, you had an angel that was on fucking people up so much. Even the Most High had to send it down the chain, like, yo, tell him to calm down, man.
Yeah, man.
You can have the angels.
You got angels that ain't even the Most High, man.
Yeah.
Had to say, yo, chill, man. I know I told you kill, but shit, nigga. You know?
That's a zealous man, a zealous spirit.
You know?
Yeah.
But now we're in a time where the Lord ain't holding back, man. The Lord released them spiritual vengeance, and people are dying, man. That's why we always say, as much as possible, I speak to myself first and foremost, operate and think in the spirit, man. Ain't no earthquake, because you have angels literally nudging the earth, man.
Matthew 24.
You know, you got angels sent down to fuck up the tectonic plates, man. You know, and it ain't no hard job for them. You know, you probably have an angel just like, whoop, you know, a flick of a finger, and buildings be falling over, man.
Hey, brother, yo, if I could intervene here, and Lord, will we make it to the Passover? But look at the time we're in. Near to the Passover.
This is still before the Passover.
Well, the plagues, man, there was 10 of them. It didn't all just happen in one day. There was 10 plagues that came to Egypt, man. So before the actual night of the Pesach, they was going through hell.
Damn! That's heavy.
Bro, what's it like, if the maths is correct, something like 21, 22 days away. Bro, from the beginning of 2023, things have been going upside down.
And it's funny because the Apostle Paul coined it. This is the year of prophecies that should come to pass,
man. So it's got to come to, and it says, wait for it. It will surely come. It will not tarry, man. When something's tarrying, it's dilly-dallying, maybe not. No, but when it's not tarrying, it's
Yes.
happening, man.
Yep.
It's happening. So all this death, all this CBDC, mark of the beast, it's
all
all
rolling in.
popping up, man.
Yeah.
That's why you got guys scratching their heads in Israel, man.
Okay.
Yeah. Nah, I knew it was the chip, but they weren't ready for it. What the fuck do you mean the people weren't ready for it? The scripture says whether they will hear
Or forbear.
forbear, man. Ain't your job to see if they're ready. I'm here to tell you,
Listen,
man.
brothers, I mean, it's just something that Elder Apostle Hard did a video. I think it's today or yesterday. He says that we're nearly at the door.
Yeah.
When he said, my heart jumped in. I said, wow, we are nearly at the door.
I got a quick
Shit.
I've got a quick
Think
one.
about it, brothers.
Yeah. I've got a quick one here. We're talking about earthquakes, right? Because we're talking about over there. Buffalo, New York area is hit with the strongest earthquake in 40 years. It felt like a car hit into my house in Buffalo. I jumped out of the bed area, country exit. Right, so this is 5 days ago.
Right.
Oh, so we're so focused on over there.
Turkey.
But there's other small little ones, but they're big. They're still big. Because if you compare it with 6.8, this is what 3.8. That's still big. And we're gonna hear about bodies as well. They're gonna find bodies. So
Remember over there when they had, was it in Florida? They had them floods that happened
Yeah.
in people's houses. I have a cousin over there. She called me on FaceTime and she was like, "See, there's water everywhere." And then the connection, it was like some movie shit, man. As soon as I was about to speak, the Wi-Fi cut out, man. You know. So you got. I remember one time a hub brought it up a couple of years ago that there's a site that you can go on and it gives you live updates of all the earthquakes. So you looking at Turkey, we're seeing what they choose to report on.
Yep.
But
That's
then you can
true.
go to other sources, other media sources, and find out what's really popping, man. Because to some people, there ain't been an earthquake in years before Turkey. But in reality, if you search and dig out what's going on, there's earthquakes all the time.
All the time.
Probably an earthquake happening right now.
That's a good point. I remember doing like, this is a couple of years ago, before the COVID. And you're looking into things to see what's going on in the world. And I remember looking for earthquakes, and there was a list, different magnitudes, right? Different, just a list of all the different ones that were going on all over the world.
And that's the spirit, as I said, because when you hear a tremor is still classified as an earthquake, but on a lower level scale. You see, it's still quite, and it's millions that happening during the day, all the days of our lives. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You know?
That's right. And I remember last time I had some family went back over to the islands, they went to bury a family member, right? And when they got there, Benjamin and Jake is, man, everything's an argument. But no, my way. And as my mother told me, man, as the whole family was there in some big cuss up, they felt tremors. Everyone humbled down real quick.
Yes, brother.
Everyone shut the fuck up real quick, man. You in the house and everyone shut the fuck up, man. And that's the time we're in. Now they will know there's a God in Israel. All this talking, all this giving it all you got, me and my life, the my life demon. Nah, my life, my way, my choice. Okay then, government. Now you know there's a God in Israel. That's it, it's checkmate. Let's hold that. I'll probably close out in a few 10 more minutes where it says in Revelation, he who is filthy, still. When you come to the realization that there's a God in Israel, it's whatever side you're on, stay there. Man.
That just settles the score.
That's it, man. There's nowhere else you can do. There's nothing else you can do. Nowhere else you can go. Nothing else you can say. Seek the Lord whilst he may be found. Because you believe in your life in the government. When you understand that there is a God in Israel, that's it. You're finished, man. Or you're saved if you're under your house, right? But if you're not, you're finished. Alright?
Revelation 22 starting at verse 11. He that is unjust, let him be unjust still.
Here it is, you're controlled by the government, but you're talking about my life. What life, man? We ain't got no fucking life, man. Alright? The ones who have life are the ones who lost it in this world, man. People hold down.
I was just telling him before it went dead.
Oh, he went dead?
This
I
went
didn't
dead.
even clock
So,
to
I was telling you it went dead.
I got a precept too.
Colossians 3.
Shall I finish this? No. He could call whatever he wants.
Oh, no, we read in
My
Revelation.
phone can't take the call, you know, every time it
Yeah,
pops up.
Alright, fine. He that is unjust, let him be unjust still. He which is filthy, let him be filthy still.
Yeah, so that's when the gates of mercy close. See, that mercy period, it lasts only but for a moment.
Right.
When the gates of mercy close, that's it. All right. If you're unjust, you're gonna be, which is basically the unrighteous. Let him continue to be unrighteous, man. That is one of the main moments of no turning back is the chip. You can't. You got to be. Oh, well. What if I take it and take it out?
No.
Let's just say you perform a surgery on yourself and you take out the chip. Okay, you've done a gory act. You know, well done to you. But the angels know that you got it. That you had it at one point. You went up in there and got the thing inserted inside you. So physically in you now or not ain't the point. The point is that you fell subject to Satan when he put it on you.
Yeah, consciously received it.
Exactly, man.
Received it.
When the devil came to you and said you will take this, and you accepted it, and you put your hand on the table, you know, and you signed them documents, you know, and he got the syringe, and he said, should I count down or should I just do it? And you chose for him to count down, and he said 3, 2, 1 and put the chip inside of you. No matter if you take it out, you took it, man. You took it.
Actions. Yeah, it says receive the mark.
You received it.
Yes, brother.
So receive it.
You
Receive
received it.
it.
You don't talk about losing it.
No.
You got it in the first place. All right. So if you're unjust, let him be unjust still. God.
He that is righteous, let him be righteous still.
Yeah.
And he that is holy, let him be holy still.
And that's when the Lord is going to lift up the standard, man. Those who are righteous, the Lord's going to put a further protective hedge. Because we're already under the protective hedge of the word. But the Lord is going to put a further protective hedge, which is more angels to guide us in that day. All right, to be righteous, man. If you're the righteous, there's going to come a point. See, that's what you can't really think about. What I want to do, my life, my life demon.
There's a song called it too. It's my life, it's my life.
Yeah. You know, but it's like, think of it. If you're on the righteous side, there's gonna come a cut-off point where even if the flesh wants to be wicked, you're by default on the righteous side. That's how deep it is, man. Like you just gonna say no to everything of the world, and it's like you don't even know what you do know. It's the Holy Spirit. But in the flesh, it's like you don't even have automation over your thoughts anymore. It's not, no, the Lord said nah, so, you know. Or you may be on the run, and then someone like this dickhead over there offers you something, man. You want some pork? Very nice pork. You just go, no. No.
Get out his hand and slap him.
You know? And the Lord is going to drive us to the point where you would rather eat grass, all right, from a field like this, than eat that. But then when you go to eat the grass, there's going to be some food there for you,
Big,
man.
nice roast chicken.
Yeah, because the Lord said he's going to lift up his standard, man. So the
Ooh, I
unjust
just
will
want
be
to say that.
unjust,
It's about that. That's
and
what
the
we're waiting
righteous will be
for.
righteous.
That's what you're waiting
man.
for, that standard.
That's the standard.
Yeah,
Go on,
man.
man. Finish it, man. Okay. Oh, me? Yeah. That was. No, I think there's one more verse.
It's like I didn't realize I was talking to you. Right, yeah, right, let me read this again. He that is righteous, let him be righteous still, and he that is holy, call it. Yeah, Revelation 22 and 11. And he that is holy, let him be holy still. And behold,
Holy means to be separate, to be set apart. So if you're set apart, you're gonna stick out like a sore thumb. You know, you could be in the house when all the electricity goes off, right? You know, and then the Lord has it where your light's still on. You know, and then all the neighbors, why is his light on? You got blackouts now. You know, why is he got hot water? You know, like you may need to have that final bath before you're on the run.
Yeah.
The Lord may allow you to do that, man. You know,
Nice with the radox, everything.
One more time.
You have a good song.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's
it's going to be
God,
good.
that's
every time I'm in that spirit now, every time I eat something, every time I'm indoors and I'm alone, I get to have that bath, thinking, that ain't gonna, this ain't gonna remain.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Might be the last one.
Yeah, that's why you must enjoy it while it's, you know.
very last one. But then everyone else, their boilers out, There's no water coming through their taps. Their electricity is cut off.
Yeah.
But then the Lord just allows your apartment or your room or wherever the hell you're at to just have it, man. You know? The whole, because you're set apart, man. You're set apart. And that's why people in the world don't get jealous, man. Why aren't you scared? Where did you get your food? You gonna have your neighbor here knocking on your door like, hey buddy, I wanna talk. Meanwhile, they got a gun. Yeah. And the movies. And they go blow your head off, blow the head off of your wife and kids. You know, like Michael Cow. My wife and kids. You know. Yeah, Michael Cow.
Can I just say something quickly?
My wife and kids. Hold on, man. You know. And then he comes to your house. Hey, I just want to talk, mate. You know, his voice is all shaking and shit. Quivering, yeah. And then, oh, it's Mike, the neighbor from down the road. You're boom! He's running it up in your kitchen cabinets, trying to get baked beans. Pulling everything up the shelves. You know, it is what it is, man.
Or the chef bar ID.
Yeah, but the Lord gonna put the Spirit on His men to be holy, which literally means to be set apart, man. You
That
know?
must be a nice feeling.
No evil shall come nigh thy dwelling.
No. It must be a nice
We're
feeling.
just witnessing a miracle just now. This camcorder battery ran out. It started at 0 and it's going up instead of going down.
That's the Spirit.
So that's a miracle under the radar, but it's a miracle, man. Because he wants the brother to carry on speaking. That's why I can't.
the Spirit. Oh,
That's not a small thing.
that's a big thing, man.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's why the scriptures speak about entertaining strangers
Unawares.
unawares and always being that entertaining strangers unawares. Again, we always think in the third dimension, which is true because you can have a stranger come up to you and talk, and it's actually an angel. But then you also entertain strangers when you can't see them. When the angels are right in your face and you don't see them, you're entertaining them. Man. That's why the scriptures speak about everything shall be taken into account, man. You know. You're actually entertaining spirits all the time. It's just what kind of spirits, man? There could be an angel right there, just put his hand over it. But yeah, man, fuck
But-
the electricity. I'm making it work.
Brother Urama, if I could just add to this, remember the scriptures, where 2 or 3 are gathered.
There I am.
There am I in the midst. So all the time Yahweh is with us, all the time.
Now it's going down. Now it's going
now you
down.
said, yeah.
But you know what? 60 minutes left. It went from 0 to 60 minutes. I mentioned that now it's going down from 0 to 60. Now
Because
it's going that
the
way
job
now.
is accomplished, bro.
Yes.
The
So when
camera
you're
should
ready,
have cut out.
when you're ready, you're ready. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but the camera should have cut out. Now we've acknowledged the angel. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the spirit. just to let you know I was here.
There lies the answer. Lies the answer.
Right.
I have to bring this out as well because you mentioned at the end of the day, everyone's gonna know that power. Right? This is Revelation 1:7. Behold, he comes with clouds. Every eye shall see him.
Yep.
And they also which pierced him.
Yep.
And all kindreds of the earth shall wail because of him. Even so, so be
One of
true.
the other back.
Every eye shall see him, yeah, because it's going to be televised, man. You know, the chariots in the sky is going to actually be on your TV stations, man. You know, every eye is going to see. You know, then they shall know there is a God in Israel, man. That's the point, man. Every eye is going to see what's happening, man. Yahushua, see, when Yahushua died, it was in the movies. They always make it seem like it was a feeding the 5,000 type of situation. Big old crowds watching him die slowly. No, it was a few people there. You know, when Yahushua did certain things, it was only the disciples that were there, man.
Okay.
You know, when they wrote it and told us.
So they
Okay, we have the records of it to this day.
Hey.
But his second coming, that ain't no private event, man. Everybody's
You
got a
understand
ticket.
that? What I'm saying?
You know, like when they text you, you will attend this appointment to get inserted into. You will attend the appointment of Yahweh
As I
Shai's
mentioned,
second
it had
return.
60 minutes.
Because wherever you are, he's there.
That's right.
All right.
58.
The scriptures say that if I descend into hell, lo, thou art there. How's that going to be fulfilled? With the bunkers, man. You're going to have them fucking Rothschilds and other elite banking families up in them bunkers. You know, is it safe to come out?
Hey, Rishi may be in the
Richie may get his ass up in there, man. You know, well, I'm financially stable.
He's
Yeah.
low level. He's low level.
Yeah.
He's low level.
Low level dudes, man. You got people that think they're gonna get in the bunkers. What the fuck is this person doing? They're going the wrong way, man. And of course, it's a black woman driving it. Big car, can I drive? Simple, man. You got her driving in the wrong lane. Say America, love.
Bloody hell.
How far she's going down
Yeah,
there?
see,
That's the spirit as well, isn't it?
black, yeah, yeah. But then she probably in there. I'm not wrong.
I can do all that.
Yeah, welcome to that,
There
man.
you go.
Bus supposed to back up, innit?
She should come in. If she's smart, she should come in here.
No. If she does that, she gonna get a £250 ticket for driving on the pavement. So now she got to back her ass up all the way down.
Flat tire.
Oh, she got okay.
I can do that all by myself.
Oh, yeah.
And you know, too, speaking about that too in the States, what they're gonna wind up doing is they're gonna cut off what is it? They're gonna cut off what is it, the government income support in around about March.
See? You got weird shit.
Hey, the same thing again. They're gonna cut off what?
Yeah, they're gonna cut off well, they're looking to do it. I don't know if it's genuine, but they're looking to do it. Where they're gonna cut off what is it, government income. Because they have to pay the debt, see, because they're left in the debt ceiling.
That's wow.
Yeah, so the people's income support is going to be violated.
That means they get the opportunity to replace that income support
Yeah.
with that
Oh, right.
universal.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
That's all these tricks. You don't care about the whatever debt he owes.
It's all about trying to get you to get that chip.
Yes, it's all cutthroat now. It's all cutthroat.
It's extremely. That's why they're trying to diminish the NHS. They get rid of that shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, that's gonna go.
They finish on the
We're going to have a black man do something silly.
Colossians 3 and 4. When Hamas shot Yahweh Shai,
When we had Google Maps on, she thought, no, I know better than Google Maps. Went down the wrong path.
Never seen that before.
Man, all kind of spiritual stuff happening, good and bad. You got cameras surviving on nothing, which is angels.
Going up.
You know, you got people going down the wrong side of the road.
Man selling sausages.
Sell sausages, man. You know, all kind of stuff, man. Wow, man. You know, that's why the scriptures speak about as if you want to know how it goes, how's it going? Somewhere in the Apocrypha, to know thy wife have knowledge of her mother, something like that, which is true, man. If you want to know your woman, you know, get to know her mum. How the mum is, how the daughter's going to turn out. If the mum's a hoe, most likely the woman's going to end up being a hoe. I actually wanted to do a video on that. I might do it this week, Lord willing, man. Where this woman's bugging out against the man, but she's got the toddler in her hand. So that toddler's going to grow up to do the same thing. Well, I saw mummy shot at daddy like that, and daddy didn't do anything, so I'm going to subconsciously do the same thing, man. And the reason I say that is because, as the brother mentioned Babylon, well, this is the mother of Babylon, the 8th which came out of the 7th. So as Babylon is confusion, what the hell do you think is going to be over here? Because this is the mother of confusion. Talk about CBDCs and financial regulations. This is the mother of the white man's finances. England, London. So
Unclean frog.
The unclean frog. So everything that is confusion starts over here.
And that's
why her
spiritual.
arse the spirit probably made her come down here so we can talk about that.
I'm telling you, brother.
And now she's going to get a fine, and she will get a fine. I'm telling you for a fact. You brothers that drive, no. You take one, if it says don't turn left and you turn left, that's £80, man. If you, how I know, alright, because my ex-demon did that, man. The one time she was driving the car, she decided to drive on the pavement, and you have to pay £250 for that, man, for driving on a walkway.
And she may have to pay more too, because you know we saw because you don't like
do that. Oh, talking of fines and things, I was at the job. That's why I got here late, right? I got to the overground station, all right, and then the tannoy comes over, that electronic voice. Any violations is £100. You're not even telling me what the violations are. You're just telling me the cost of it.
Yeah.
So that means you could do a violation in a train station and you don't even know it's a violation.
And they say it's £100.
Usually they used to say, if you smoke
yeah.
or if you litter, you will pay. Or if you travel without a ticket, there's a fine. Now it's just Violations
Yeah, man.
are £100. Well, what's the fucking violations?
You can't fart too loud or something.
Yeah,
you know what
that's
I
the
mean?
violation.
Yeah, yeah.
Next thing you know, you got the post. You know, you got a burp, man. You see them letters coming through. You know, it's some
I hate
fucked
it.
up shit.
I hate it, brother. I hate it.
There's spirits to letters, man.
Of course it is. No good news.
I know we've got to calm it down and finish, but I'm now getting riled up. It's a lucky.
That was a
No,
spirit.
no, that is a spirit,
It's like,
brother.
we won't close, but it's like, you know them letters, you know it's some demonic
Yeah,
shit
man.
inside of
Right,
them,
I
man.
know that.
You get that sinking feeling when
pick
you
one up, you know.
Yeah.
And it's always the case. It's always the case. That's what you just said.
Yeah.
There's always someone back, man. When you get those letters.
It's like you got to psychologically brace yourself for the explosion when you open that letter, man. It's like,
Fuck's sake, bro.
Sometimes you leave it.
I'm not leaving, man. I can't.
No, I have to out check it. I'll check it.
It ruins my day if I don't know what it is.
No, sometimes I leave it, yeah, and then when I leave it to the third day, it's even worse when I open it. So I just open it straight away.
deal with it. You have to deal with it
you
It's
gotta
like,
deal with it.
it's like ripping off a plaster.
Yeah, £80. If we don't pay, it goes to 120.
Yeah.
Then after that, they start talking about taking your ass to court.
Yeah.
You know, crazy shit.
It's all about revenue.
Revenue, man. That's why the scriptures say it's through their traffic, man. It's all their business, man.
And we're subject to payments.
Subject to payments. So that word traffic there, when you get into the Hebrew, it means literally business, man. Alright, revenue made through business, man. They talk about the rat race. That's part of their traffic, man. Everybody gets out their cells in the morning,
Yeah.
which is your homes. It's nothing but a cell.
Yeah.
Man. It's not a house, man. It's a cell, man. You know? Because if the government say, I want your land, let's say you finish the mortgage, or I want the land, or the house goes with the land.
It's on it.
So you're in a rented cell.
That's it.
You know, you get up, you're doing a little bullshit job, you
Yeah.
go home again to find letters that make your heart sick. Come on, man, this
Yeah,
is
man.
hell. Man.
And that's why we should feel comfortable with
Yeah.
having to die if you have to.
Exactly.
Yes.
Man.
Because this is our existence.
I wouldn't mind going, man.
It'd be a mercy.
I really wouldn't mind going. Because as Caleb said, you know where the fuck you're going anyway. You ain't in the great abyss floating around. No, you are going to stand before the Lord, get your judgment, and then rest, man. And Lord willing, we're of the left. Next time we are conscious on planet Earth, we're going to be in a chariot, man.
Really, we should be afraid if this place goes on for another 20
Any
years.
longer, man. Yeah.
That's the worst thing.
Yeah, when you watch them articles and you read them articles and you watch them videos and it sounds like they're prolonging it, I get pissed off, man.
Me too.
So,
All
no,
the
but
time.
do
Yeah,
it now.
yeah, yeah.
Do it now.
Yeah.
Agenda 2030 and by year 2035.
yeah.
No, man. Try to get it done by 2025, man. You'll be doing me a favor.
Yesterday.
2020. Yeah. Do it yesterday. How about that, man?
Hey,
Not
but you-
tomorrow.
you-
Do it yesterday.
You brothers remember when the first thing came out, the COVID thing came up, the first one? All the shops shut down, everything
yeah,
dead,
yeah,
everything.
yeah.
And then we heard one information.
Yeah.
Oh, by next week we open up one of the shop. Hey, with our hearts. You know, we heard it, you know? They're gonna open the shop and that. Oh man, I was upset.
I was upset, man.
Upset.
They talk about the death tolls going down.
Going down.
I was upset.
All this
man.
is a shit.
I was upset, man.
You know what I mean?
You know,
Hey, bad news is good news.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know, people recovering.
Yeah,
that
covering
upsets
all
your
that
day.
thing, yeah.
Jump down.
You know, that's
means
why
you
they
said
say,
what you needed to
brothers,
say.
you gotta be a little bit psycho to be in the truth, which is true, man. I want to see people die, man.
Yep.
I want to see people die. I want to see people get sick. Okay, you know, I want to see this system go down.
Yeah.
You want to see all of it, man.
You know what I would like to see though? I'm gonna just be real now. I like to see like, cause you know they got the, everyone know they got the VC.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna just be real. I'm gonna put my wacko thoughts out there, man. Like I would kind of get off if I saw a few people just drop right.
It's true.
No, because I want to explain why. Because then it would be, to me, it'd seem like, okay, the Lord's working.
Yeah.
It's getting real now.
That's what's being said. That's why we want to see these things, because we know that we're getting to the end when we start seeing these things. What we want to do is get the fuck out.
That's it, my brother.
There was a
That's
video
it,
in the week again from that Instagram, or was it TikTok, of this white comedian woman, and she was, I think her jokes was alluding to like mocking God, or people that believe in Jesus and they're deemed good, and then she pretended to pass out. And then she actually passed out and died, man.
Wow.
Right there on stage.
Wow.
I got off from that. I was happy, like,
First I look at
you
it.
know. She's like, yeah, the people
Mocking
that believe
God.
in Jesus are good. And then you know they give that 1,000 years.
Send it on the chat. Send it.
I'll
Yeah,
I'll
share it,
find it.
yeah.
I'll find it and send it. Yeah.
She spaces out.
She's 1,000 yard stare,
and she just crumbles.
the back drops. And they always drop bare like straight. It's
Yeah.
never like a wobbly, it's just boom. Dead, man.
Like they don't stop when they fall on their ass.
Yeah.
They just fall right in the back of the head.
They're gone. But I feel what the elders saying, man. That it lets you know that it's right in your face, man. It's real, man.
And I'm going to prove something. I think it was last week or the week before. You came in the camp, he goes, in the night time, you look across the people's flats.
You see them up and down.
Up and down this pace like this, you know.
Please, man.
Pacing, pacing. And I know I can imagine you looking at them and laughing, you know.
I am laughing.
Yeah, they paced up because they took that thing, innit? They took that, you know.
I don't cut your teeth, brother. And sometimes what they do, they'll leave it on.
Yeah.
But they'll go to sleep
You see?
because they're scared of death.
Yeah. This is why we say overall, we'll say all of this to say this, man. This is for the elect.
Wow. Yep.
This is for the elect. The rest of
Pray we
Israel,
make it,
please
man.
take
Pray
the
we
chip,
make it,
man. Please take it, man. You Northern Kingdom, you Southern Kingdom, pieces of shit, take the chip, man. Go and get Veed. Please do it, man. And you other nations, man. This is for the elect. Because the sooner you do that, the more things become in our face, the more apparent and a joy it is for the elect, man. Alright? Yes, we sound sad and sadistic, but guess what? So is the Lord in righteousness. You got videos now on TikTok of people in Turkey, and their kind of tonality, the way they gonna say sing, the way they speak is very up and down anyway. But you got people screaming and crying in Turkey. Yoda, Yoda, Yoda. You have to understand that is a sweet sound in the ears of the Lord, man. I saw a video again. It was on his last one after this point. Oh, you know that Islam, you call it the minaret in their mosque. They have that like it looks like almost like a missile, like that tall thing. And then like the guy goes to the top, and then they do that. It's like a whole extended part of the building of the mosque. They climb up the thing, right? He knew he was gonna die, and he believed in his religion so much. He climbed to the top, and as the earthquake was shaking and rocking shit, the thing fell over and he fell with it. Man.
Good.
And it's like all that screaming and crying. But to the Most High, he's sitting there like, die! You know, here it is, you got fucking charities, donate £2
Yeah, all that
and text life to 50593 and donate £5. From the Most High, the angels are laughing.
Laughing, man.
And that's again more revenue, man.
Wicked.
It's a tiny percentage.
Go to them.
I bet that guy who climbed up the minaret is he was giving the performance of a lifetime as it's going down. You believe he saw?
I think I saved it. I'm gonna put it in the chat. I'm put it in the chat, man. Nigga climbed to the top, and then a nose dive.
Right.
And then you can see his body bounce. He shattered all of his bones, man. Hey, man, read that last verse again. Late and shit, man.
When she was speaking on the Lord, like how he likes to see, death and all that. But, he kind of like the Lord.
I like to see it, man. You know?
And I think coming into this truth, you get used to that.
Yes.
You get used to it.
Yes,
I think you have to for the spirit.
You have to.
You know when you're going to see
Yehoshua is doing that to desensitize us for what is about to come. Jacob's trouble,
If you don't like it, then Yahweh said that. That's a good point you made. You have to like it. And if you didn't, you learn to like that kind of gory stuff. Because Yahweh said, those who will not have me rule over them, bring them hither and stand before me. In the kingdom, we gonna be the ones doing the gory shit, man. Alright? You like it now. You know, I don't like to see dead. No, nigga, I'm gonna be hanging Edomites, man. I'm gonna be stretching you out. I'm gonna be doing all kind of gory shit, man. Sadistic shit. The scripture says, meditate terror. There's certain things I think about. I ain't gonna say it on camera, man. Because if Esau here, they gonna say, I need to go in a mental home. So I'm talking real sadistic things, man. Right? Punishments that is like, bro, you had to kind of off of some drinking some wine, pissed off type of shit to be thinking of that, man. That's just natural, you know.
Natural, man.
All kind, bro, man. And you know, like them. I was watching that movie a couple of days ago when I came home from work, The Equalizer Part 2.
And it's like he always with Denzel. He always punished.
Hey, brother, that's my shit too.
You watched that? Yeah, I watched
We
that.
talking
man.
about we talking about the
Equalizer.
Equalizer.
Yeah.
There's a
Denzel.
part. There's a part where he enters into this room.
Yeah.
And he like calculates. Is that what you talking
Yeah.
about?
The
That's my
Edomites,
shit.
the
Yeah.
Edomites.
Yeah.
Huh?
With the Edomites, they were sitting up.
You know, sitting up in
Yeah.
there.
doing
Yeah.
their cocaine.
Yeah.
I rerun that all the time.
And then he got the guy's fingers, right? Yeah, and he goes, did you think she felt pain? Because really the equalizer is Yahweh Shai. He's the real equalizer, man. He gonna come back and like the punishments he gave them, it wasn't just no any old punishment. It was tailored to their wickedness, man.
Cold and calculated.
Yeah, cold and calculated, man. That's it. Cold and calculated. You know, did she feel pain when you raped her, when you made her do drugs? You know, and he always timed himself, man. Why is that? In 1 hour. The Yahweh Shai, like, you don't have a watch on, but it's like when he comes back to the planet Earth, just like Denzel, you gonna put the watch on.
Yeah.
So, time off for 1 hour. Let's see how much I can fuck up in 60 minutes. The answer is everything.
Yeah.
That's the answer, man. Fucking everything. And it was sadistic punishments that would inflict pain. That's what's going to happen in the kingdom. And you can stop the way, yeah, this one that you're going to happen. You know, simple as, man. You know, straight out. Read that. Last verse.
Colossians 3:4 says, when Hamashiach Yahweh Shai, who is our life, shall appear, then shall you also appear with him in glory.
That's the point, and that's the point. As Caleb read in the other precept, then they shall know there's a God in Israel. Well, guess what? When you come to the realization that there's a God in Israel, you go also come to the realization that these bums on the highways and the byways are his favored elect. That's the realization. How shall gets his glory and then the elect? With him, we shall be joint heirs. So when Yahweh Shai, who is our life, because right now we have no life, according to the standards of the world, when Yahweh, who is our life, returns, then we shall appear with him in great glory. So all of this living my life and I'm just going to do me and I'm going to go along with the system because it can put food on the table and stuff, keep doing it. Because you're coming against the true equalizer. Alright, the true equalizer. In fact, last one, before in 1 hour. We thought to it, but let's read it. For in 1 hour, the Yahweh Shai is the true equalizer, man. Yep, bro. This setup, we spoke about it, man. That this world ain't gonna exist in the world to come. Well, guess what? When Yahweh Shai cracks the clouds, that is literally the final 60 minutes of planet Earth as it is.
Still going up.
After that, it's getting rebuilt to the ways of righteousness. You know when it's the so-called New Year? 10, 9, 8.
And you hear the poppers and
Yeah,
the
all that
fireworks.
stuff, man. And it's like, bro, there's gonna be that for the kingdom. When your house comes, there's gonna be a 60 minutes countdown.
10 second answers will be fulfilled. For Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of the following. Right, Revelation 18 and 10. And standing afar off for the fear of her torment, saying, Alas, alas, that great city Babylon, that mighty city, for in 1 hour is thy judgment come.
Yeah, for in 1 hour. So when your house returns, obviously you're only gonna have the missiles firing, but it's gonna take 1 hour. The angels, the Lord, the elect getting beat. It's all gonna happen in 60 minutes, man. Alright? 60 simple minutes. The house is gonna level this place. So, you know, this is why we fear the Lord, and, you know, pretty much we do this in fear and trembling, man. Fear and trembling, that the Lord sees our intent. Did you do a video that speaks something about fear and trembling?
Yeah.
I remember seeing that. Yeah. We just operate in fear and trembling. Lord willing, we endure to the end, so that we're on the righteous side.
Yeah, so with that, we're going to close. And that was beautiful. They
Beautiful.
all set.
Nice one,
all
Bjorn,
marks,
yeah.
man. Because it was all in the
Spirit.
spirit.
Rock of the
Yeah. Yeah, so with that, man, like you said, rock it down. Yahweh,
Hashem, Yahushai, Hashem, B'Kodash.
and war above.
War above.
Like that.
Shalom. Shalom.
That's
That's all over the kingdom.
Madness is coming on the street, man.